World of heroes wielding swords and magic, heroes continent. At this very moment, this place currently has a large-scale massive war taking place due to the Demon Queen launching an all-out war against all the races. With the help of the Demon Queen's oppressive strength, the Demon Queen's army was like a hot knife through butter in their attacks, and the empires of the various races fell to ruin one after the other very quickly. Only the human race remained steadfast in their resistance. But alas, because of the internal strife and rebellions amongst the humans, their empire collapsed along with their defenses. Humans surrender, and just like that, she was dubbed the strongest demon queen in history. Elizabeth as well as secured her position as the only ruler of this world. It was a complete domination. At the human empire on the edge of destruction, a priest was still struggling and fighting with Demon Queen army. Priest shouted, telling Elizabeth to don't think she have won with this alone. In the future, she will definitely be defeated completely by their hero, just like in the legends, Queen's Guard. Kick that priest in face. He is human prince, Wise Malfoy, and the priest he just kicked is Wise Malfoy's teacher, Priest Barrow. Wise Malfoy asked Priest Barrow to please get things straight, because right now, Her Majesty isn't asking for his opinion. She's giving him an order. Priest Barrow yelled that it's all bullshit, and Wise Malfoy is a patricide committing, enemy welcoming, traitor of the human race. Priest Barrow even cultivated him as if he were the prophesied hero in vain. Wise Malfoy get angry to hear Priest Barrow's nonsense. He told Priest Barrow that since he miss Wise Malfoy's useless father of his so much, Wise Malfoy will just let Priest Barrow join him. Wise Malfoy unleashed his demon hand and transformed it into Demon's arm. But when was Malfoy strike at Priest Barrow, a dark shadow appeared behind him telling him to stay his hand. Wise Malfoy stopped his attack right before it hit Priest Barrow. Wise Malfoy knees in front of that shadow. That shadow asked Priest Barrow that since he said that he will stand by human side in the future and it will end Demon Queen's defeat, so he better explain what he mean to this queen, Oregon, else his death would not be an easy one. The existence standing in front of Priest Barrow is Demon Queen, Elizabeth. Elizabeth threatened Priest Barrow by telling him that this queen has 1,000 different ways to make him suffer a fate worse than death. Priest Barrow was too scared to see his death in Elizabeth's eyes. He started telling her that the prophecy states that when the prophesied hero pulls out the holy sword, it will be the day the demon race's reign comes to an end. The holy sword is the sword embedded in the stone platform in the main hall. After telling her everything, Priest Barrow said he will never tell her. He will never betray the human race. Priest Barrow has lost his mind to fear. Elizabeth looks at stone platform in which holy sword, Alpha, was embedded. The legends tell of the hero receiving the right to challenge this queen because he pulls out this sword. As Elizabeth put her hand on that holy sword, she thought that it's interesting. Elizabeth said this queen shall look forward to his arrival here then. Since then Elizabeth was waiting. But the first year under Elizabeth's reign ended while waiting. Then second year under Elizabeth's reign ended while waiting. As well as third, fourth and fifth year ended. And now it's the 15th year under Elizabeth's reign. Under the Demon Queen's absolute rule, all the past practices and inequalities amongst the races were all abolished. Everyone was able to get along on equal standing without disputes. Everyone was able to live in peace and harmony, developing together. Very quickly, Heroes Continent began thriving and flourishing. Additionally, because they were afraid of the rare peace being destroyed, an anti-hero alliance emerged. They resolutely rejected the arrival of the prophesied hero. Demon Empire. At the initial Human Empire meeting hall, Demon Queen Elizabeth asked her subordinate, do they have any news on the prophesied hero, Chancellor of the Elf race? Twilio reported to Elizabeth that the Elf race has already mobilized all the tree insects to search, but they could not find a single piece of information regarding the prophesied hero, Chancellor of the Dwarf race. Heimerdinger told Elizabeth that the dwarves are not very good at collecting information. But according to the information compiled from every weapon store around, there has been nobody suspicious. Chancellor of the human race, Aristotle said that he believed that even if that prophesied hero does make his appearance, him standing up against them will be in vain, so they need not worry about him at all. Chancellor of the demon race, Jim whispered and told Aristotle that Her Majesty isn't afraid of the prophesied hero. Instead, she really wants him to come, in order to act in response to that prophecy. Her Majesty gathered all sorts of ancient books on magic and war tactics to research. Chancellor of the Beast-Man race, Muggle told Aristotle that as long as Her Majesty wills it, she could annihilate Heroes Continent in a split second. Twilio said that it's that idiot Barrow's fault. What prophecy? It's just a load of nonsense. With Her Majesty ruling, it is their fortune. They can just let the prophesied hero die. Suddenly, someone entered yelling, reject the hero in the hall. Heimerdinger said, speak of Barrow, and he shall appear. Initially High Priest of the human race, now President of the Demon Queen Fan Club, President of the Anti-Prophesied Hero Association. Barrow Smith, he was shouting, support the reign of Her Majesty. The Demon Queen reject the arrival of the hero. Demon Queen with one flick of her finger grabbed Priest Barrow by neck. Elizabeth was too angry. She asked Priest Barrow to explain himself to this queen. Where is that prophesied hero? Priest Barrow was too scared. He told her that, actually, the prophecy doesn't necessarily have to be accurate. When the target exceeds the expectations of the prophecy, like Your Majesty, for example, was Malfoy greets the Demon Queen and said that Priest Barrow is right. It is a great offense to take that stupid prophecy and apply it to Her Majesty. It is too great an offense. Her Majesty need not take offense in the slightest. This official has had new findings recently. Elizabeth hit was Malfoy with her tail and in cold voice told him to get lost. Was Malfoy was scared, he said he understood. Elizabeth threw Priest Barrow and shouted that her subordinates are bunch of trash. Elizabeth said, the king have reached the peak of the world, holding the power of the world. She wait for the legendary hero to challenge her and then become his stepping stone to fame. She have studied all the ancient magic books of the hero continent, and after countless hardships, she created the doomsday magic to wait for hero's challenge. But hero is nowhere to be seen. Where is he? She was looking at the holy sword and getting angry thinking all this. Then she put her hand of the holy sword and said that since hero isn't coming to her, Jim, Twilia and all the chancellor were scared asking Queen Elizabeth that she don't mean to. Elizabeth shouted that she'll go to herself then. Elizabeth grabbed the holy sword and tried to unleash it. There was a huge shockwave of aura around Elizabeth. It was hard of Elizabeth to pull out the holy sword, so she used all her power to and concentrate on holy sword. All the chancellors were scared to see Elizabeth's power. They couldn't believe that Demon Queen is really going to pull out Hero's sword. Suddenly, a huge energy light beam comes out of the rooftop of the Queen's palace, and the Demon Queen Elizabeth successfully pull out the holy sword. Elizabeth looks at the holy sword and thought that who said that only the legendary hero can pull it out? She can do it too. When Elizabeth was holding the holy sword, she got a vision of a faraway mountain range. And on top of a mountain, there is a house. She thought that legendary hero is hiding there. Elizabeth raised her hand and used Labus magic. A magic circle appeared. The magic she going to use was forced teleportation. When was Malfoy saw that she is going, he runs towards her asking her to please let him continue to serve her by her side. But he was too slow, and Elizabeth teleported. Was Malfoy could only get her one hair. He was too sad because his master left him. On the other hand, at the newbie village, the legendary hero was wearing farming clothes and was holding an axe. He said that farming is too peaceful. His name is Laing. In reality, he is just an ordinary office worker living a dull life, not fond of playing games or watching anime. The only pleasure is probably watching his favorite short videos on the way to work. When he was watching some short video, he said, he's so envious, if only he could live like this too. And the next moment he teleported in this world. He was confused at first, but under the guidance of the newbie system, he slowly learned the basic survival skills here. He don't know anything about this different world at all. But it doesn't matter. Isn't this the kind of pastoral life that he want? His body is much healthier than when he was working. But one day while he was working, the newbie system told him that after this period of newbie training, Laing have fully met the conditions to leave the newbie village. So system asked him to please start his adventure. Laing asked system that isn't it fine now? Why do we have to leave newbie? System told Laing that after leaving the newbie village, Laing will meet all kinds of other people in this world. He can learn various skills of sword and magic from them, become the legendary hero and kill the Demon King. So please start your adventure. But system was shocked to hear that Laing don't want to kill any Demon King at all. Can he just continue living here? System said, of course not. Killing the Demon King is the player's mission. System message comes one after another asking Laing to please start his adventure. The system kept urging him to leave the newbie village and start an adventure. But besides nagging, it can't do anything to Laing. So to hell with what Demon King. Laing just want to live like this forever, because there is a special time barrier here that can completely hide the newbie village for safety, and inside the barrier, a day has far more than 24 hours of time perception, which also allows Laing to do more things he like. Laing do farming and level up. He do hunting and level up. He sew forging and level up. He still know nothing about swords and magic. But for him who doesn't go out for adventure, those are not important at all. Through exchanging points from newbie tasks, he slowly built his ideal pastoral home from scratch, until one day, newbie system get too angry at Laing. System yell at him that, How can he be this outrageous in this world of sword and magic every day? He only know how to farm and fare, ignoring system suggestions completely. How is this a legendary hero at all? Laing only know how to play with newbie points and exchange them for maintenance tools. He don't want to learn any sword skills or magic at all. System's various adventure assistance functions have no room to play at all. System hate it. System hope. Laing dies soon by the Demon King. And then system crashed, and then disappeared. Laing was now free and was doing farming to survive. And one day when Laing saw that the firewood seems to be running low, so he thought he should prepare some first. But he forgot to bring his axe back from the woods when he went out to chop wood in the morning. Suddenly, Laing noticed that dark clouds are forming with lightning. Laing said that there's no way at this time it will rain. But Laing don't know that it's not raining clouds, but it's a magic circle which Elizabeth used to teleport there. Elizabeth said that she finally found the legendary hero. But Laing ignores her and runs towards the house, shouting that it's going to rain heavily all of a sudden. And all his clothes and dried fish are going to get wet. Elizabeth was lost of words. Laing said, luckily he made it in time. Otherwise, his dried fish and sausages would have gone bad. Wang Kai, an electronic pet dog for companionship, comes running towards Laing. Wang Kai run around Laing to play. But Laing told Wang Kai to stop it, because it's about to rain, so hurry back inside. Suddenly, Laing hear a sound. When he looks at the sky, he saw something flying in the sky. He asked Wang Kai that what's that thing in the sky. Elizabeth told Laing that he is quite dull. How dare he address her as something. Laing said sorry to her, saying he didn't see it clearly earlier. Laing was thinking, why did someone suddenly come here? Isn't the newbie village supposed to be completely safe? Elizabeth decided to let's verify first if Laing is the hero or not. Elizabeth threw the holy sword at Laing. Laing asked her to wait, but it was too late. Laing was scared, so he covered his face by his hand. Elizabeth was surprised to see that the holy sword didn't hit Laing and turns around and get in his hand. Laing consciously grabbed to the sword and moved it like the legendary hero. But he returned back to normal, was confused that something suddenly flew into his hand. Elizabeth was also confused to see Laing. What's going on? The recognition of the holy sword alpha can't be wrong. But Laing's magic sensing ability is so low that even ordinary soldiers surpass it. She thought, could it be that Laing is hiding his true power? Elizabeth was very angry. She made a magic circle and shouted that she is Elizabeth, the strongest demon queen in history. And today she shall completely obliterate Laing, the legendary hero. Laing get too scared when he hear that she is demon queen. Laing was thinking that why is she here when he haven't left this place. Wang Kai was barking at Elizabeth. Laing told Wang Kai to shut up. Don't provoke her. Laing saw that Elizabeth used her abyss magic and many magic circle appeared in the sky. Elizabeth used extinction magic and summoned many giant rocks to throw at Laing. Laing understand now. As Tai System said, the meeting between the hero and the demon queen is inevitable, even if he never left the newbie village. Laing turned around and threw the holy sword. Now there's nothing more to say. He started waking towards his house, but his legs were shaking in fear. He was thinking that so far he've been a newbie noob. But the final boss has come knocking. So besides accepting his fate, what else can he do? Laing grabbed his door and looks back, thinking perhaps he should be content. He have no regrets, knowing he could spend such happy times here. Laing goes inside the house thinking that in the end, he will return to zero with this home. Laing closed the door as he have accepted his death. But Elizabeth gets angry because what it looks like to her that Laing smiled at her and challenged her to come if she can. Elizabeth shouted that it's unbelievable. Laing is an arrogant bastard. She launched those giant rocks at Laing's house. When Wang Kai saw those rocks, suddenly some commands started running in his mind. When those rocks were about to hit the house, Wang Kai's calculation was completed. From Wang Kai's stomach missile launcher and many more weapons pop up, Wang Kai turned into War Robot and destroyed all those giant rocks with his missiles. After destroying that giant rock, Wang Kai started barking again at Elizabeth. Elizabeth said as expected. The hero from the legend dares to be so arrogant. It turns out he rely on having an advanced magical tool with awakened sentience. She unleashed her power and said that in front of her everything is inferior. In the sky, it looks like clouds are going to falling. But it was Elizabeth's apocalyptic magic. Elizabeth said she lost interest in probing the hero any further. So let's end it here. The magic she used this time is earth recasting. A super laugh in RG ball started falling from the sky towards the beginner's village. Again, Wang Kai started calculating the attack power. And as his calculation completed, Wang Kai's mouth opened and a black energy ball started farming. When that black energy ball saw sufficient energy, then Wang Kai launched it at Elizabeth. Elizabeth easily dodged that black energy ball, saying it's useless. That black energy ball hit Elizabeth's super large energy and disappear. Elizabeth laughs and told Hero to disappear obediently along with this land. But to her surprise, Wang Kai's black energy ball was a quantum mechanical black hole. It blasted and absorbed Elizabeth's super large energy ball and disappear. Elizabeth was too stunned to see that her apocalyptic magic has been cracked. Elizabeth was scared, thinking, what did Hero Laping do inside the house to crack her magic? But little did she know that Laping was simply lying on his bed, all prepared and is waiting for death. Elizabeth comes down on the ground where Elizabeth was. She looks at Wang Kai. Wang Kai looks at her with an anger while barking at her. Elizabeth started laughing like crazy. Then her eyes turns black and she said that unexpectedly. In the end, it's she who underestimated legendary Hero. But Elizabeth's hand started extending. Her wings extended. And because more scary, she told Hero to don't get too conceited. Because so far she've only used less than 30% of her power. Elizabeth powered up and goes in her demon god form. She shouted, "Impudent scoundrel, I show you what real terror is." Elizabeth fly towards Wang Kai with her full power. And Wang Kai also goes in his war robot mode to fight Elizabeth. There was huge energy blast when both of them collide with each other. 1 hour later, Laping fall asleep with waiting for his death. When his sleep break, he wakes up thinking have he already died. But when he looks forward, he saw the same things he had in his house. He was surprised that isn't he still at home. When he stand up, it seems quiet outside too. Laping grabbed the door lock with his shaking hands. He was scared, thinking that the demon queen wouldn't be waiting for him out there like a maniac, right? Laping slowly opened the door and looked outside. There was smoke everywhere, in that he was Elizabeth in demon god mode who has destroyed Wang Kai. She cracked Wang Kai's front screen with her big nails. When Elizabeth saw Laping, she threw Wang Kai's body and turned. Elizabeth's eyes were full of killing instants. She said to Laping that she is truly sorry, that she completely destroyed the magical tool he was so proud of. As she was coming towards Laping, he was too scared. He told her that it's okay. Can't they sit down and talk? Elizabeth said, sure, they can talk after she kill Laping. But Elizabeth's head started shaking. Elizabeth thought that this is unbelievable to push her to her limits. Is this the ending that was foretold for her? And at last Elizabeth lost consciousness and fall on the ground. Laping was surprised to see her falling down. He held her in his arms and asked her if she's okay. Elizabeth's demon god mode started dissipation. As her armor was despairing, her clothes started despairing. Laping was too shocked to see it. He asked her that what is she trying to do, but Elizabeth's all clothes despaired. Laping got a solid nosebleed after seeing Elizabeth's naked body. After some time at night, Elizabeth was sleeping on a bed while she was handcuffed. But she was wearing clothes now. Suddenly she wakes up. She couldn't believe that she, the demon queen, has suffered a humiliating defeat. And instead of taking the opportunity to kill her, Hiro imprisoned her. Did he do it to show his power to the world? Elizabeth gathered her abyss magic in her hand to break free. But her magic didn't work. Elizabeth thought that this handcuffs are another legendary class artifact she've never seen. Elizabeth was irritated, thinking how much power is Hiro still hiding. She looks around in the room and analyzes her surroundings. She thought that these strange things are definitely not simple. It seems this Hiro is much more wicked than she imagined. She underestimated him too much. Suddenly Laping enters the room. He was surprised to see Elizabeth awake. When Elizabeth saw Laping, she told him that if you want to kill her, don't expect her to beg for mercy. But Laping didn't even listen to her. He was busy thinking that the demon queen is truly frightening. But this is his only chance to survive. He must seize it. He asked her if they can talk instead. When Laping was putting the food, he saw Elizabeth struggling with handcuffs. Laping told her that he just used this handcuffs as a precaution. As she know how terrifying Elizabeth is, Elizabeth was confused. She don't understand what Laping is saying at all. Laping believed there must be a misunderstanding between them. He said he'll unlock the handcuffs for her now, and then they can talk. But what Elizabeth understood is that Laping is looking down at her, and he is saying sorry, because from the beginning, Elizabeth had a misunderstanding. She thought she was formidable enough to challenge the hero, but she is absolutely wrong. And if she want to stay alive, then fulfill his demands. Elizabeth was angry, thinking that Hiro is threatening the demon queen. Laping unlocked her handcuffs. Laping said to Elizabeth that since he unlocked the handcuffs to prove that he really have no ill intentions, so as promised they should talk. Elizabeth turned around, thinking that the current situation is very unfavorable for her. Strong individuals know when to bend and when to stretch. She'll endure Hiro for now, but he'll regret his arrogance later. While Elizabeth was having all this thought, Laing was too scared, because he had now freed her. He told Elizabeth to take a rest for now. Sure, everyone is curious why Laing didn't kill the demon queen when she was unconscious. So in this world of swords and magic, Laing thought that it's perfectly normal for Elizabeth, as the demon queen, to possess a resurrection skill. Killing chickens and fish for soup is one thing, but Laing could never kill a person. However, resolving the conflict between the hero and the demon queen doesn't necessarily require killing and fighting. Laing thought that as long as he can show that he posed no threat to her and become her friend, he can continue to live happily. Laing started laughing while thinking about a master plan, but Elizabeth get more angry as she thought Laing is still mocking her. Laing asked pick up Wang Kai from outside, but he was sad that Wang Kai has become such a mess. Elizabeth asked Laing if this thing is his most powerful magic tool. Laing thought, what magic tool? It's just a little thing he made while living here out of boredom. But he was too lazy to explain it to Elizabeth, so he told her that she could say that. He told her that Wang Kai was developed by him just recently. When Elizabeth heard that, she had a smile on her face. She thought that this time, it's Laing's turn to be careless. After untying the handcuffs, she secretly used Abyss Infinite magic to recover quickly. And hero, after losing the protection of his most powerful magic tool, is like losing his right arm. She thought that the balance of power has tilted towards her. She stands up on the bed with full of killing intact. She said sorry to Laing for breaking his things. Laing told her that it's okay. The memory card is still safe. He pulled out the memory card from Wang Kai's head. Elizabeth was ready to use her world-destroying magic on Laing. She thought that this moment is the best time for her to eliminate the legendary hero. But right before Elizabeth could attack, Laing opens the closets, where was many Wang Kai's body. He told Elizabeth that since the body can't be repaired, so he made a lot of preparations here. Elizabeth was too stunned to see that many Wang Kai. Laing picked one Wang Kai and put that memory card in it. New Wang Kai opened his eyes and started moving around him again. Laing told Elizabeth that it's fun to have a companion, but sometimes it's naughty, so Laing usually only activate one at home. Now Laing and Wang Kai looks like some devil to Elizabeth. Elizabeth was too scared, she fall on the bed saying that there is no way, it's not possible. Suddenly Elizabeth smells something. She asked Laing, what's the smell? Laing told her that when he saw her faint, he made some food to warm her up. It was regular meat porridge and regular dumplings. Elizabeth said that only the weak need to eat. She have reached a transcendent state and don't need these things. Elizabeth said that, but her stomach start making sound. Elizabeth was embarrassed. Laing get happy because he thought that resolving conflicts with delicious food can surely work. Laing told Elizabeth that these are all made from vegetables and grains he grew himself. It's completely natural. He asked Elizabeth to please have a taste. Elizabeth, while hesitating, pitched one dumpling. She take a bite. She didn't say anything and just eat it. Laing was nervous looking at Elizabeth, although he is confident in his cooking. Will the demon queen with her status appreciate these newbie village things? Elizabeth, one by one, eat all the dumplings. Elizabeth said that with each bite, the meat juices burst like fireworks in her mouth. A natural and unadorned flavor. It also contains a high concentration of magical energy. Elizabeth was too satisfied. She didn't know before that this world actually has such a delicacy thing. It's so delicious that she, the demon queen, can't bear to swallow that last bite. When she swallowed it, she was shocked. Elizabeth's heart skipped for a second. A volcano of spices erupted in her mouth. Elizabeth could barely control herself. She was too embarrassed to show this side of her. She told Laing that it's so spicy. While shaking her body, Elizabeth asked Laing what did he add to the food. Laing was too scared because he added a bit of chili according to his own taste. He asked if the demon queen not handle spicy food. Elizabeth looks at Laing and thought that, just as expected of hero, there were no good intentions. This evil hero has imprisoned her just to use her for research experiments. But at that moment, Laing remembered that there is this thing. He told Elizabeth to try century egg and lean pork congee. It clears heat and reduces fire. Elizabeth thought that this hero is too evil, feeding poison on one hand and providing the antidote on the other, playing with her in the palm of his hand. He thought that there's no way around it. This strange feeling is too uncomfortable. Elizabeth picked up the spawn and took a bite of the porridge. The second Elizabeth put in her mouth, her mind traveled to the heaven. That was a very peaceful feeling. Elizabeth was too comfortable. The quest for world domination, the struggle between the demon queen and the hero, all of these disturbances no longer concern her, letting go of everything, living carefree. but because of this, the Chiva discovered how truly insignificant she is. Elizabeth advanced in breaking through at the same time. Now Elizabeth is 3-star demon queen. It was surprisingly to Elizabeth that by consuming food, she was brought into a new realm. Under the influence of 2 extreme stimuli, her power has once again advanced. Elizabeth told Laing to don't pretend. She asked him, what do we want? Laing smiled little as he was sacred. He said he just want them to research how a demon queen and a hero can coexist. Elizabeth was now nervous because she thought Laing is telling her that in this world, Elizabeth is the only one qualified to be the subject of his research as the hero, and he is asking Elizabeth to come let him help her become stronger, and then she defeat him. Laing asked her if that is okay. He'll also continue making delicious food to serve her. Elizabeth get more angry because she thought that Anai may be killed but not shamed, and she is the demon queen. How could he do that to her? It looks like to her that Laing is telling her that if she wants to become stronger, he can help her. He is also looking forward to whether she can defeat him. But Elizabeth controlled herself and said, never mind, forget it. Laing get nervous. He thought she is telling him to forget his proposal. He thought, is she still going to kill him? Elizabeth stand up on the bed and asked Laing to listen to her. She said she can agree with his conditions, but he should know this. He is doing this not out of fear but to pursue the pinnacle of strength. Laing was confused when he heard that she would fear him. She is the demon queen. She hold the power, she can do as she wish. Elizabeth laughs and told Laing to don't think that she'll lower her head and be submissive while living here. Her dignity as the demon queen must never be violated. Otherwise, even if she have to sacrifice everything, she'll destroy the hero. Laing was too scared to see her. He said he understood. He asked her to let's try to get along. Flies quickly and 1 year has passed in the beginner's village. Now Holy Sword has been used as wood chopping tool. The atmosphere around the house is calm, but Laing's mind is now calm. Laing don't know what should he do because things have gotten too complicated ever since the demon queen. Elizabeth forcibly entered and broke the protective barrier of the newbie village. Time here has gradually synchronized with the outside world. Time synchronization isn't the issue, but what's disastrous is that without the barrier's protection, the newbie village has lost its concealment function and is completely exposed in the wilderness, and the monsters appearing nearby don't seem to be so simple. There are giant dragons, fire phoenix, and many more monsters are roaming the grounds. Laing know that he couldn't deal with any of them. He has the holy sword, but he can only use it to chop woods, but because of the demon queen's presence here monsters don't dare to approach. Laing thought that does this mean that once the demon queen leaves he will die? Suddenly Elizabeth's voice comes from inside the house asking Laing that it's lunchtime. Why isn't it ready yet? Laing get nervous when he hear that voice every time he reply that he is coming right away. So now Laing know that he must seek Elizabeth's protection if he want to survive in this world. The demon queen was watching the drama from the human world on the television. She watched drama all day and eat potato chips while lying on the comfortable sofa that slim and hot Elizabeth has turned into a fatty drama addict. She even complains that she is tired of watching these recordings of Laing. She asked him that can't he get something new from that system of his. Laing comes inside the room while holding a bowl full of food. He told Elizabeth that the system has long disappeared so it is impossible. He asked her to come on because Hiva prepared lunch. Elizabeth sit up and asked Laing to just give her a moment. She moved her finger in air and used a magic spell. 2 wings appeared on her back but they were too small compared to when she was a proper demon queen. Elizabeth slowly fly with those wings of hers to travel to the kitchen. Elizabeth asked Laing that what kind of poison is in these chips he is feeding her because she feel like the more she eat the lazier she become. Elizabeth was angry thinking that Laing is using the guise of delicious food to paralyze her with these slow-acting poisons, trying to lead her to total depravity. This is too delusional. Laing told her that these chips are high in calories. Eating too many can easily accumulate fat and people naturally become fat. When Elizabeth was surprised to hear the word fat, but when she looked at her body she really has accumulated too much fat. She tried to touch her stomach but it was too soft and squeezy. Elizabeth flicked her finger and used her deep sea magic on herself. The magic she used was negative attributes, conversion, and this magic transformed Elizabeth back to slim and hot. Demon Queen Elizabeth thought that Laing feed her all this so he can make her weak. She said sorry to him because all the fat that accumulated in her body has been converted into magic power. On the other hand, innocent Laing was amazed to see that magic can be used like this. Elizabeth laughs because another trick of Laing has foiled by her. She asked him how do he feel. Very disappointed. Laing could laugh and agree to whatever she said. He said whatever Elizabeth say is right and ask her eat. Elizabeth's mouth watered after seeing the food placed in front of her. She said that today's lunch suits her taste perfectly, so she won't hold back. Elizabeth turned slim, but her habits are still that of a fatty. She was eating like animal. Laing asked her to wait and eat slowly, but she didn't listen to him. He told her that if it's not enough he can make more. It doesn't matter if she eat more. Elizabeth stopped for a second and looks at Laing. She thought, what does Laing mean to say is that Elizabeth is still too weak. She should fatten up before he kill her. Elizabeth get more angry after imagine all that. Laing said for dessert he'll go get it for her. Elizabeth thinking, is Laing really treating her like a pig? In this past year she've broken through more than 10 times. She should have the ability to challenge Laing now. He was going to ask him to let's have a decisive battle. But Laing take out Elizabeth's favorite pudding lug from the refrigerator. Elizabeth's mood swift from anger. When she see the pudding she jumped from her sit in joy and asked Laing to give it to her. Laing thought that fortunately this demon queen isn't that difficult to deal with. Having the right food can calm her down easily. On the other hand, miles away from the beginner's village, an old man was running away. He was not alone. A green-haired girl was also running away with him. Some ghost-like entities who were making click-click sound were after that old man and the girl. A ghost jumped from behind to attack. That ghost has scary nails and with it he tear the space. He used spatial tearing magic to attack both of them. When the old man saw it he run more fast to dodge, and just when he was about to get out of the range that ghost pull in her hand in the spatial, his strike get more strong and reach the old man immediately. But that was not a damage dealing attack, instead. It was a trap named Nail Cage to trap both the old man and the girl in it. Warrior known as Evo and the blonde girl who was his daughter stood ready for combat against the assassins who had come for their life. The assassins had come for both of their lives. Evo warned the girl to keep her distance and stay behind him as he assumed a combat posture and readied his greatsword. The young woman objected and stated that she could not handle the thought of leaving her father to face the assassins by himself. Evo gently informed her that he had made a serious promise to her mother that he would defend their daughter no matter the cost, even if it meant giving his own life. This commitment was to safeguard their daughter in the event that she was ever in danger. Even though it was extremely painful for him to put her in such jeopardy, he was aware that this was their one and only opportunity to stay alive. At that same moment, the assassins unleashed a tremendous and whirling barrage of ghostly fire with the intention of destroying Evo and the girl where they stood. Evo was aware that if he did not stop this bomb, it would decimate everything within a wide radius. He had a firm grip on his greatsword and was getting ready to execute his most powerful maneuver, which was known as the Varosha Slash. Evo channeled all of his might into the motion of slashing his blade into the blazing fire. The spectral flames broke apart in front of the buzzing steel and quickly extinguished themselves. Evo's assault continued, ultimately severing one of the assassins in two and severing his body down the middle. The second assassin, however, was able to take over the body and powers of his dead friend before the separated pieces could fall to the ground. As a result of being corrupted and given more strength, the last remaining assassin morphed into a horrible two-headed creature that was encircled by foul purple-blue flames. The blonde girl instinctually drew back her boasting as soon as she saw the hideous thing that her father was now forced to face. An ethereal arrow that was glowing with the potential to cast a spell came to life. She let the arrow fly directly into the monster's heart, but it absorbed the magical projectile with no sign of being phased in the least. Evo and his daughter girded themselves for the next part of the struggle, certain that they would fight to the bitter end if that was what was required. The monster towered over them, looking like something out of a nightmare and intent on committing murder. The seasoned warrior Evo begged his daughter Neville to run away to a place of safety since the apostles of the Dark Guild were much too powerful for either of them to be able to take on alone. He cautioned her that none of her abilities would be useful against these cunning adversaries by saying that they would be immune to all of them. However, before Neville could raise any objections, one of the apostles pounded their fist into the ground, causing seismic shockwaves to be sent forth that split the ground beneath them. The apostles used the power of the impact to propel themselves towards Evo at breakneck speed, where they delivered a crushing strike that sent the warrior flying across the field of battle. He was knocked completely unconscious after colliding with a boulder, and blood began to drip from his mouth as a result of the impact. "Father," Neville screamed, but Evo did not react in any way. Evo had persuaded his daughter to forsake him and save herself while she still had the chance, despite the fact that he was seriously injured and his greatsword had been shattered. However, the apostles did not waste any time and quickly merged together to form a terrible composite beast that had three veiled faces perched atop its leaking blue aura. The monster was much taller than Neville and her father, and its clawed hands were capable of unleashing fiery talons. Neville watched in shock as the unconscious Evo laid defenseless in front of the terrifying beast. She was aware that they were in their final minutes, but she suddenly had the realization that there was one more desperate deed that she could perform. Neville begged with the monster, saying that if they would just spare the life of her father, she would gladly accompany them on their journey. The masks appeared to be giving her proposal some thought, with the apostles of the Dark Guild muttering to one another within the ugly shell of their combined bodies. Neville held her breath as she waited, hoping against hope that they would acknowledge her sacrifice and save Evo's life. All that was left for her to do was to offer herself as a sacrifice and pray for a miracle, as she was willing to do anything in order to spare the life of her cherished father. But the apostles merely screamed menacingly at Neville and her father, making it abundantly plain that they intended to kill both of them. Neville's heart almost stopped as she heard their dreadful cries, and she accepted the fact that this was the end of everything. The monstrous beast had just turned around to deliver the last blow when it was suddenly brought to the ground by a massive force, which caused the surrounding area to shake violently. Neville was thrown backwards by the strong winds that were generated as a result of the hit. Neville was startled to see a massive woolly mammoth standing over her once she regained consciousness and saw that it had just finished annihilating the apostles of the Dark Guild. Neville was at a loss to decide whether or not this unexpected turn of events made her feel relieved or horrified. When Neville got a better look, she discovered that the mammoths had really had a small house perched on top of it. And as she peered still closer, she saw an immortal frog wearing a cloak and wielding a staff. He had been leading the mammoth the whole time. The croaking of the frog served as an alert that the threat had been eliminated. He inquired with his other traveling buddies about the best way to approach the defenseless humans. On top of the frog's own head was a house that was even smaller, and within that house was a robot dog whose name was Wang Kai. Wang Kai reassured the frog that the humans did not intend any harm against them and that they were in need of their assistance. When Neville finally opened her eyes, she found that she was in an environment that was utterly foreign to her. She was surrounded by cutting-edge technology but had no idea where she had been transferred to at the time. Neville was in a panic as she tried to figure out where her father may be because the last time she saw him, he was severely hurt and unconscious. If Evo does not receive treatment in a timely manner, he may very possibly perish from his wounds. Neville, confused and distressed, made a desperate plea for assistance. She held on to hope that whoever had rescued her from the apostles would also have compassion on her afflicted father. It was a matter of life and death for him. And if he did not make it out of this weird realm alive, Neville would be left completely on his own there. Neville, overcome with a sense of urgency, rushed out of the room in search of her father. However, as soon as she yelled his name, Evo appeared, magically whole and looking as ripped as ever. He appeared to be the image of health as he stood there grinning and flexing in the sunlight. This unexpected turn of events left Neville perplexed. When she had last seen him, Evo was bloodied and on the verge of passing out from his injuries. What factors might have contributed to such a remarkable turnaround in health? Evo was talking to Lee and the Demon Queen nearby at the same time. Lee remarked on Evo's amazing body and praised his great determination to staying in shape despite the fact that he was getting on in years. Evo emphasized that in order for a fighter to be successful in battle, it was essential for them to be physically prepared. He could not believe the culture of the warriors that existed in this new world because it was so alien to him. Exactly at that moment, the robot dog Wang Kai ran up to Lee in an attempt to get the attention of his master. However, the unexpected commotion disturbed the Demon Queen, who continued to retain resentment for Wang Kai as a result of their previous disagreements. She reacted angrily by kicking the dog away and yelling at him, wanting to know why he had allowed these strangers into their home. Wang Kai cowered and sobbed when confronted by the intimidating figure of the Demon Queen. He made an attempt to explain that the humans were in imminent danger and that he only wanted to be merciful to them. On the other hand, the Demon Queen was having none of it. She continued to scold the poor dog, who could only whimper and beg for mercy as she yelled at him. Lee was so taken aback by Evo's ripped physique that he couldn't wait to get his hands on the fierce warrior's biceps and compliment his toned body. Evo's ego was stroked by the attention, and as a result, he offered to demonstrate several poses in order to demonstrate his strength. After that, Evo triggered his ultimate 100% battle soul burning mode, at which point his garments began to tear away, revealing muscles that maximum flexed in a manner reminiscent of the judo master Rashi. Lee's eyes lit up like stars as he watched in total awe as the elderly fighter underwent such a remarkable metamorphosis. He enthusiastically applauded for Evo as he moved through a variety of stances that were reminiscent of bodybuilders. During this time, Neville watched everything that was going on with a confused expression on her face. She couldn't help but wonder who these odd people were and why her previously seriously injured father was suddenly performing for them. The circumstance was completely peculiar and embarrassing to be in. When Evo at long last became aware of the presence of his daughter, he accepted that Neville had finally come to. He claimed that he was only trying to make their rescuers happy and show his appreciation for them saving their lives by doing what he did. The Demon Queen interposed herself between Evo's father and daughter before Evo could say anything further. She was very direct in her statement that since both were obviously doing well at this time, they should hurry up and leave. The demonic queen's tone did not allow for any kind of debate. Neville recoiled in fear in the presence of such an authoritative and mysterious figure. Neville was confronted directly by the Demon Queen, who informed her that she had already established her authority over Lee. The Demon Queen thrust her large bosom into Neville's armored front as a means of demonstrating her superiority. Neville recoiled in terror as she watched the attractive but domineering figure's hostile actions, telling her she was here first before she arrived. However, Lee quickly stepped in and intervened, touching the Demon Queen on the shoulder and pushing her to behave more civilly. He said that it was unusual for them to have visitors, thus it was proper for them to have polite conversation while drinking tea indoors. Although she continued to cast a murderous glare in Neville's direction, the Demon Queen eventually gave in. Inside, Lee apologized for the rudimentary hospitality and offered some tea before adding that this isolated home did not have much to offer. He urged the travelers to take advantage of the refreshments that were provided. Neville inquired as to if the tea was in possession of the miracle healing elixir that had successfully treated her father's wounds. Lee couldn't help but giggle because he knew that statement was hyperbolic. The tea did not contain any unique qualities on its own. Still irritated, the Demon Queen mumbled something about why Lee had let such feeble humans into their domain. Did he intend to perform some sick experiments on them? Was he implying that she, by herself, could not make him happy? After then, Evo began to describe his fuzzy memories of what happened after he lost consciousness while fighting the apostles. Lee was presented with their beaten forms by Wang Kai, and he did nothing more than pour water into Evo's mouth. The seasoned fighter was instantaneously restored to full health and fortified as a result of this. Lee was the one who Evo credited with saving his life. He believed that without Lee's intervention, Evo would have passed away, leaving his daughter without a parent. Lee retorted in a humble manner, claiming that he had merely done what anyone else would have. But Neville and Evo were taken aback by Lee's unexplained ability to bring a guy back from the brink of death with just a drink of water. On the other hand, Lee politely insisted that there was no need to put on airs and that she should just drink. Neville and Evo both took a sip of the tea at the same time, opening their eyes wide as a brilliant energy spread throughout their bodies. Neville and Evo were overtaken by joy, and they collapsed into a haystack to take in the heavenly atmosphere and soak in the rays of the sun. They were in a state of nirvana and could not contain their rejoicing after drinking the tea. They had never before experienced the wonderful flavor of that dish. They also saw a miraculous improvement in their magic talents as a result of drinking the tea. Neville moved up one level from being a 1-star mage to becoming a 1-star archmage, while Evo advanced one level from being a 3-star archmage to being a 4-star archmage. Even Neville's mother, who had finally come to, sprouted hairy ears, which was evidence of her own newly discovered power. After partaking of such ambrosia, the problems of the outside world appeared to be of very little consequence to Neville and Evo as they returned to the present. When Lee saw that their cups were empty, he offered them additional tea, but Evo respectfully declined his offer. The seasoned warrior believed that Lee had already shown the overwhelming kindness that was proper for a man of God. It was difficult for the proud warrior Evo to accept such hospitality from someone who appeared to have boundless power, but he eventually admitted that he could hardly endure Lee's generosity. However, Lee seemed unconcerned about Evo's distress and explained that he was pleased to help fellow travelers in need regardless of their rank. Despite the Demon Queen's apparent continued mistrust, Lee and Wang Tsi had behaved in a friendly manner with them. Both Neville and Evo harbored the hope that one day, should their lives ever cross again, they would be able to repay that compassion. They made preparations to leave this strange new place for the time being, feeling fortified and enlightened by Lee's compassion. The warmth from the tea lingered within them, igniting a spark of hope. As the Demon Queen Elizabeth had seized ownership of everything else in the house, Lee was left without any better drinks or snacks to offer. He deeply regretted this fact. Because he did not want to make her angry, he dared not take any of it back. Elizabeth insisted that everything was hers and that they should not touch any of it. She claimed ownership of everything. Lee once more expressed his regret and said that he prioritized Elizabeth's peace of mind over successfully hosting the event. Lee then asked about the circumstances that led to the travelers being attacked once the subject was changed. Evo related that the reason was because Neville had elven blood running through his veins. In elf culture, intermarriage is strictly banned. But her mother had been an elf saintess and had given birth to Neville after falling in love with Evo. Lee knew that because Neville was of mixed heritage, she was a target for being a rebel against elven traditions. Elizabeth commented in a flippant manner that such discriminatory customs will become extinct once she was the sole ruler of the world. Evo continued by saying that he had fled into hiding with Neville after his wife had returned to the Holy Land of the Elves after she had visited there. However, the elves ultimately became aware of her existence and dispatched operatives to retrieve them from their hiding place. Evo's wife had offered herself up as a sacrifice in the hopes of persuading the elves to spare their lives. This time, it was dark mages of the demon realm working on behalf of their guild that were chasing after them. When the demon world was mentioned, Lee went to Elizabeth and asked, could she be connected to it? The thought that the Demon Queen had any kind of relationship with such despicable beings caused the Demon Queen to sneer. The Demon Queen became enraged at Lee's insinuation and demanded to know what he meant by what he said. Lee was quick to retract his statement and offer an apology for the careless comment he had made. In an effort to diffuse the tension, Lee asked his guests, in a reassuring tone, for additional information about this wicked guild from the demon realm and the reason they were kidnapping elves. Evo elucidated that the objective of the guild was to reawaken the fabled demon queen Elizabeth, who was once responsible for bringing the entire globe under her rule. They were looking for a variety of resources, including elves, in order to conduct their sinister experiments on humans. When the Demon Queen heard this, Lee gave her an amused look, which only served to further inflame her fury. In her rage, she seized Lee and reprimanded him for his rash assumptions, telling him that of course she was the real Elizabeth, and not some imposter who they intended to bring back to life. As they continued to argue, Lee, who was becoming flustered, emphasized that he had never had any doubts about her identity and begged her to calm down. Neville turned to her father for clarity after being perplexed by the peculiar relationship between the two of them. Evo hushed her and admonished her to behave appropriately while their hosts argued. The Demon Queen wondered how the people of the planet could believe that she was dead when she was standing right in front of them. Evo said that Elizabeth had not been seen for the past 500 years, and if she were still alive, there is little doubt that she would have seized control a long time ago. This information shook up Lee, who stutteringly explained that Elizabeth had only been living with him for a little over a year, and not for centuries. Inquisitive at this point, the Demon Queen avidly inquired as to the details of the reports concerning the supposed circumstances of her demise many years ago. Evo dithered since he wasn't sure whether or not the story would inflame the volatile Demon Queen even further. Neville related the story with some reluctance, explaining that the great hero had eventually triumphed against Elizabeth after an epic struggle that lasted for an entire month, but it had cost him his life. The Demon Queen's rule came to an end 500 years ago when the two of them were destroyed by each other. Elizabeth became infuriated when she heard this made-up story. She conjured up a nightmare realm full of floating skulls and demanded to know how they could get away with spreading such lies while her eyes were flashing scarlet. The terrified Neville and Evo instantly changed their stories and confirmed that Elizabeth had been telling the truth. In an effort to lessen the impact of the news, Lee remarked that he must be the mythical hero from the story because his computer had identified him as such. This took Neville and Evo by surprise, and they gaped at each other in disbelief when they realized that the modest Lee could be the legendary warrior. Neville and Evo were taken aback when they learned that Lee and the woman who stood in front of them were, in fact, the legendary hero and demon queen, respectively. As they passed out from the overwhelming nature of the situation, comedic blood spurted spraying out of their noses. Their tongues were foaming, and their minds were reeling as they tried to comprehend how they could be dining with the living manifestations of such significant historical legends. It was inexplicable by any standard of logic or reason. During the time that they were out, Elizabeth cast a suspicious glance in Lee's his defeated slave and taking terrible pleasure in her incarceration. Elizabeth pounded the table in exasperation when she finally came to, and was able to shake off her paranoid images. She'd had enough of these stupid folks and their lies by the time she reached that point. The Demon Queen turned on her heel and stormed out of the room, declaring that she would not waste another minute of her time with such disgraceful company. She blushed furiously, thinking Lee was pushing boundaries with his arrogance. Slamming the broken door, Elizabeth decided Lee was far too annoying for her to endure tonight. Meanwhile, Ivo asked Lee bluntly what he planned to do with them now. Lee laughed nervously, admitting he needed time to think things through after Elizabeth's dramatic exit. Lee reasoned that Elizabeth must have broken time itself to arrive in this era. That would explain the 500-year gap since the age thought her dead. Until the temporal disruption stabilized, time would remain out of sync. Later that night as the moon shone down, Neville whispered to her father that they never expected the infamous Demon Queen had given everything up for love, just as he did. But Ivo hushed her. They could not compare themselves to the likes of Lee and Elizabeth. All they could do was wait and hopefully spared their insignificant lives. They shivered, afraid of displeasing the mighty hero. But Neville wondered, if Lee meant them harm, why save them at all? Her father cautioned that to beings like Lee and Elizabeth, humans were mere ants to toy with on a whim. With but a sip of tea, Lee had nearly destroyed them despite his congeniality. Their fate rested entirely on his mercurial moods. Ivo advised Neville to stay on good terms with their hosts, since currying favor could mean the difference between life and death. Just then, they heard Lee's footsteps outside as he noted they were still awake. Neville froze in fear, dreading what the hero might do. But Lee just chuckled, telling them not to be afraid. Ask Evil and Burrs that since they are still not asleep so late. So what are they doing this late? Evil get too scared to see Laping like that she thought this is the real end of her life. But Laping turns on the light and asks that if they haven't slept yet how about playing cards. Burrs have a confused expression on his face as he don't know what playing cards means. Then in the light of a candle they all sit on the floor to play cards. Laping explain all the rules of cards to them. And to confirm he asks if they understand everything. Burrs reply that he understand roughly. Evil was thinking that as her dad told her because this is Laping's test for Evil and Burrs to decide whether to kill them or not. Laping thought that if they understand 50% of what he said then it's good. He said he'll start dealing cards then. Evil had a question to ask Laping but she hesitated to ask. But at the end she couldn't control her desire to question and she asked Laping, "What's the name of this game?" She asked it because there's a sinister aura emanating from these cards that she don't understand. Laping was surprised by her question as he was not expecting her to ask it. That question really stumps her at the moment. He thought that landlord card is probably not easy to understand for the people of this world. So he come up with a new name, decide to call it Dragon Fight. He chose that name because it was cool, but that cool name scared the shit out of Evil and Burrs. Both of them were too shocked to hear that name. Elizabeth, who left before and angry, couldn't sleep, so he comes to check. She used her high-level magic concealment technique to part her body and soul. Now she was in form of soul so others cannot see her and she can pass through anything. When she was roaming around the house she hear that Laping is playing Dragon Fight, so she stopped to look. Laping explained what the Dragon Fight means to them. He told them that both of them are brave heroes who have to join forces to defeat the dragon. They can decide whether to be the hero or dragon according to the cards they draw. Whisper to Evil that as he expected before, this sure is a test for them. In both father and daughter's vision Laping looks like villain. Laping start dealing cards and he warns them to think carefully before they choose. Laping pick up his cards and told them to also look at their cards. Burrs whispers to Evil that there's no room for hesitation now. He asked her to take her cards. Evil was scared to even pick up those mysterious cards. Just when she touched those cards she felt like she have suddenly teleported in a demonic hell. Burrs was shocked. He thought, is this another realm? Evil was shaking in fear. She realized that it's not good, because just picking up the cards drained all her magic power. She could and even move her body, so she looked at her dad and said sorry because she can't help him more. Burrs told her that it's okay and asked her to leave the rest to her dad. On the one side it was life and dead situation, and on the other hand for Laping it was just like playing normal cards. He asked Burrs if Burrs want to be a dragon. While looking at his cards, Laping thought that although he don't have many big cards, it's still a very good set. He also has big and small kings, so it's not bad, it worth a shot. Burrs and Evil reply that they don't want to be a dragon. Both of them have some good cards but they don't know it. Laping thought that if he get another 4 and 2 he'll have a winning hand. He again asked them if they are sure they don't want to be dragon. What Laping means by being dragon is if they want to change cards. But both Evil and Burrs deny because they don't understand it. Laping said he won't be polite then and he pick up a card. But when he turns the card they are not that good, which could be seen by Laping's face. Both Evil and Burrs started shaking in fear, thinking is Laping dissatisfied with their performance. Laping said he'll play first, and he played an 8. It was now Burrs' turn. Burrs thought as long as they pass this test, Laping will spare them, so they can't give up now, but when he pick up a card he suddenly feel pain in his heart. Every time they play a card it's at the cost of their life force. But Burrs endured it and serves a J. Burrs was shaking in pain when Evil saw him like that. She gets scared. But Burrs told her that he is fine, so leave everything to him. Scared, Evil passed this round, and then it was Laping's turn. He looks at his cards and thought that besides the royal flush, a straight from 7 to Q3 4 seconds with a pair of 5s, only 10 and Jer left. Should he break the a pair or not? If he do fail, I'll play a 2 and he'll be at a disadvantage. Laping was thinking too much and was getting too nervous. Laping said forget it, he also pass. Burrs was too shocked to hear that he just pick up a card and get his sucked of his life force, and now he have to do it again. He asked Laping he really not want it. Laping smiled and said no. Now all the pressure was on Burrs. He thought Laping is deliberately making him continue to play cards that will continue to consuming his life force. In this situation he have to get rid of all his cards as soon as possible. Burrs directly show his 8 cards, 2 queen, 3 6 and 3 7. He said that according to the rules, this combination of cards should be called Flying Dragon. But when he put those cards his heart skipped for a second. This move of his consumed large amount of his life force, but he endured. The price for this move was Bureau 1 leg. Now he knows that the bigger the cards he play, the bigger the price will be. But what he didn't expect was that a huge flying dragon made of spiritual energy could come out from his move. Both Evil and Burrs were too shocked to see it. Dragon start to prepare his attack on Laping. He attack on Laping. Elizabeth watching everything from sidelines. After attacking on Laping, spiritual dragon disappear. Burrs got really scared, because it turns out that playing a combination of cards leads to a losing situation. Burrs say he doomed. He just offended the legendary hero. He will dead this time. But Laping is fine, he don't get any scratch from dragon attack. Laping say to Burrs he play really good. Burrs don't believe in eyes. After dragon attack Laping is fine. Laping smile and say he don't want it. He can continue. Burrs hands are shaking. He say he understand. He play his card A3. Evil say he pass. Then this time is Laping turn. He play his card. Both Burrs and Evil say they can't beat it. Laping smile and start to prepare a powerful move. Suddenly they surrounding by a powerful blue light. Burrs shocked to see that. A sky-destroying wave come out behind from Laping. Wave attack on Burrs and Evil. Burrs say to his daughter Evil hang in there. But Evil is worried about his dad. But sky-destroying wave swallow both of them. After surviving form Laping attack, Burrs and Evil say that they can't play anymore. Then Laping start to prepare his next move and say next is 3 of a kind with a pair. Horse car come out from air with soldier and prepared to attack on Burrs and Evil. Burrs got really scared and say he can't beat him. But Evil say he wants to try. He prepared his cards. But Burrs is against the decision. He say if you want to play he have to pay the price with his life force. Evil don't listen and say he can't hide Bindi. He also want to protect his father. After saying that he also prepare the same move as Laping. Then we show 2 horse car with soldiers start to fight each other. Both of the carriages collided with each other, resulting in a huge blast of spiritual energy. Laping's horse carriage emerged unscathed, leaving Burrs shocked. He looked at Evil and asked her if she was okay. Evil replied that she was fine. Laping told Burrs that it's inappropriate. Burrs must protect his teammates, even if he has to use up his own cards. Laping emphasized that determination is the most important thing. Burrs looked at his fingers, which had been drained of life force, and wondered, what is determination? Laping picked up his card and laughed because it was too late for Burrs and Evil. Burrs and Evil were scared to see Laping smile like that. Elizabeth was also frightened because such an ominous premonition was really bad. Laping picked 2 cards and slammed them on the ground. His 2 cards were clowns. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the space, and Evil and Burrs were shocked to see it. From that crack, a hand that looked like a clown's hand emerged, followed by the clown himself, who smiled at the scared Evil and Burrs. Elizabeth was surprised to see that clown and wanted to ask Laping what this summoned entity was. The clown is a Supreme King level 3-star demon god. Both Evil and Burrs were shaking in fear when the clown looked at them and smiled. The clown extended his hand toward them but stopped before touching them, making a BTS love sign. He was just scaring Evil and Burrs because he's a clown. However, when the clown felt Elizabeth's presence, he looked at her and laughed. He asked her what she was peeking at and summoned a knife in his hand. While licking the knife, he warned Elizabeth to be careful and said he would kill her. Elizabeth was angry and asked the clown if he knew who he was looking down on. Elizabeth used her power to stop the clown. She was scared because, during this time, she had put down her dignity and accepted feeding, finally reaching the 3-star demon god level. but Laing could summon a 3-star demon god casually. Evil was exhausted and scared, while Burrs started vomiting blood, losing his life force rapidly. His body didn't have enough energy for him to sit properly. Burrs put down the cards and tried to get himself together. Laing was surprised to see him and asked if Burrs was okay. To Laing, it seemed that Burrs' injury hadn't healed yet, leading to him vomiting blood. However, something else caught Laing's attention: Burrs' cards. Laing realized that with Burrs' cards, he could have won a long time ago. It turned out that Burrs had been letting Laing play with him. Laing had been ignorant and thought he was very powerful, disturbing other people's rest. Laing mixed up all the cards, and just as he did that, the 3-star demon god disappeared with them. Laing collected all the cards and told Burrs that he had lots of fun. He asked Burrs to go to bed early. Laing left in disappointment, and Burrs and Evil finally relaxed. Burrs said that the legendary brave man is really unpredictable. Evil couldn't believe that they were still alive. Elizabeth was very angry and said it's outrageous. Playing cards with these two humans is a lie. Laing just took the opportunity to beat up Elizabeth. Then, the next day, Burrs and Evil were ready to leave. When they were standing in front of Laing's house to say goodbye, Laing asked Burrs if he really didn't want to stay for 2 more days. The fruits Laing planted were about to be harvested. Burrs greeted Laing and told him that they couldn't disturb Elizabeth and Laing anymore. Laing was so kind that their daughter and father would never forget him. Laing got nervous to see a big man greeting him like that. He said it's okay and told Burrs not to take it too seriously. Burrs assured Laing that they wouldn't talk nonsense after they left. Evil thanked Laing because he had given them a precious gift. Laing told her it's not a big deal, it's just ordinary barley tea, so don't dislike it. Laing suddenly grabbed Burrs' hand and gave him something as a souvenir. What Laing gave him were those cards from the previous night. Burrs was surprised to receive those cards. Laing told Burrs to take them because his poker skills were so bad that he wasn't suitable at all. Laing was crying while saying that. Elizabeth also came there. Burrs was so shocked and scared to see her. She moved her mouth but without saying anything. She told both Evil and Burrs to hurry up and get out of this place. When Elizabeth said that, both of them ran away as fast as they could. Laing wasn't even able to say goodbye to them. He was confused as to why they were running away so fast. When they left, Elizabeth went back inside the house. She said now everything was back to normal and asked Laing to go cook for her. On the other hand, Burrs ran too fast with Evil. Evil was about to vomit, and she asked her father to please stop. Burrs stopped. He was all exhausted and scared. He was scared because there was first the game test of the legendary brave, and then there was the threat of the Demon King. Last night when Laing left them, Elizabeth came to them and struck at them with her bare hands. Although she didn't kill them, it left some kind of ancient text on their necks. Elizabeth ordered them to leave immediately the next day and not to reveal any news about her and the legendary brave anywhere. Scared, Burrs and Evil could only nod in agreement. Elizabeth looked at them angrily and told them that if they had any idea that went against her will, the curse mark on their necks would make them fall to the ground immediately. Burrs told Evil that the truth of history is that the Demon Queen, who ruled the world, and Laing, the legendary hero, were tired of the strife in the world and didn't want to be disturbed anymore. While walking, Evil looked around and told her dad that this place looked a bit familiar. Burrs looked around and was shocked. He asked Evil how they had run this far. Wang Kai was looking at them from afar. He sent Evil and Burrs back here so they wouldn't bother his master and that fierce woman, Elizabeth, anymore. It wasn't Burrs who had run that fast. In reality, Wang Kai had taken them that fast using his rocket without their knowledge. This was the same place where Wang Kai had saved Burrs and Evil before, and the bodies of the Dark Guild apostles were still there. Burrs told Evil that there should be various high-level monsters appearing nearby, so they should leave as soon as possible. Suddenly, Wang Kai detected that something was approaching. But Wang Kai thought, who cares? Last time he had been beaten up by that fierce woman, and he wasn't going to do it again. He went inside a teleportation portal and disappeared. Suddenly, in front of Evil and Burrs, something appeared. One of them was flying in the air, and the others were standing on the ground. The one flying in the air made a jin sound, and they all looked too fearsome. Burrs was shocked to see them because they were the Great Apostle and the Dark Guild's apostles. Evil was scared to hear the Great Apostle's name. The monster flying in the air was the Dark Guild's Great Apostle, a level 2-star Great Demon Spirit. The others were Dark Guild's apostles, ranging from level 2 stars to 4 stars in devil rank. Burrs was shocked to see them, as the difference in strength was too big. Evil asked her father to let her leave with the apostles and urged him to get out of there. Evil herself was an archer level 1-star Great Magician. Burrs realized the true power of determination in card playing and summoned the arrow god with the cards Laing had given him. The arrow god resembled evil's mother. With a burst of spiritual energy, the arrow god wielded a bow and arrow. Burrs asked the arrow god to play the cards, and the spiritual energy transformed into a powerful bow and arrow. The arrow god aimed and shot at the Dark Guild's apostles. The arrows destroyed the ground and struck the apostles one by one, eliminating the lower level ones. Even the great apostle couldn't stop the power of the arrows and was killed. Afterward, the cards returned to their place, and the arrow god merged back with nature. Burrs, exhausted from the immense power he had harnessed, realized the importance of determination as the key to unlocking the card's strength. He jokingly mentioned that he might need to change his profession. In the end, a new profession, the card master, was born in the brave continent. Burrs and Evil were still in shock from witnessing the destructive power of the cards. They had overcome the Dark Guild's apostles, which was a remarkable achievement. A week later, Lin Ping was eating watermelon in his garden and thought, "The magical world is so amazing. My hybrid fruit breeding method has been very successful. But without anyone to share it, the joy of the harvest always feels like it's missing something." In his world, there are various races, including demons, warriors, and elves. But Lin Ping originally thought that he was satisfied with peaceful farming. However, when he had everything and came into contact with the outside world, his heart began to grow restless, and he wanted to explore it. People are like this, they get one thing and want two. But he felt so weak that he decided to forget about it. Suddenly, a smoke emerged out of nowhere, and it was Elizabeth. He asked Lin Ping, "What's on your mind?" Lin Ping replied that he wanted to go out and see something. But he said, "Forget it because I'm too weak." Elizabeth smiled and said, "So you're finally eager to leave this place." He asked Lin Ping to come with him for a trip. Elizabeth thought that the outside world was incomparable to Lin Ping, but his attitude was too arrogant. Lin Ping got really excited and said to Elizabeth, "If it's really okay with you, it's a different story if I have the protection of the Demon Queen." Elizabeth responded with an attitude, "Stop talking nonsense. Change your clothes." After changing their clothes, Elizabeth complimented Lin Ping on his cooking and sewing skills, saying that they were very impressive. Lin Ping replied, "These are my specialties." The robot dog also wanted to go with them. Elizabeth twisted his finger, and a magical door appeared in front of him. Elizabeth explained that they would use this transfer door to reach the nearest town. Lin Ping was really surprised by Elizabeth's skills. As Elizabeth walked toward the gate, Lin Ping asked him a few questions. Lin Ping said that after they go out, Elizabeth shouldn't leave him alone, no matter what. He also emphasized that Elizabeth had to keep his emotions stable and act low-key. Lin Ping made it clear that without his permission, Elizabeth couldn't leave and warned him not to use magic recklessly, as it would ruin the fun of experiencing ordinary people. Elizabeth was really angry with Lin Ping, but he managed to control his anger and told Lin Ping that he understood. Lin Ping asked, "After seeing the changes outside, will you come back with me?" Lin Ping was concerned that without the protection barrier of the novice village, he would become the food of the demon beasts in minutes. Elizabeth replied, "Of course, but not until I've officially defeated you, the evil hero. The outside world means nothing to me." Lin Ping was really happy, but Elizabeth added that he had to agree to one request from him. Lin Ping felt nervous and didn't know what request Elizabeth had in mind. Elizabeth came close to Lin Ping and said, "When we return, I want you to make me a super deluxe assorted fruit pudding." Lin Ping was shocked and thought, "Just pudding?" Elizabeth asked if there was a problem. Lin Ping assured Elizabeth that he didn't have any problem with making pudding for him when they returned, and he said, "Let's go." The robot dog was left behind and felt really sad. After traveling through the portal gate, Lin Ping was pleasantly surprised to see a beautiful city after so long. The city is named Boaster Town, where humans and monsters coexist without any problems. After seeing this, Lin Ping exclaimed, "This place is amazing. It's like stepping into another world." Elizabeth also observed the city after a long time. Lin Ping asked Elizabeth to check out an equipment shop. He noticed they were selling ingredients, but he wondered, isn't this just regular pork? Lin Ping was genuinely excited about visiting the outside world after a long time. Elizabeth remarked, 500 years have passed, and the changes in the outside world don't seem that significant. Lin Ping agreed, adding, "It doesn't seem as chaotic as Uncle Bess said." Elizabeth smiled and explained, "That's because I established a strong foundation during my rule. You see, in the original world, various forces were in conflict, and the situation was chaotic. Elizabeth used his absolute strength to suppress them all and establish a set of rules where everyone is equal. So, the one who really saved the world was Elizabeth, not Lin Ping, the so-called legendary hero." Elizabeth was really angry because Lin Ping escaped without hearing his words and said that Lin Ping is nonsense. He didn't even acknowledge Elizabeth's past achievements. Lin Ping visited a small stall where a little girl was selling cute bunny dolls. By the way, her name is Annie. After closely examining the bunny dolls, Lin Ping commented, "So delicate. The stitching details are very well done." He asked the little girl if he made them, and the little girl replied that she was the one who made these dolls. She asked Lin Ping if he liked them, and she could offer them to him at a lower price. Suddenly, a voice came out from nowhere and exclaimed, "Who gave him permission to set up a stall here? He's Demon Pig." Demon Pig kicked over the little girl's stall and seized her hand, proclaiming, "His church owes our gang protection money and hasn't paid it yet. How dare he set up a stall in our place?" Annie's younger siblings were scared and pleaded with Demon Pig to spare their sister. Demon Pig lifted the little girl into the air, and she defiantly retorted, "You never protected us. Why should we pay you protection money?" Demon Pig laughed and responded, "You're an idiot. Since last month, this street has fallen under the territory of our beast gang. If they want to survive here, they must provide monthly tributes." However, the little girl remained unconvinced and boldly declared, "That's not true. The church belongs to the nun. When the nun comes back, you'll be in trouble." Demon Pig scoffed, saying, "You're clueless. You don't understand the situation at all, do you? Fine, I'll drive you orphans away today and tear down that broken church." Lin Ping watched everything unfold from the sidelines, growing increasingly angry. He implored Demon Pig to stop, and Demon Pig, with cold eyes, retorted, "What the hell do you want to do?" Lin Ping was really scared, not knowing what to say. Elizabeth stood by, pondering, does Lin Ping want to toy with these ordinary people again? Lin Ping then asked Elizabeth for help in this situation, but Elizabeth turned his head away and told Lin Ping that he didn't want to help. Lin Ping should solve his own problem. Demon Pig grew increasingly angry with Lin Ping and asked about his intentions. Lin Ping was genuinely scared, feeling helpless as Elizabeth offered no assistance. Suddenly, he had a great idea and shouted, "Everyone, this pig-headed man is bullying a little girl. Come and condemn him." However, everyone ignored Lin Ping and did not want to get involved in the matter. Demon Pig laughed and remarked, "You don't really think anyone will come out to help you, do you? Everyone on this street knows our beast gang." Demon Pig looked at Lin Ping and remarked, "Look at your clothes, you're a foreigner from the south, right? The girl next to you isn't bad." Lin Ping suggested, "Let's talk things over. I have some local specialties in my backpack. I can share them with all of you." However, Demon Pig declined and ordered his men to beat up Lin Ping and take the woman back to their gang to lock her up. Elizabeth became really angry and asked Demon Pig, "Do you really think anyone is qualified to imprison me? You've really stepped on the tiger's tail." Suddenly, the weather changed, and lightning appeared in the sky, frightening everyone. They all gazed at the sky in confusion, and Demon Pig's whole body shook. He asked, "Why did the weather suddenly change like that?" As everyone continued to watch the sky, Lin Ping urged Elizabeth not to take any drastic action, emphasizing that it might destroy the whole town. He asked Elizabeth to calm down and explained that they should just scare them. He wouldn't actually fight ordinary people like this, would he? Elizabeth assured Lin Ping that he would spare them this time because of Lin Ping's request. The little girl noticed Elizabeth's powerful magic and thought, "That sister's magic is so powerful." The sky returned to normal, and the rain began. Demon Pig remained bewildered by what had just occurred. Demon Pig's body is shaking with fear, and he questions Elizabeth and Lin Ping about their reasons for supporting the church orphans. He's perplexed by a sudden sense of nervousness when facing them. Lin Ping, realizing negotiations might not work, proposes a deal to Demon Pig. He suggests paying for protection, asking how much money Demon Pig wants. Demon Pig, eager for an opportunity, nervously quotes 10 gold coins for 2 months. Elizabeth, also hearing their conversation from the sidelines, laughs and says, "A mere 10 gold coins, making a big fuss." Utterly foolish, Lin Ping gets really surprised. He comes close to Elizabeth and asks, "By the way, Elizabeth, you must have a lot of gold coins, right?" Elizabeth gets really happy after Lin Ping praises him. She says that she has so many treasures that she can't count them all. After hearing this, Lin Ping gets really surprised. He asks Elizabeth, "How about lending me some? I'll sell the vegetables from my home and pay you back later." However, Elizabeth is not happy with Lin Ping's idea. He doesn't want to sell his precious vegetables for just mere 10 gold coins. She says Lin Ping is an idiot, asking to use his food to exchange for those useless things. That won't do. Besides, she didn't bring any gold coins when she came to find Lin Ping. After hiring Lin Ping, he hits his head on the ground, getting really surprised. He doesn't know what's going to happen to him. Demon Pig calls his men and asks Lin Ping and Elizabeth if they're going to pay the money or not. Lin Ping is really nervous. He scratches his head with his hand and says he doesn't have any gold coins. He asks if he can use the local products in his bag to make up for it. Demon Pig gets really angry. He says to Lin Ping and Elizabeth that if they are playing with him, he won't listen to their nonsense anymore. He orders his men to kill Lin Ping and capture Elizabeth. Suddenly, a pouch filled with gold coins comes out of nowhere and hits Demon Pig in the face. Demon Pig is really angry. He asks who threw this bag on his face and threatens to kill them. However, he notices something shiny in the pouch. After closely looking at the pouch, he sees it's filled with gold coins and gets really surprised. Then we see a man. His half body is human and the other half is a horse. He asks Demon Pig to stop harassing his friend and leave as soon as he gets the money. His name is Hawthorne Thoreyes. After seeing him, Demon Pig says it turns out he's from the Sword Sink Guild, Thunder Sebekthorn. After realizing that he is a really powerful and famous adventurer, Demon Pig says he will give him some face. After getting the money, Demon Pig says to his men, "Let's go." But before he goes, he gives a warning to the little girl that he won't be this lucky next month. After Demon Pig leaves, Lin Ping helps the little girl. The little girl thanks Lin Ping for helping her in this situation when no one else wanted to. Lin Ping is really happy. After seeing that she is okay, Lin Ping also thanks the adventurer for helping them and offers some fruits. If he doesn't mind, please accept it. With a humble smile, Thunder says to Lin Ping, "You don't need to worry, it's a trivial matter." He turns to Elizabeth and says, "If you're willing, I'd like you to partner with me on something. It's just my opinion, but I think this guy doesn't have any good thoughts about Elizabeth. Anyway, let's continue our story." The little girl adjusts his glasses and asks, "What do you mean, partner? What can we help you with?" He says with a suspicious smile, "Let's go somewhere else to talk. If this works out, I think it can also solve our financial problems." Elizabeth folds his hands and says that she is not interested, asking Lin Ping to go. Lin Ping begs Elizabeth not to leave, emphasizing that he just helped them out. "Let's at least see what they have to say, okay?" Little girl younger siblings asks him, "Sister Annie, are you going out?" They are worried about their sister because if she gets in trouble again because of them. Little girl Annie assures them that they don't have to worry, she will be safe. She asks them to go back to the church first, she'll be back soon. When they are about to enter the pub, Horseman asks them, "Once you enter the tavern, stay close to him. You don't know what will happen." When they enter the pub, everyone stares at Elizabeth and Lin Ping. One of the men asks Elizabeth, "Hey babe, the men around you look like trash. Want to come over here instead?" Lin Ping and little girl know that if they do this, Elizabeth will kill everyone here. After hearing this, Elizabeth's eyes are glowing red. He is really angry and releases his killing intent, asking that man to say that again. After seeing Elizabeth's killing intent, the man who commented on Elizabeth gets really scared. Their whole bodies are shaking with fear. Elizabeth turns his head to Lin Ping and says that it's all his fault for insisting on coming to this lousy place and wasting his time. Elizabeth is really angry at Lin Ping. Lin Ping is nervous and says to Elizabeth that they're already here, so why don't they go in? Horseman asks them to go this way, please, into this private room, and there won't be any outsiders to bother them. Horseman opens the door and says that they are back. Then we see a bunch of cute girls surrounding the horseman. They say, "Master, you're finally back. We were so worried about you. We wanted to go out and look for you. Please take us with you next time." Horseman turns his head to Lin Ping and says that he forgot to mention he has a few wives here too. After seeing this, Lin Ping gets really surprised. He doesn't have any words to say. He asks him, "You have 4 wives. I knew from the start this man was suspicious. He has 4 wives, and here I am, single. Anyway, let's continue our story. Horseman starts pouring tea for everyone and says, "Let me introduce them to you. First of all, this one next to him is Gasha. Her profession is a shield warrior. Then there's the assassin Lolo, and there's Glee, a mage. And lastly, there's Jelia. She's an amazing elven archer." After seeing someone from the elf race, he says he met a girl with elf bloodline a while ago. Elizabeth asks Horseman to stop with the small talk. It's a waste of time. They need to leave. One of the girls says to Horseman about Elizabeth, "What's the deal with this woman? Her attitude is really annoying." Elizabeth is really angry. She says this is how this queen is. Do they have any opinions? The cat girl says it's really funny. She even calls herself a queen. She asks her master if this woman's brain is okay. The elf girl looks at Elizabeth and says that, after looking at the shape of her ears, she's probably a lowly half-breed with a bit of elven blood. What's she doing in front of me? After hearing this, Elizabeth gets really angry. She says to the elf girl, if she insists on bringing destruction upon herself, then don't blame this queen. If she gets killed, after hearing this, Lin Ping knows that if he doesn't claim Elizabeth, there will be a disaster. Lin Ping gets the pudding from his bag and gives it to Elizabeth. When Elizabeth shows the pudding in Lin Ping's hands, her anger is gone, and she gets really happy. After seeing Elizabeth's happy face, Lin Ping feels relieved and says, luckily, he was prepared. After Elizabeth gets claimed, Lin Ping starts his conversation with the horseman. He says, actually, they come from a very distant and nameless tribe to travel here. Elizabeth is the princess of that tribe, and I am her servant, Li Ping. After hearing Lin Ping's words, the cat girl says, no wonder her behavior and manners are so strange. She is a tribal princess who has never seen the world. Another girl also comments, his name is Elizabeth, right? She's from that uncivilized tribe that worships the demon queen in the demon realm, huh? That's why his behavior is rude and she is uncivilized. Lin Ping puts his finger on his lips and asks for silence, mentioning that she will hear them. He also explains that it's Elizabeth's first time out, and she's still adapting to the cultural differences. Lin Ping thinks this explanation should make sense, hoping they won't ask any more questions about Elizabeth. The horseman claims everyone and asks them to get back to business. He expresses his desire to invite Elizabeth and Lin Ping to join his team in exploring a dungeon for treasure. However, the horseman is uncertain about the terrifying demonic power emanating from Elizabeth earlier. Wondering if she might be from the demon race, Lin Ping then asks the horseman about the treasure dungeon, seeking a more detailed explanation. He also turns to the little girl Annie, asking if she knows what a treasure dungeon is. Annie answers Lin Ping's question and explains that treasure dungeons are said to be magical spaces set up by ancient powerful beings to hide valuable things. These dungeons are usually well hidden in very dangerous places. After hearing Annie's explanation, Lin Ping gets an idea of what the treasure dungeons look like. The horseman mentions that he also spent a lot of effort to get news of this treasure dungeon. However, the condition to open the barrier is that the number of people has to reach 8. If there aren't enough people, they can't enter the dungeon. Lin Ping says that's why he is looking for us to make up the numbers. Little girl Annie starts counting to see how many people they are. After she finishes, she starts crying because she is the 8th member of this party. She asks the horseman with a crying face if she cannot go with them. Lin Ping is really confused. After seeing Annie, he asks her what's wrong. Treasure dungeons seem to be precious. Shouldn't she be happy to go? Elizabeth doesn't pay any attention to them. She is eating his pudding without any worry. Little girl Annie turns her head to Lin Ping's side and says, Brother Lin Ping, you don't know. Treasure dungeons are usually very difficult, and she is just a mere 4-star magician. If she goes, she will probably die. People don't know how the power level works in the demon world. Let me explain this for you guys. There are 10 types of magic power level references. Magician, Mage, Grand Mage, Demon Spirit, Great Demon Spirit, Demon Sect, Demon Sovereign, Demon King, Demon God. Magic power level can be used as one of the reference standards for strength. Lin Ping scratches his head and tells Annie that he doesn't know much about magic levels in this world. The horseman reassures Lin Ping, saying he just needs to help him meet the number of people conditioned. The battle inside will be left to them. The treasure he'll get in the end will not be less than theirs, estimating at least a few tens of thousands of gold coins. One of the horsemen's wives mentions that their master single-handedly repelled several dark apostles who wanted to take Jelia a few days ago, demonstrating his strength. Little girl Annie gets really happy hearing this, realizing they can get tens of thousands of gold coins from the dungeon. With that amount of money, she can solve the church's financial problems without any issues. Lin Ping asks Elizabeth to help them make up the numbers to solve their financial problems. Elizabeth, while eating his pudding, doesn't pay attention to Lin Ping's words and says, "Fine, I don't have any problem." Please don't bother the queen from enjoying the delicious pudding. After convincing them, the horseman asks one of his wives to get the crystal ball. She takes the crystal ball from his bag and places it on the table. Lin Ping is really surprised after seeing this crystal ball, not knowing its purpose. The horseman explains that he will show the Ping how to use it. Placing his hand on the crystal ball, a bright light comes out, and he says it's Glee's magic measurements crystal ball. Putting his hand on it will measure his magic level. He takes his hand off the crystal ball and his magic level shows on the crystal ball, registering at 8,769. After seeing this, Le Ping and little girl Annie are surprised. Le Ping asks if this is Glee's magic measurements crystal ball and they just need to put their hand on it to measure their magic level. It turns out to be a crystal ball that visualizes magic levels into numbers, and 8,769 should be at the demon spirit level. The horseman also reveals that his magic level is at 4-star demon spirit and his wives are all 4 or 5-star grand mages. Since they are going to team up, they should know each other well and cooperate better. After hearing the horseman's words, little girl Annie places her hand on the crystal ball and it shows Annie's magic level, which is 300. One of the horseman's wives remarks that Annie had more than this value when she first changed her job. Annie is really disappointed, hearing cruel words from the horseman's wife, and starts crying. She apologizes to the horseman's wife, saying that her magic level just won't go up. She's just an average girl. On the other hand, Le Ping gets really excited after seeing the magic crystal demo. He says, "Let me try it too," knowing that he hasn't learned magic in these years, but as the legendary hero, his potential shouldn't be low either. With full excitement, Le Ping places his hand on the magic crystal. However, there is no immediate reaction from the crystal ball. Suddenly, a number shows on the crystal ball, indicating that Le Ping's magic level is 0. After seeing that, the horseman gets really confused. He doesn't know what happened. He has never seen something like that before. He says that even a pure martial arts user wouldn't have a magic level of 0. Le Ping places his hand on his forehead and explains that someone like him, who has been farming all his life, wouldn't have magic. He sits down on his chair and whispers that he's doomed to have no magic in this life because he never learned more about magic and swordsmanship. He has just been doing farming work all the time. The cat girl is really disappointed after seeing Le Ping's magic level. She asks him what he can do, stating that he seems to be of no help at all, just a dead weight to the team. After hearing these harsh words, Le Ping responds that he is good at something, farming. He mentions that he recently harvested some fruit they can try. The horsemen's wives express their disappointment, making fun of Le Ping. One of the girls comments that he's a typical bumpkin from a remote area and suggests keeping the fruit for themselves. They don't think they need him. The cat girl wonders if Le Ping is really just an ordinary servant because he doesn't look like one. The horseman calms everyone down and asks Elizabeth, "Princess Elizabeth, you should also try it." Everyone wants to know what your magic level is. However, Elizabeth doesn't listen to the horseman's words. Laing convinces Elizabeth to cooperate with them. Upon hearing this, Elizabeth gets annoyed and says they want the queen to accompany them to play with these ignorant mortals. She places his hand on the crystal ball, and suddenly a bright light comes out of the crystal ball, becoming so intense that no one can see what's happening. Everyone closes their eyes due to the intense light. Laing is really scared. He thought if Elizabeth's identity as the demon queen is exposed, it will definitely cause a great uproar. He asked Elizabeth to control his magic level so they will not reveal Elizabeth's true identity. Elizabeth replies that she knows what she's doing. She will not reveal her true power. Elizabeth thought it's rare to come out, so she'll play with Laing. She controls his power, and everyone is really surprised at what's happening. After some time, the crystal ball starts showing Elizabeth's magic level. His level is 768. After seeing this, little girl Annie says to everyone that big sis Elizabeth's level is just like horse brothers. It's a demon spirit level of strength. After seeing Elizabeth's magic level, the horsemen's wives are really surprised. They don't understand how this bumpkin girl's level is similar to their brothers. One of the girls says, "No way, is this woman also a 4-star demon spirit?" Laing is relieved after seeing that Elizabeth has control over his magic power level. On the other hand, the horseman says that Elizabeth is truly amazing, worthy of being the princess of the kingdom. With her joining, their chances of getting the treasure will greatly increase. Little girl Annie asks the horseman how they can go to that treasure dungeon. Laing also thinks that this is his second time going out, and he encountered such a good thing. He can learn from them. The horseman asks one of his wives to tell them how they will go to the treasure dungeon. His wife says okay and retrieves a scroll from his back. She throws the scroll in the air and it starts glowing. This is a teleportation scroll. With this, they can teleport directly to the treasure dungeon. After using the teleportation scroll, they teleport into the dungeon. After seeing this, Laing is really surprised. He says that he is dizzy from the teleportation. Little girl Annie gets scared after seeing an unknown aura from the dungeon. But Elizabeth does not give a care about the dungeon. She's already faced more dangerous things than this dungeon. The horseman claims everyone and asks them, "Let's not delay, let's go into the treasure dungeon." After seeing this, Elizabeth says that he doesn't want to go and asks Laing, "Let's go home." Upon hearing these words from Elizabeth, the horseman and his wives are really surprised. One of the girls says to Elizabeth, "What is she playing at? She came here and changed his mind at the last minute. Is she messing with us?" Another two also say, "Does she know how many crystals and magic power it takes to make that teleportation scroll? If she doesn't go in, don't think about leaving here either." After hearing this, Elizabeth gets angry and asks them if they have the power. Why don't they try to stop her? Want to try? Laing comes forward and says to everyone, "Don't be impulsive. Listen to him for a moment." He has an idea. In the next moment, he starts begging Elizabeth, saying that since they came here, just take him to see it. In another instance, a little girl Annie asks Elizabeth, "Did she notice? Inside the cave, there is a magic power that is very similar to her." After hearing Annie's words, Laing thought, "A magic power that is very similar to Elizabeth's. What does she mean?" He doesn't get what Annie is actually saying. The horseman comes forward, pushes Laing, and asks Elizabeth that he has to trust him. No matter what danger he encounters inside, he will protect him. "Please go in with me, Princess Elizabeth. I hear some cringe-worthy words. I know this man is not good from the start. Please send me some holy water in the comments so I can recover." Let's go back to our story. Elizabeth doesn't care about him. She asks Laing to follow him, mentioning that she'll play with him since he rarely comes out. Laing starts following Elizabeth without saying a word. After seeing this, the horseman grits his teeth in frustration. They start entering the dungeon one by one. Annie is really surprised after entering the dungeon for the first time. Once inside, Laing notices the dungeon barrier closing and asks if they can't go back the way they came. Elizabeth explains that in this special magic space, it's impossible to leave by transfer magic unless they are stronger than the person who set up the barrier, unless they find the target location and meet the requirements of the barrier setter. None of them can leave. After some time, they reach the main entrance of the dungeon. One of the girls says that as long as they have the master horseman with them, they will definitely get that thing. Another girl whispers, questioning what they will do if they know about that thing. Annie overhears their conversation and asks Sister Jelia what they mean by that thing. Elf girl Jelia ignores Annie's question and mentions that it's gold coins and treasure. She reassures Annie that they won't be left out. On the other hand, Laing asks about the forks in front of them and wonders where they should go. With Elizabeth backing them up, Laing thinks it's no problem. The adventure officially begins. The cat girl asks the horseman which way they should go and if they need to split up. The horseman says they don't have to split up for the time being and asks one of the girls to use that move. The pink-haired girl agrees and uses her magic wand to find the right route to the treasure. She tells Elizabeth that she'll find the shortest route to the treasure in no time. Elizabeth smiles and remarks that she is just ignorant and doesn't know how big the world is. After some time, the pink-haired girl shows that there are many treasure boxes, but she also reveals that there are monsters in this dungeon, and all the monsters are at the boss level. After finding that much, her mana drains out and she can't explore more. After some time, the horseman asks the pink-haired girl about the situation in the maze and if she explored it till the end. The pink-haired girl replies that this maze seems to have no end. She has extended her magic to the limit and has not found any trace of the edge. After hearing this, another two girls are really surprised. They say, "No way. Glee's magic extension concentrated distance is 3 kilometers long." They suggest using his spirit divination, but it has an accuracy rate of only 34%. However, they're not 100% sure. The cat girl suggests splitting up and acting in groups with the ability to use the clone technique for support. Leaping turns his head to Elizabeth and asks, "Elizabeth, do you actually know how to go, right?" Elizabeth smiles and says, "Of course, this maze is just an illusion. These ignorant youngsters will never get out if they want to explore the end." Then Leaping asks why she doesn't lend a hand. They can also repay them a favor as soon as possible. Elizabeth nods his head and says no. She tells Leaping that he has changed his mind now. She just wants to watch them perish with him. After some time, they see many tunnels and one of them is the right tunnel. If they find the right direction, they can reach the treasure without any problems. Little girl Annie suggests that by going through the third cave, they should be able to reach the destination. After hearing Annie's words, Leaping gets really excited and asks how she knew that. Little girl Annie says that she's just guessing. She doesn't know the correct tunnel. She also mentions that a special magic is coming from that direction. The pink-haired girl says to Annie that she's speaking nonsense and questions why she didn't feel the magic she mentioned. She insults her and says a mere 4-star maid should not make random comments here. After hearing the cold words from the pink-haired girl, Annie gets scared and asks for forgiveness. The pink-haired girl says that they haven't explored the bottom, and according to known exploration, the last passage has the least monsters. "Master, they should go this way." After hearing the pink-haired girl's words, the horseman asks the cat girl what she thinks. She says that she still thinks it's better to act in small teams so they can explore faster. Another girl says that she thinks it's better to listen to Glee, the pink-haired girl. Even if they go wrong in the end, they can just go back together. It's the safest. The pink-haired girl asks the horseman to trust her. She will scout them safely to the treasure. The horseman thought about it and said they'd act together in the last cave. After hearing the horseman's words, Annie shouted loudly, saying they could go anywhere else but not the last cave. She started casting his puppet magic and summoned a cute little rabbit doll. She asked her rabbit doll to go to the last tunnel, And in the next moment, a huge monster came out from the tunnel and ate the rabbit doll, leaving only its head. After witnessing this horrible scene, Leaping's whole body was shaking with fear. He asked everyone, "What is that thing?" Elizabeth replied, "That is a parasitic beast, usually found in the bodies of huge monsters." The cat girl asks the pink-haired girl if the explored area was the corpse in its stomach. After that, the pink-haired girl was really angry at Annie because she exposed him. After some time, Elizabeth said to let them struggle here by themselves and asked Leaping to go. Leaping scratched his head and asked Elizabeth if it would be best if he could lead the way. They don't know what danger is waiting for them, and Elizabeth and Leaping started heading to the tunnel. Little girl Annie asked them if that direction is right and asked them to wait for him. In the next moment, the cat girl asked her master, the horseman, if she should use a clone to follow them and collect information. The horseman said to the cat girl that they don't need to. He thought that Elizabeth, having seen the horror of the mimic worm, wouldn't be able to make such a calm choice without confidence. It seems that Elizabeth's background is not so simple. The horseman told his wives that they would go and follow them for the time being, and they started following Elizabeth. On the other side, deep in the dungeon, we saw a huge glowing monster up. Monsters start attacking on the theme. They begin fighting with the monster. The horseman asks his wife if they have solved it there. The warrior girl says that they have killed all remaining monsters, but the monsters on this road keep coming in waves, and they never stop. On the other side, Laing and little girl Annie are hiding behind Elizabeth. Laing asks Elizabeth if it's safe now and if there are any monsters remaining. Elizabeth turns her head to Laing, visibly angry, and tells him he is a truly terrible actor. The pink-haired girl says to Annie that it's all his fault, pointing out the road he led them to, which is full of monsters along the way. She also mentions that if they had taken his advice, they would have already found the treasure. Elizabeth defends little Annie, saying to the pink-haired girl that the more concentrated the magic, the more monsters naturally gather. She emphasizes that the pink-haired girl should know this is a mage. After hearing this from Elizabeth, the pink-haired girl gets really frustrated. She says that she knows that Elizabeth is a 4-star demon spirit with the ability to defeat the monsters, but she stands by and watches coldly. She also claims that Elizabeth is despicable and doesn't care about anyone. Elizabeth replies that this is their problem and what they agreed upon before leaving, to solve the monsters they encounter. The horseman steps forward and asks the pink-haired girl to calm down, reminding her that they promised to protect them. Hearing this, the pink-haired girl gets even angrier. The horseman turns his head to Elizabeth and says with a nice smile that it's okay. It's his honor to escort Miss Elizabeth. There's a hint of sarcasm as the narrator speculates on the horseman's intentions, wondering how many women he wants in his harem and what he plans to do with them. Anyway, let's get back to our story. After hearing their conversation, the pink-haired girl is really angry, thinking that Elizabeth not only embarrassed him but also dared to seduce the master. The elf girl suggests to the horseman that they rest for a while, emphasizing the need to recover their energy after fighting with monsters for so long. Elizabeth doesn't agree with their idea, stating that she doesn't have extra time to waste on them. The cat girl is frustrated with Elizabeth, asking why, if she's so good, she doesn't just go on by herself. The elf girl agrees, pointing out that if it weren't for them blocking all kinds of monsters, they wouldn't be so relaxed. The horseman steps forward and urges Elizabeth to listen, suggesting that it's better for everyone to rest and recover some energy. He offers some elf potion, explaining that after drinking it, they can recover their status. Laing, curious about the potion, asks Elizabeth if he can try it, making a cute little puppy face and suggesting it might give him some new inspiration for his cooking. Elizabeth thinks that Laing has already enjoyed many good things and wants to experience something ordinary. She gives him permission, and later they set up their camp to get some rest. The pink-haired girl praises Jellia's elf potion, mentioning that it really works, and the warrior girl states that she has finally recovered, though she's unsure how long it will take to find the treasure. The elf girl retrieves a potion from her storage ring and offers it to Elizabeth, calling it her special elf potion that enhances various states. Elizabeth, being powerful, declines, but the horseman intervenes, telling the elf girl not to be rude and instructing her to give a potion to everyone. Unhappily, she tosses a potion to Elizabeth, who catches it but isn't pleased. Elizabeth gives the potion to Laing, who, after tasting it, finds the grassy flavor too strong and decides not to drink it. He offers it to Annie, who thanks him but explains that she hasn't used much magic power, so she doesn't need it. After hearing Laping's criticism of his potion, the elf girl expresses displeasure, deeming it a waste on someone with no magic power. Elizabeth, not pleased with the elf girl's words, dumps the potion into the fire, further infuriating her. She questions Elizabeth about dumping her elf potion, to which Elizabeth coldly responds that she agrees with the elf girl's thoughts, showing no regard for the potions. Laping intervenes, calming everyone down and stating that he has something for everyone that shouldn't be crushed. He retrieves bananas from his bag, expressing his desire to share them. Laping gives a banana to the horseman and distributes bananas to everyone. Finally, he gives an apple to Annie, mentioning that the bananas have all been divided and asking if she can eat an apple. Annie, emotional after receiving the apple, asks if he's really giving it to her, surprising Laping, who thought it was just an apple and sees no need for tears. Annie asks Laping if she can take the apple back to her brother and sister. The orphans in the orphanage haven't eaten fresh fruit for a long time. After hearing Annie's story, Laping understands why she is crying. He tells her that, of course, she can take it back, and he'll pick some more for her when he gets home to send over. Laping promises Annie that everyone in the orphanage can eat fresh fruit. The pink-haired girl throws the banana that Laping gave her, saying she doesn't care about this rotten fruit and doesn't need it. The elf girl also agrees, stating that it can't be compared with her elf potion. The horseman suggests they fill their stomachs for now, and when they get the treasure, he'll treat them to something good. They start eating bananas, and after the first bite, they feel something strange. Their bodies start glowing, and in the next moment, they find themselves in the forest. They ask what place it is, and suddenly, 3 mantises appear and start singing. They ask the group to dance with them, and all 3 of them start dancing. Laping is confused, not knowing what they are doing. This is the effect of the banana. The pink-haired girl and elf girl, who didn't eat the banana, are really surprised. The elf girl asks the horseman what he's doing. 22. In the next moment after eating bananas, the horseman and his wives level up, and they don't understand what's going on. Their magic levels are constantly rising. After seeing their dance performance, Laping is surprised. He claps and calls it a bonfire performance, expressing his genuine liking for it. Laping also mentions that the cultural customs of the other world are really interesting, making it worth coming out to see centaurs dancing. Elizabeth, observing Laping's happiness, thinks that Laping, being aware of the potential danger ahead, enhanced them in advance to continue this game. On the other hand, the elf girl, who didn't eat the banana, is puzzled and asks what's going on. She wonders how their magic levels suddenly skyrocketed so much. Seeing their surprise, Annie explains that it's because they ate Brother Laping's bananas. However, the pink-haired girl doesn't believe Annie's words. She dismisses it, stating it's nonsense and questioning if those broken bananas are soaked in holy water to provide a status boost. The warrior girl says to the pink-haired girl, Jelia, that it was the banana that made them break through in advance. She mentions ascending to a 2-star demon spirit just a few seconds after eating the banana. The cat girl agrees, stating that just after they ate the banana, they entered a new realm. She wonders if the banana was enchanted by a magician of the demon sovereign level. The horseman adds that after eating, even he broke through 3 stages in a row, directly ascending to a 3-star great demon spirit, finding it unbelievable. He asks Laping about the origin of the bananas he gave them. On the other side, Laping is really confused. He doesn't understand the horseman's words. For Laping, these bananas are just ordinary. Getting this reaction from Laping, the horseman asks what's wrong. Laping says nothing, mentioning that being suddenly asked by him, he doesn't know how to answer because they are just ordinary bananas. The horseman is not pleased with Laping's words, thinking it should be a hybrid crop that Laping grew with some magic item. Laping clarifies that he grew these bananas with natural and organic farming, a production method he thought of in this world full of magic. Hearing about the magical banana from their master, the pink-haired girl, and the elf girl decide to eat it to increase their magic levels. After taking a bite, the banana rots, and the pink-haired girl throws it away, saying it's clearly bad. After seeing this, little Annie says it's synchronicity. Elizabeth praises her for knowing what synchronicity is, and Annie mentions that she learned it from the magic books. At the same time, the horseman asks Annie what synchronicity means. Annie explains that the nuns' magic books mention special treasures usually have to be used under special conditions to exert their effects. She guesses that Laping's banana had to be eaten by 3 or more people at the same time to produce an effect. Upon hearing this, the pink-haired girl gets angry at Annie, questioning why she pretends to know things she doesn't. She points out that Elizabeth ate the banana herself and hers didn't rot. Annie apologizes, admitting she doesn't know either but suggests that unless the user's strength completely surpasses the treasure, it's nothing but an ordinary thing to them. On the other side, Elizabeth eats his banana without any problems and warns Annie not to look at him with those eyes. Annie apologizes, and the elf girl suggests that maybe it's because of his accumulated elf potion over time that produced the effect. The horseman asks Laing if he can share more fruits from his backpack to test if it's real. The elf girl questions if the horseman actually believes their nonsense about the magical banana. Laing happily says that sharing is the greatest joy and starts getting more fruits from his bag. Meanwhile, Elizabeth has already finished eating his banana, snatches Laing's bag, and declares that these are what she's going to eat later. She refuses to give his precious fruits to anyone and tells Laing to leave when they've rested enough because the journey is almost over. Laing apologizes to the horseman and says he will treat him well when he has the chance. The horseman understands the situation and tells Laing to go ahead. He'll catch up with his wives after packing up. Laing is grateful and suggests they set off together, but Elizabeth interrupts, urging him to hurry up or she will leave without him. Laing agrees and asks the horseman to gather up ahead and meet later. Seeing this, the horseman's wives are not happy. The cat girl whispers, suggesting they snatch that backpack away, as they might be hiding something even better. The horseman calms down his wives and says there's no rush, it's not the right time yet. He also mentions that ordinary people wouldn't casually carry such precious treasures, so she's definitely not a simple princess from a remote tribe. Recently, one of the 4 major powers, the Kingdom of Aristotle, is offering a high reward for information on the missing princess. If he is not mistaken, that princess is right in front of him now. If he can turn the princess into his woman during this opportunity, he can climb the ranks of the Kingdom of Aristotle's power. By then, he'll gain more than just these magical fruits before him. He starts laughing loudly and declares he will conquer Elizabeth and make her one of his harem girls. After seeing the horseman like this, his 4 wives start praising him, saying a charming pheromone is emanating from the master. They blame themselves, stating they haven't been able to satisfy their master yet. In the depths of the labyrinth, many monsters hide in the shadows. One of them is the Shadow Wolf Leader, a powerful monster who suddenly becomes really scared. In the next moment, we see 3 individuals entering the cave, Elizabeth, Laing, and little girl Annie. Laing asks Elizabeth about the darkening labyrinth and if there really is an exit. Elizabeth replies that she's already told him the labyrinth is just an appearance, and they're almost there. They start heading deeper into the cave, but little girl Annie is really scared. She asks Laing about something approaching them. Laing asks Annie to explain clearly, but suddenly something approaches them at high speed. After that, smoke covers everyone. When the smoke clears, we see the horseman arriving with his wives. He apologizes for keeping everyone waiting and asks Elizabeth for forgiveness. He also offers to serve them for the rest of the way, suggesting that Elizabeth can even sit on his back. However, he doesn't realize that Elizabeth is a self-independent woman. She tells the horseman to get lost, stating that he's not qualified to be her mount. But you know, guys, I'm fully qualified. Elizabeth can sit on my face, and I will be really happy. Anyway, let's get back to our story. But the elf girl is not really happy. She says Elizabeth is an arrogant woman and asks him not to be shameless when the master gives him face. But in the next moment, his head explodes. Everyone gets really surprised. They don't know what happened. They get really scared. Suddenly, some stones fall from above. When Laing turns his head to the ceiling, he sees many insect monsters. He asks what they are. This monster is a dragon flea, and it is eating the elf girl's head. It jumps from the ceiling and starts attacking Elizabeth. However, it doesn't know who Elizabeth is. Elizabeth's eyes glow red, and in the next moment, the monster explodes. Little girl Annie is really scared. She says they're done. Everyone is going to die. Laing is also scared. He comes to Elizabeth, catches his leg, and says it's a matter of life and death. He asks Elizabeth, what are we going to do now? Elizabeth thought to test human nature, let the selfish and arrogant ones destroy themselves first. This is his first step. There are many monsters attacking with really high speed. The warrior girl gets the carriage and transforms it into a shield. The pink-haired girl starts casting magic, shield transformation, shield blade, and magic shield. She creates a shield barrier and gets the horseman and warrior girl inside the barrier. After seeing them, Laing asks, what about them? The horseman replies that he believes they will find a way by themselves. He thinks this is a good opportunity to find out the strength of Elizabeth. If she doesn't make a move, his servant and that girl will be eaten by the monsters. The warrior girl says, who cares about them now? The cooperation is over. The pink-haired girl says they just stay outside and be bait. but in the next moment, her head gets severed. After seeing the pink-haired girl's head, the warrior girl gets really scared. If the pink-haired girl is killed, the magic barrier she set up disappears, and monsters start attacking them. On the other side, Laing is still hiding behind Elizabeth, but the horseman uses his thunderbolt flash to kill monsters in just one attack. The warrior girl also uses her shield strike and kills the monsters. The cat girl is an assassination type. She uses her short blade technique to kill, but no matter how she kills these monsters, they seem never-ending. If this goes on, they will be exhausted at this rate. When she's thinking, suddenly a monster starts attacking him. Luckily, the horseman saves him after using his clapping thunder backstep. But no matter how many monsters they kill, there seems to be no end to this. After that, Elizabeth says to Laing, "See their true colors. Do you still want to continue this adventure game with them?" Laing says, "Forget it. Coming here is to pay back the favor, and as they say, it's time to part ways." But he also thought the outside world is truly unpredictable. Maybe farming in the village suits him better. Elizabeth smiles and thinks, first make them swell, then determine if they have any value worth saving. This is his third step. She asks Laing to get ready to go out. After hearing this, Laing asks, "Go out? Is there any way?" She says to him, "Just ahead." But in the next moment, a monster approaches and starts attacking little girl Annie. She thinks this is the end of her life, but suddenly, her bunny doll transforms and kills the monster. After killing the monster, he changes again. Little girl Annie doesn't know what happened just now, but before she knows it, Laing asks her to come. After a moment later, Elizabeth reaches the invisible barrier she started casting a magic spell on. After that, the magic barrier disappears, and a really giant door comes out. Laing is really surprised. He says, "So the exit is a hidden giant door." The giant door starts opening, and Elizabeth asks them to hurry up and catch up. The horseman is steering Laing, but he doesn't give a thought about him. Laing asks Annie to let's go. After that, they go through the door. On the other side, the horseman and his wives are fighting with monsters. He asks his wives to hurry up and get on his back and hold on. He is really angry, saying they think they can shake us off like this, and starts running to the giant door. After a moment later, they reach the door, but after they see what is inside the door, they get really surprised. The room is filled with gold and jewelries. They get really surprised after seeing that they're standing on a flying island filled with treasure. Laing gets really excited, saying there's so much gold, and he feels rich. Little girl Annie is also standing there, thinking if they can really take some of it. Suddenly, a horseman comes and pushes Laing and horseman wife, pushing little girl Annie as well. The horseman, after seeing the treasure, gets really surprised and suddenly smiles, thinking that the treasure he's been working so hard to get really exists. The treasure he is talking about is the Demon King's nectar. Laing interrupts them and says, "Now that we've found the treasure, we have to share this. We don't ask for your gratitude, but don't be too unreasonable." But the horseman is not happy, replying, "Yes, we didn't expect you all to be so helpful in filling the numbers. As a thank you, I will let them die quickly." However, when the horseman tries to do something with Laing and the others, a big yellow eye opens from the gold coins, and the whole island starts shaking. Suddenly, a big dragon appears in front of everyone. Seeing the dragon, Laing gets really scared and asks Elizabeth to look at the dragon. This is the first time Laing has seen a real dragon, but Elizabeth doesn't seem to care. On the other side, little girl Annie's whole body is shaking with fear, and she mentions that there's something more terrifying hidden. Suddenly, her eyes turn black, and she asks for some master, wondering what they should do now. Seeing little girl Annie like that, Elizabeth gets suspicious, but before she can say something, the yellow dragon starts attacking. The warrior girl asks the horseman and cat girl what they should do since the dragon is really powerful. However, the horseman ignores them, asking them to buy him some time and let him charge up to kill it with one strike. The cat girl and warrior girl agree and start attacking the dragon. The warrior girl asks the cat girl to distract its attention so she can attack properly. The cat girl agrees, using her clone technique to create 100 clones and start attacking the dragon. On the other side, the horseman is smile and thinks that now the giant dragon is the only threat, so he doesn't need to hide his power anymore. He calls upon all his magic to gather energy for the strongest move, Swift Thunder Flash. His sword starts glowing, and on the other side, the cat girl continuously attacks the dragon with her assassination technique. For some reason, her skills are not working, and she can't get a single scratch on the dragon. She thinks that her assassination technique can give the attack power to him, a weak point breaking effect, but it can't even scratch the dragon. Suddenly, the warrior girl says to the cat girl to let her handle it. She uses her skill, Shield Transformation Blaster, and throws her really big shield at the dragon. And she thought it worked. This is the new move she learned after becoming a 2-star demon spirit, and she gets really happy. But, on the other side, the dragon doesn't get any scratches after being hit by a massive shield, so he gets really angry at the warrior girl and starts attacking. Seeing the dragon without any scratches, she gets really confused and wonders why her attacks don't work on him. But in the next moment, the dragon kills her in just a single attack. After seeing this horrifying scene, the cat girl gets really mad and starts using her 1,000-person clone technique. In the next moment, thousands of cats come out and start attacking the dragon. After that, she says she can't do much damage to the dragon, but it should be enough to disturb him. But she misunderstands the dragon. The dragon uses his skill, Golden Hurricane, and all the gold coins surrounding him start creating a tornado around him, killing all the cat clones. Some of the gold coins start attacking the cat girl. In the next moment, Laing and Elizabeth also start getting attacked by these gold coins. Laing is standing there without doing anything. Elizabeth says to Laing that he's so calm, but that's to be expected from him. But Elizabeth doesn't know that Laing is really scared. He is thinking that he almost died just now. But the dragon doesn't stop. He continues his attack. Little girl Annie uses his dollhouse release summon technique, and a massive bear comes out to defend them. It starts protecting them from the dragon's attack. At the same moment, when the horseman is casting his skill, some of the gold coins try to attack him. But the cat girl starts defending him. However, when she thinks everything is fine, a gold coin comes out and splits into his head. On the other side, the horseman completes his skill casting and uses his 300% lightning flash technique, so he can kill this dragon in just one attack. This strike, even a demon spirit can't block it. But his skill doesn't work, and the dragon is standing unscratched. In another side, his sword got broken, and he doesn't know what happened. But when the horseman thinks about his sword, suddenly the dragon attacks with his tail and flings him to the other side. In the start, they don't have any idea that this dragon they're fighting is a golden dragon, level 4-star demon sect. Seeing the horseman fight with the dragon, Laing thought, did the centaur die from its tail slap? Looks like I have to use my trump card. So he asked Elizabeth. Elizabeth asked him, what are you going to do next? Laing replied and asked Elizabeth to take action. Elizabeth was surprised, thinking, did he find out already? But she was wrong. Laing, fearing they might die if she doesn't help, expressed his view that if she doesn't assist, he will be in danger. Elizabeth replied with a rude face, don't order me in front of outsiders. However, she thought, does Laing want to use little girl Annie to threaten him? No way. On the other side, little girl Annie said, the real terror hasn't come yet. We might never get out of here. After hearing this, Elizabeth went to little girl Annie and examined her. She showed that little girl Annie had the bloodline of Jimji and asked her to let her see what her magic is all about. Elizabeth placed his hand on little girl Annie's head, and a purple light surrounded her body. After that, little girl Annie started remembering her past when she was playing and eating with her younger siblings. One day, black robe monsters attacked them, and when they tried to kill little girl Annie, she suddenly awakened her bloodline power, killing all of them but losing control and also killing her younger siblings. From that day, she forcibly suppressed her own magic to alter her memory. After finding out this, Elizabeth told little girl Annie how stupid she is and released her magic. Little girl Annie was crying and said, it's all my fault, brother and sister, I killed you. I'm sorry. But Elizabeth didn't care. She said to little girl Annie, you're a disgrace to the Jimji clan's bloodline. If you want to escape from the prison of regret, stand up and fight for me. After hearing Elizabeth's words, little girl Annie said, you are right, and stood up, saying, at least this time, I want to protect brother Laing. She started floating in the sky and used her puppet magic summoning magic skill. Suddenly, many big and powerful puppets appeared. The dragon started attacking little girl Annie, but her panda puppet blocked the dragon's attack with its body. The panda grabbed the dragon's leg, so it couldn't move. On the other side, the rabbit doll started attacking the dragon, striking multiple times in the same spot and breaking the dragon's hard body. Laing asked Elizabeth, what did you do to Annie just now? How did she change so much? Elizabeth replied, she did nothing, she just made her accept reality. Little girl Annie struggled with the dragon, commanding her rabbit puppet to grab the dragon's other leg. When the dragon attacked the rabbit, it grabbed its hand. Both the panda and rabbit were preventing the dragon from moving, and little girl Annie commanded her snake puppet to attack the dragon. The snake puppet grabbed the dragon's whole body and started attacking. The dragon used its golden hurricane to counter, but little girl Annie's eagle puppet used its wind magic to stop the dragon's attack. Laping was genuinely surprised after seeing Annie's power and said, "She is so amazing." He also asked Elizabeth, "By the way, what does it mean that Annie has the Jimji bloodline?" But before he could finish his words, Elizabeth pushed him back because someone attacked them with a lightning flash. The one who attacked Laping was the horseman, who was still alive. He got Laping's bag containing magical fruits. Seeing him alive, Elizabeth said, "This scum hasn't died yet." On the other side, Laping asked him to give the bag back, but the horsemen paid no attention to them, stating that the trump cards in their hands, these fruits of the realm, are now his. He started eating Laping's magical fruits, but Laping didn't understand and asked, "What are you doing? It's already late, and you still want to eat." After eating Laping's magical fruits, something started changing in the horseman's body. Purple smoke appeared from his body, and suddenly his body transformed into an ugly monster. He exclaimed, "This power that keeps pouring out. I feel an unprecedented strength," and started laughing like a villain. He is now a Hawthorn Tharais, and his level is unknown. The horseman said that with this power, he is no longer afraid of those old guys from the Sword Saint Guild. But before he could complete his words, the golden dragon started attacking him with its golden dragon breath. The horseman dodged the dragon's attack and suddenly appeared in front of the dragon's face, laughing and telling the dragon to stop bothering him. He prepared his thunder kick and attacked the dragon, killing it with a single blow. After killing the dragon, he headed to the treasure, lifting the coffin filled with some kind of liquid. After getting it, he said, "If I add this, I can't even imagine how strong I will become," and started drinking it. After drinking some, changes started happening in his body, and moments later, he evolved into the evil face form, saying it's worthy of being the Demon King's sweet wine. He gradually understood everything. On the other side, Laping said to Elizabeth, "That guy is getting weirder and weirder," and asked Elizabeth to hurry up and do something. But little girl Annie said to Elizabeth, "Don't worry, I won't let him get close to you and brother Laping," and started casting his puppet magic. But before he could complete it, the horseman killed little girl Annie, stating, "First, eliminate him as a threat." After seeing Annie, Laping got surprised, his eyes filled with tears. The horseman headed toward Laping, saying, "Next is his turn." Laping grabbed little girl Annie's body and said, "Annie sister, hang in there. Elizabeth will save you." On the other side, the horseman came to Elizabeth and said, "I know you are hiding your strength, but it doesn't matter. Now I give you two choices. First, willingly become my woman, then take me back to your kingdom and help me inherit everything. Second, be slowly played by me until you become a waste, and then be used by me as a bargaining chip to get what I want." Laping was really angry. He asked Elizabeth to kill him. After hearing Laping's words, the horseman said to Laping, "When is it your turn to talk, you trash servant?" and started attacking Laping with his Thunder Road. But before he could attack Laping, something attacked him, and the horseman started flying in the air. Smoke covered everyone, and when the smoke started to disappear, we saw Laping saying, "Fine, I won't pretend anymore." The horseman is really confused, thinking about what happened just now. It felt as if all the damage caused by his attack was instantly rebounded. He shows Elizabeth in front of him, asking her what she just did to him. Elizabeth ignores him, thinking that even the queen's magic can't harm the clothes Laping created with his own hands. So he deliberately made him attack just now to let him pave the road to his own destruction. Laping's clothes are shining a beautiful blue light. He says to the horseman that everyone says he is the hero. But wait a minute, is he finally going to show his power? Nah, just kidding. In the next moment, Laping comes to his senses. He is really nervous, thinking fortunately it is as he thought. He serves Elizabeth as he provides her delicious food, and she protects him in exchange. Therefore, as long as he is useful to her, she won't let him die. No matter the degree of danger, it's not worth mentioning in front of the Demon Queen. Anyone who wishes to kill Laping is the same as them trying to destroy the Queen's rice bowl. He won't lie, she is Laping's patron. In the same moment, the horseman thinks Elizabeth is truly baffling. He says to Elizabeth that she is so prideful and forgetful, but he only used less than half of his strength just now. When facing a great stallion like him, she could have found joy, but Elizabeth decided to reject his iron hoof. So, the horseman jumps in the air and starts attacking Elizabeth. He says the next one will be a full blow. If Elizabeth has the ability, keep rebounding, and let's see if she succeeds. But before he attacks Elizabeth, someone attacks him and he falls on the ground. Elizabeth, who is standing there without any fear, says to someone, "Have she finally woken up?" The horseman, laying on the ground, thinks about what's happening with him. He is not looking good. Suddenly something slowly comes out from the sky. It is the golden dragon. After witnessing this moment, the horseman, who can die any minute, realizes this is the dragon's true form. But he is really confused, thinking that the one he just killed, what was that? Suddenly the dragon the horseman just killed starts melting. After melting, the dragon merges into the dragon tail. Elizabeth, who is thinking, asks if he's using his tail as a pet teaser. That's a little trick she often used to play with her before. This is the dragon void realm form. He is the golden dragon queen, and his rank is a 1-star demon king. He is really big and can destroy the whole island with his hand. In the same moment, the horseman, who knows he might die any minute, says it's impossible. He has the power of a demon king. There's no way he can lose. But before he says something more, the dragon uses his finger and kills him. Finally, the horseman is dead. Laing is really surprised. He asks Elizabeth if this is real. Elizabeth, misunderstanding Laing, says that she knows that Laing already discovered it a long time ago. Suddenly, everything turns gold, and the whole island starts disappearing. Elizabeth explains that this space where they are isn't real. It's just an illusion that the dragon created. After everything disappears, everyone is floating. Laing is really surprised after seeing him floating in space. Elizabeth, after seeing Laing like this, says to him, even if magic is your weak spot, this wouldn't escape your perception. In the next moment, the dragon says something to Elizabeth in the demon language, and Elizabeth also replies to him. After hearing Elizabeth's words, the dragon starts crying, and tears start falling from his eyes. Suddenly smoke covers the dragon's whole body. In the next moment, he turns into a cute loli. She asks Elizabeth if she is really his master and that she was waiting for Elizabeth to be back. She is Emilia, Elizabeth's pet. Elizabeth says to him, you have already been promoted to the Demon King level. Are you still that naive? I originally didn't want to come here and wake you up because you're so clingy. But she catches Elizabeth's leg and says Elizabeth has been gone for 500 years without a word. Do you know how much I missed you? Emilia starts telling how she met Elizabeth. She was born between heaven and earth, and Elizabeth was the one who found her in the lost secret realm and hatched her with her magical power. They formed a servant and master contract. Elizabeth not only gave her a name, Emilia, but also personally guided her, trained her, and played with her. So, Emilia made a sacred oath that she would definitely protect and serve her master. After she grew up, she became her master's mount, carrying her around to fight against vile creatures. Later, in order to put an end to the constant wars, Elizabeth decided to rule the world. Emilia was happy to see her master achieve world domination one step at a time. But since then, she noticed that Elizabeth's smile has become fainter and fainter. She thinks that Elizabeth is getting stronger and she is too weak to help her. Unexpectedly, when she went to patrol the world in Elizabeth's stead, Elizabeth went to pull out the holy sword to find the legendary hero, and there has been no news since then. In the conference room, everyone is really sad after Elizabeth goes to search for the hero. Aristotle, minister of mankind, says 10 years have passed, and Her Majesty's reputation can only intimidate everyone and barely keep the situation stable. In fact, there have been undercurrents surging, and the crime rate continues to rise. Mogul, minister of orcs, says that's correct. Several great chiefs of the orc tribe have already announced their separation from the tribe. They can't be suppressed without Her Majesty's aid. Heimerdinger, minister of dwarves, says so, they can't just do nothing and be like sitting ducks. Otherwise, the longer the hidden danger is left to brew, the greater the damage it will cause when it breaks out. He suggests everyone go to their respective regions and stabilize the situation while waiting for Her Majesty's return. Twila, minister of elves, asks Jim, who has been following Her Majesty the longest, what he thinks. Did Her Majesty really encounter any issues with that legendary hero? Jim, minister of demons, replies that's impossible. He has seen Her Majesty's terrifying power. There's no way there is anyone in the world who can threaten that. You can do whatever you want. He will find Her Majesty herself. Lastly, Human Prince says to everyone that he agrees with everyone. Let's all disperse. He will find Her Majesty in his way. In the end, the ministers scattered everything and divided the regions. He was not interested in any of that, so he only took half a glass of wine. Emily returned to the place where Elizabeth first found her. She believed that Elizabeth would come here one day, so she starts waiting for Elizabeth with her favorite wine glass. Time passes, winter comes, she is still waiting for Elizabeth. Many more years later, she is still waiting for Elizabeth. Her half of the body is covered by the ground. Many more years later, she is still there. Her whole body is covered in the ground. That's how she was waiting for Elizabeth. In the present time, Emily, who is crying, says, finally, Elizabeth returned. She was waiting for her. Elizabeth replies, isn't that great? It seems like the long wait has taught you to let go of your playfulness and grasp meditation, which is the key step to reaching the Demon King level. Emily doesn't pay any attention to Elizabeth's words. She asks Elizabeth to not leave her behind again, thinking that it turns out that Elizabeth left without a word for 500 years just so she can grasp meditation and reach the Demon King level. Everything Elizabeth has done was for her. Laing interrupts their conversation and asks Elizabeth to stop talking about the past. She has to quickly save little girl Annie. Suddenly, little girl Annie opens her eyes and asks Laing where they are. Laing is really happy after hearing Annie's voice. He asks her if she is alright. Little girl Annie replies that she is okay, but she starts crying, saying the apple brother gave her was crushed. Laing, who is relieved that nothing big happened, says to little girl Annie, "It's not a problem, don't worry about it." Elizabeth, who misunderstands everything again, thinking that everything is under his control, laid the groundwork when dividing the bananas. Emily, who loves her master after seeing Elizabeth keep staring at Laing, is thinking, why does his master keep staring at that man when she didn't even look at him twice? So she asks Elizabeth, who is he? Elizabeth replies that he is the legendary hero. She stayed at his house while she was away. But Emily is not happy after hearing Elizabeth's words. She's thinking, the legendary hero. It's he who kidnapped Elizabeth. After 500 years, he still wants to steal my master's heart from me. I will settle the old and new grudges with you once and for all. So she calls Laing. He says, "Hello, Emily," saying that his name is Laing, nice to meet her. But Emily is thinking something else. She says, now she can catch up to Elizabeth after reaching the Demon King level. If he joins forces with Elizabeth, she can definitely kill the legendary hero. So she uses his Dragon King's Claw and starts attacking Laing. But in the next moment, Emily's attack reflects just like a horseman. She doesn't know what just happened. On the other side, Laing, who is standing fine, asks for forgiveness that he couldn't react on time. But Emily, in shock, is thinking his attack just now was strong enough to destroy a town, and it bounced off just like that. Laing approaches him and says it's his turn to take the initiative now. Emily is really scared after what happened just now. She's thinking this is not less oppressive than Master. He can actually suppress her with his momentum. She is asking Laing to not come any closer to him. But Laing grabs his hand and helps him to stand up. He says that he is really sorry that he didn't receive his handshake. No wonder he is so calm, Elizabeth. It turns out his dragon girl named Emilia is your friend. Emily doesn't know what Laing is saying. Elizabeth replies that Laing can also say that, but to be more specific, she is his mount. Laing, after hearing Emily is Elizabeth's mount, thinking how can this be possible? In the next moment, Elizabeth snaps his fingers, and suddenly, a purple smoke surrounds everyone. In the next moment, they teleport into Laing's house. Elizabeth says to everyone, that will be all for today. Emil is really happy after seeing Elizabeth's skills, saying, "Master, it's so cool." Because that was something she could only create after stepping into the Demon King realm. Elizabeth absorbed it in an instant with no effort at all. She is truly worthy of being called a monster. Laing is also happy, saying, so it's that easy to return. Thinking, as long as he holds onto Elizabeth's thigh tightly, all his troubles will be nothing more than child's play. But little girl Annie is not happy because Laing's house was too far away, and she passed out from the teleportation. Elizabeth asks Laing to please send Annie in first so she can rest. Elizabeth still has some things to tell Emilia. Laing says okay to Elizabeth and gets little girl Annie into the house. After Laing leaves, Emilia asks Elizabeth what she wants to say to her, saying, "Please don't hesitate to give me orders. I can't wait to serve Master." Elizabeth asks Emilia if she has heard about the Demon Realm's Dark Guild. Emilia replies that even if she has not been outside in the past 500 years, she still heard some news of the Demon Realm before she fell asleep. So she explains that it was established by that guy Malfoy, the Prince of Mankind, and asks Elizabeth if she knows him. After hearing this name Malfoy, Elizabeth remembers that there seems to be such a person. Before she came to find the legendary hero, Emilia asks Elizabeth what is it. Do she want to ask him to do something? Is there anything she can't do? If Elizabeth asked her, she can learn. Elizabeth replies that she doesn't want anything. She heard that it's the Dark Guild which was carrying out a great number of killings in the pretext of resurrecting her. That has displeased her. After hearing this, Emilia gets really angry, saying, "What do they mean by resurrecting, Master? Aren't you all well?" She says to Elizabeth, "This is simply disrespectful to you," and asks her, what does she want him to do? Elizabeth gives the order to Emilia, saying she should make them disappear completely from this world. But she must not reveal any information about her or this place. Emilia obeys her command. She will do as Elizabeth says. Elizabeth says to Emilia that she is so obedient. Once things are done, she will set her free. She can do whatever she wants then. Emilia asks Elizabeth to leave everything to her. She is going to go uproot the Dark Guild now. She thinks that Elizabeth will allow him to be free and do whatever she wants. Does this mean she can get into Master's bed every night like back when she was a baby? Emilia is really happy after thinking about this, so she opens his wings and gets into the sky. When she is flying in the sky, suddenly something starts coming towards him. And in the next moment, something hits Emilia and boom, Elizabeth watches everything from the ground. Emilia is really confused, thinking what just happened, who dared to attack him. To be able to penetrate her skin, it has to be at the level of a demon sovereign at least. And it's an extremely dangerous monster. She must eliminate it as it's a potential threat to Elizabeth. The one who attacked Emilia is none other than our robot dog, who thinks that Emilia is an intruder. So, he activates his target status detected and sees that Emilia is still alive. He increases his defense level to 2 and starts attacking Emilia. Emilia, who is still confused after seeing something coming towards him, uses his Dragon King's wings and stops the robot dog's missile attack. Emilia is really happy, saying to the robot dog, "Choosing me as your opponent. You've made the wrong choice." But in the next moment, her facial expression suddenly changes. She gets really shocked after seeing so many missiles coming towards him. Emilia can't block so many missiles and gets attacked. His whole body gets burned after the attack. But the robot dog doesn't stop there. He finds out that Emilia is alive. So, he increases the defense level to 3 and starts preparing to launch his next attack. But before he launches his attack on Emilia, suddenly he hears a voice saying to him, "Stupid dog." This is Elizabeth's voice. She says to the robot dog that this is her person and asks him to let her go. The robot dog, trembling with fear after hearing Elizabeth's voice, says to her that he has received the command, and the person has been added to the whitelist. Emilia, after getting attacked, is thinking that this place is terrifying, and she has to be alert next time. In the house, Laing is making orange juice for little girl Annie. He asks Sister Annie if she is feeling dizzy, suggesting she try drinking a glass of orange juice as the orange's taste can clear up her mind. She thanks Laing for his hospitality and starts drinking orange juice. After drinking, she feels something from this orange juice. Each fruit pulp contains rich magic power. When it bursts open, it forms a fresh torrent of magic power, opening up the nerve cells in her body and sweeping away the fatigue. She thinks this feeling, it's a highly advanced divine magic. Because of this juice, her mind gets clear. Suddenly, she starts seeing a nun who is saying, "I am you, and you are me," asking little girl Annie to stop suppressing his true self. After that, little girl Annie starts crying, tears falling from his eyes. Laing, who is lying down on his sofa, says, "Indeed, the sofa at home is still so comfortable. Really, going out on an adventure is not for him." Sometime later, Elizabeth enters the room and asks little girl Annie if she has remembered everything. Elizabeth explains that Annie's ancestors once swore an oath to her, that the Jim clan would always stay loyal. If Annie's bloodline has completely awakened, the power of the oath will too. After hearing Elizabeth's words, little girl Annie realizes Elizabeth is none other than the legendary demon queen who ruled the world 5,000 years ago. She asks Elizabeth if she is really the legendary demon queen. Elizabeth replies, yes, and says that she is the ruler of this world, Elizabeth. But little girl Annie is really confused because according to ancient records, Elizabeth died with the legendary hero. Laing, after hearing the story about the hero and demon queen, says, "Although I'm a little embarrassed to say this, I should be the hero." Little girl Annie is really surprised after hearing what Laing just said. She thought the truth should be like this. Back then, brother Laing and sister Elizabeth fought the ultimate battle for the position of the strongest. Within a month of fighting, they developed feelings for each other. In the end, they gave up fighting for the title of the strongest and fell in love, and started living in seclusion for 500 years from then on. Elizabeth agrees with little girl Annie, saying, "Well, almost true." But Laing is really angry at Annie, saying, "Don't talk nonsense, she will offend Elizabeth." Little girl Annie apologizes to Laing for saying this. On the other side, Elizabeth says to Annie, as a descendant of the demon super warrior bloodline, she has actually fallen to such a state. She has really embarrassed the demon clan. Laing is really surprised after finding out that Annie is from the demon clan. But Annie is really sad, she doesn't know what to say. But Elizabeth explains that it should have been 600 years ago, right? A child named Jim awakened his bloodline. His eyes would glow red when he used magic power, and his combat skills were greatly improved. However, as his power grew wildly, he also became extremely violent. Only constant killing could satisfy him. In just a few years, he left Elizabeth's northern territories in chaos. Over 100 elite men under Elizabeth's command were killed by him. The killings grew his ambition, and he actually directly came to Elizabeth's castle in an attempt to challenge her. But unfortunately, Elizabeth quickly defeated him and sealed his violent side. Since then, he has sworn to be loyal to Elizabeth from generation to generation. After hearing this story from Elizabeth, little girl Annie's whole body starts shaking. She says to Elizabeth that she didn't know anything. From her first memory, she has been living in the church's orphanage. The nuns, brothers, and sisters are her family. Elizabeth explains to little girl Annie that she killed everyone in the orphanage when she went berserk. She couldn't accept the reality, so she imagined that she was waiting for the nun to come back. Elizabeth is thinking that she is not there, but with his power, Jim should be able to become the overlord of the tripartite. Why did he step back like this? What about the others? Looks like there is much she doesn't know. But little girl Annie doesn't want to accept the reality. She says that her brother and sister are still alive. They are waiting for her in the orphanage. But Laing is really confused. He asks Elizabeth, didn't they meet her brothers and sisters at the market? Elizabeth says to him never mind and uses his skill transfer door, saying let's just expose the lie and see what her so-called younger siblings are. In the next moment, we can see the transfer door is open. On the other side of the door, we can see a bunch of soft dolls. After seeing these soft dolls, little girl Annie starts calling them brothers and sisters. In the next moment, the dolls transform into Annie's younger siblings. They ask Annie to come play with them, saying, Sister Annie, come back quickly. But before they come, Elizabeth closes the transfer door, and little girl Annie's younger siblings again transform into the soft dolls. Elizabeth asks little girl Annie if she gets it. She used all his magic to sustain the dolls. This is why she always stays at the magician level. In order to get rid of the dark apostles, Annie awakened her bloodline to protect her loved ones, then went berserk and killed them. This is what the truth she has been avoiding is. Little girl Annie starts crying. She doesn't want to accept the truth. She says it can't be real. Suddenly, his head hurts. Purple energy starts covering Annie's body. She is going to lose control. But before she does something, Elizabeth knocks him out with his finger. Elizabeth knows Laing wishes to help her, but she must remind Laing that she is only passed out temporarily. If she can't control herself and loses it again, Elizabeth is afraid the whole town will be destroyed. Laing says to Elizabeth that he understands and asks her to let him try to solve this. After Elizabeth knocked out little girl Annie, Laing took her into the room so she could get some rest and recover from her past. Some moments later, little girl Annie woke up and asked Laing if he brought her back, seeking forgiveness for inconveniencing him. Laing replied, saying it's nothing like that, having Elizabeth's portal makes it easy. He asked if she is feeling better now. Little girl Annie got emotional, her eyes filled with tears. She explained that she remembered everything. There was no nun at all, the murderer was him. Laing started to comfort her, saying she is wrong because everything she did was trying to protect his siblings. She is not a murderer. However, little girl Annie started crying, insisting Laing is wrong, and it's all her fault. She blamed herself for running away after losing control. Laing explained that it's all the Dark Guild's fault. It wasn't her intention to lose control after awakening her bloodline, and asked her to stop blaming herself like that. But little girl Annie does not listen to Laing. She is still thinking that she is the one who killed her own siblings. And this fact will never change. After seeing little girl Annie, Laing got the doll and said to Annie that when she was making the dolls, all the details were good. But it's obvious that she was scared of the cotton slipping through, so she made a lot of knots. Even if it is secured, it will result in the doll losing its spirit as a whole. Laing asked little girl Annie to let him help her untie the knots and remake it. So, he dismantled every part of little girl Annie's doll to recreate them. However, after seeing this, little girl Annie started going out of control again, thinking that Laing is also harming his brother and sisters. After seeing little girl Annie, Laing started saying to her, Shakespeare once said, don't wander under the tree, don't ponder under the rain, and don't cry in the dark. After hearing Laing's words, in the next moment, little girl Annie found herself in an unknown place surrounded by water. Some moments later, when she came to her senses, she found herself in an unfamiliar place, wondering where she was. Suddenly, a really big hand emerged from the sky, saying to little girl Annie, look forward, don't look back. As long as you have the courage to face it and raise your head up, you will find the current haze to be but a very short rainy season. It was Laing, helping little girl Annie to control her power. He asked Annie to look forward, emphasizing that there is still a bright sky, which will give her determination. He used his hand to lift little girl Annie from the water, bringing both of them from darkness to light and giving her new hope. Sometime later, he created a new doll for Annie, saying, this is the doll I remade for you, his name is Raphael. This is the angel doll, Raphael, that Laing created for little girl Annie. And you know, whatever Laing creates, that item is really overpowered. He hopes it can help her heal, so he gives this doll to little girl Annie. After receiving the doll, little girl Annie became emotional, thinking, this feeling, it can't be wrong. It's for my brothers and sisters. Suddenly, she started seeing her brothers and sisters playing with Laing. They told little girl Annie that they're all free and asked her not to worry about them anymore. She has to live well for them. After saying this, they started disappearing, saying goodbye to little girl Annie. After everything happened, little girl Annie started crying. She promised her brothers and sisters that she would definitely protect the church. Laing placed his hand on little girl Annie, saying, after a rain, the sky clears up. After that, Laing felt relief, thinking he had learned about psychotherapy from books he got from the system before. But to be on the safe side, he still had to come back to check regularly. On the other side, in the demon realm, Death Swamp, Emilia came here after receiving orders from Elizabeth to find out about the Dark Guild. But after seeing Emilia say, she will never forgive them who turned her master's land into such a mess. This is the same place that Elizabeth ruled 500 years ago. Emilia jumped from the cliff and started heading to the castle so she could get some information about Dark Guild. Suddenly, smoke surrounded Emilia, and she started hearing a voice saying that new food has come to the door. Whoever kills her first will get to dismember her. They want her soul. When Emilia comes close to these voices, she sees many ugly monsters. They want to eat Emilia and devote her soul, but Emilia does not give a thought about them. She killed every monster without moving from her place. After seeing this, she is thinking that these guys are treating the master's land as a garbage dump. After witnessing Emilia's power, another monster starts getting scared of her. Suddenly, a purple boss monster appears. He asks Emilia who she is and if she dares to come to the Dark Guild to stir up trouble alone. This monster is from the Dark Guild, a 6-pillar demon named Kurthuzad, and he is a level 5-star demon ancestor. He threatens Emilia, stating that he is one of the 6-pillar demons, Kurthuzad, and asks her to come over. In the same moment in the Dark Guild hall room, they are creating thousands of monster clones. Another 6-pillar members are standing in front of a really large egg, talking with a man who is connected to the large egg. He asks the other 6-pillar members if a powerful one is coming to their door. One of the 6 pillars explains to him that Ghana's troops were completely wiped out when invading the Sword Saint Guild. Could it be that they have come to take revenge? He is a Dark Guild, 6-pillar demon, and he is a level 1-star demon sovereign. Another one says it's not a problem, explaining that the purple demon Kurthuzad will greet them. She is another of the 6-pillar demons, and her name is Ruth Bader. She is a level 2-star demon ancestor. Experiment number 24 asks another 6-pillar that he wants to fight with Emilia, but William Elizabeth does not agree with him, saying he is not Emilia Machai. Dark Guild Vice President, Dago Cthulhu, says to everyone that, no matter who it is, even if it is the Sword Master himself, if he dares to come, he will never return. The man who is supporting the large egg is the Dark Guild President, and his name is Wise Malfoy. He was the prince of the Human King who swore his loyalty to Elizabeth at the beginning of the story. Though he is still alive, he tells everyone that, at first, he was worried about the missing materials. He didn't expect them to be delivered to his doorstep out of nowhere. On the other side, Emilia has already killed the purple demon, who is really confused, thinking, how is this possible? His abyss magic is all useless, and even his magic tools have no effect on Emilia. This isn't good, her power is endless. He thought it's best to use teleportation magic to go back to the hall and convey information to the rest. But before he uses his teleportation magic, Emilia uses her dragon's claw and crushes him with her hand. In the next moment, thousands of demons come toward Emilia. They are great apostles, thinking about how the purple demon was actually defeated by a mere child. But they are really happy, thinking there will be 2 vacant seats for a pillar demon. Another one says they had a difficult battle. She is definitely seriously injured after that and asks everyone to take this opportunity. She asks all the apostles to go, just overwhelm her with numbers and kill her. But Emilia does not give a thought about them, she just sees them as another pile of trash. She uses the Golden Dragon King Roar and kills all the demons in just one attack. After killing them, she goes to the castle to find out about the Dark Guild. But before she enters the castle, the door demon stops her, saying if she wishes to enter, she must answer his questions. The cost of answering wrong is her life. So, he starts asking her questions, but before he completes his words, Emilia kicks the demon door and breaks him into multiple pieces. After that, she enters the room. After seeing wise Malfoy, she says to him that he has turned into something ugly. After hearing this, Malfoy starts laughing, saying 5,000 years have passed, and he became old now. He is really happy after meeting Emilia after such a long time. But before he completes his words, Emilia kills him with her power. His body explodes instantly. After seeing this, everyone gets really surprised, wondering what just happened. One of them asks if Emilia thinks her attack worked. After killing wise Malfoy, Emilia thinks she's done and suggests calling it a day and going to Master Elizabeth. But suddenly, Malfoy's body starts healing. He is really happy, saying, as expected of Emilia, she's gotten even stronger. However, he is really curious and asks Emilia why she suddenly awakened from his deep slumber. He also asks if she perhaps found Master Elizabeth. Emilia gets really surprised, thinking about what just happened. How is he still alive? But before she says something, the six-pillar vice president attacks Emilia with his taboo tentacles. He tells Emilia that as long as he defeats her, the demon Queen Elizabeth's mount, Golden Dragon King, the position of the Lord of Demons will be hers. Now that Emilia's magic power and the movement of her limbs are sealed inside the Dark Sea, no matter how strong she is, she can't escape his grasp. Emilia laughs and asks him, who wants to escape? What do you mean? Emilia starts eating his tentacles, but he tells her that it's a pointless struggle. However, Emilia doesn't give a thought about him and continues eating. But his tentacles are really large. He tells Emilia that she is a stupid girl and asks if she wants to eat him. Does she know how large his body is? She shouldn't overestimate herself. But he underestimated Emilia. Emilia starts eating his whole body, and the octopus demon gets really scared. He asks Malfoy to save him, but before they help, Emilia already finishes eating him. Since waking up, she hadn't eaten anything and thought that this would be enough to fill her stomach. Suddenly, one of the six pillars says to Emilia that she surrenders. She had to join them against her will. She comes close to Emilia and uses her seductive kiss on Emilia, thinking if attacking doesn't work, this will. She asks Emilia from now on, she is her prisoner. However, her seductive kiss doesn't work on Emilia. Emilia releases some of her power and sends her flying to the other side. She doesn't give a thought about her, she is still thinking about the octopus she ate before. Because the silly octopus still wants to multiply in her stomach, she says to the octopus that she will digest him in one go. Another six-pillar gets really surprised, thinking not only did Emilia kill the vice president, but she also injured her father. She thinks that's interesting, so she uses her Demon King skill, Liberation. But Emilia sends her flying with just one punch. After killing the remaining six-pillar, Emilia asks Wise if he is thinking of replacing Elizabeth by bringing this trash with him. He is not even qualified to be her opponent right now. Malfoy congratulates Lady Emilia for being promoted to Demon King. He is so envious. As a human, he doesn't have a long enough lifespan to break through. Emilia interrupts him, saying that's enough with the nonsense, and asks him if he is going to commit suicide or if he still thinks he can beat her. Wise Malfoy starts laughing, saying how could he, Wise Malfoy, dare to be her opponent. But suddenly, the egg behind Wise Malfoy starts revealing. She says if they add her, the matter would be different. After seeing Elizabeth's clone, Emilia gets really surprised, thinking about what he just did. She is really angry. Wise Malfoy starts laughing loudly, saying with the help of the Elizabeth clone, he will defeat Emilia. After 1 month later, Robot Dog licking his pee. Oh sorry, I mean Laing is working on his farm, digging a hole and sowing some fruit seeds. He gives them some water and in the next moment, a tree grows with many types of fruits. Laing harvests all the fruits from the tree and starts traveling back to his home with his robot dog. After coming back home, he starts preparing some firewood for cooking. However, Laing is not his usual self and Elizabeth also notices, thinking, what the hell is going on with him? In the night, Laing can't sleep because of this. He says that he has decided he will ask Elizabeth about the world. In the next morning, Laing apologizes to Elizabeth for bothering her so early. He makes today's breakfast and asks Elizabeth to please enjoy. Elizabeth asks Laing if he has anything to say, just say it. She hates beating around the bush. After hearing this, Laing explains that after this year of getting along with each other, Elizabeth should already know that he is no threat to her and that the hero and demon queen can coexist. So, he thinks it's time for Elizabeth to get out of here and take control of the world again. But Elizabeth is really confused, thinking about what Laing wants to say. Laing explains that he originally thought he could live peacefully by hiding here in the novice village. However, he didn't expect that what the system said about the encounter of the hero and the demon queen being inevitable would be true. He didn't go out, but Elizabeth came to his door. As a result, the novice village's barrier was damaged, and 500 years passed outside, resulting in the current chaos. Without Elizabeth ruling the world, some dark guild has appeared, and what happened to Uncle Boss and Annie is just a tiny part of the chaos of the outside world. After hearing this, Elizabeth is really confused and asks Laing why he cares if it's chaotic or not, as it doesn't affect them. But according to the system, if Laing and Elizabeth become enemies, the world becomes peaceful. However, if they both become friends, then the world is in chaos. Laing explains that he admits he was intertwined during this period because of the barrier's disappearance. Without Elizabeth, it would have been difficult for him to continue living like this. If he didn't know what was going on outside, he could certainly continue his life here without any problems. But after witnessing it, he can no longer stay out of it simply because he doesn't want to be a hero or doesn't want to save people from suffering. However, Elizabeth misunderstands everything, thinking Laing is just saying he can't live without her. Laing asks Elizabeth to please go and rule the world again. Although he is an incompetent hero, he can't continue to be selfish. But what can he do? If this place is wiped out by monsters, the worst he can do is just go to the city to work. After finishing his dinner, Elizabeth says to Laing if he wants her to solve the problems of the outside world. She smiles and says that it's just a small issue to her. After hearing this, Laing gets really happy and asks Elizabeth if she agrees, and he will also help her pack her things now. But Elizabeth replies that she is not interested in the outside world, but there are two ways to solve this. However, Elizabeth misunderstands, thinking that Laing is looking for an excuse to kick her out. Laing asks about the solutions and what they are. She explains that the first is the most direct one. She will go out and cast a world-destroying magic spell to completely solve the issue. She asks Laing if that will work, but Laing disagrees, saying that it definitely won't work. Then the second is to find a suitable person to rule the world, and Elizabeth can teach them from the shadows. After hearing this, Laing doesn't understand and asks what does she mean by a suitable person and who should it be. Elizabeth smiles after hearing Laing's words and says that he knows already. Aside from her, only he is qualified for this. Laing gets really shocked after hearing what Elizabeth just said and asks her if she really wants him to rule the world. Laing ventured into the open with his legendary sword, asking why did it suddenly turn into this. However, Elizabeth tells La to be vigilant and asks him to begin his swordsmanship training. Laing apologizes to her and starts swinging his sword. On the other side, Elizabeth is smiling, misunderstanding everything, thinking Laing wants to play games with this demon queen, but he is too young for that. It's undeniable that in terms of power, Laing is a little bit better than her, but when it comes to psychology and knowledge, Liz no match. But when Laing told Elizabeth to leave this morning, she felt so unhappy and almost let it happen. But then he said the words that were in his heart, that he can't live without Elizabeth, and she completely saw through him. However, Elizabeth still thinks that Laing knows very well that with their power, destroying or ruling the world is a matter of a single thought. It bears no meaning, so the best they can do is to leave it alone to develop and observe what is happening in their spare time. As for the Dark Guild, it has already been taken care of by Emilia, so there is no need to worry about it. Elizabeth starts blessing, thinking that La has been wandering in thought every day, so he decided to bring her out early this morning to talk nonsense about how he wants her to leave and rule the world. But Elizabeth misunderstands everything, thinking that La is trying to find an excuse to make her pay attention. It's obvious that after a year of getting along with one another, Laing has fallen in love with Elizabeth. This is what Elizabeth is thinking, but on the other side, Laing, who doesn't know anything, is still practicing his swordsmanship, thinking, is it true that one can master their sword by swinging it 1,000 times a day? But he is really confused, thinking, how can that be so simple? But Elizabeth thinks that Laing is the pinnacle of strength and still enjoys being beaten by another. She is the only one in the world who is capable of controlling him because he is a hero with wicked interests. Even if she is not interested in such a boring matter as falling in love, it is different when it comes to Laing. He has the highest power of creation and production, and she has the best swordsmanship and magic. What kind of a child would the two of them be able to create? To create the strongest child to break the limits of this realm, thinking this is Laing's true aim. However, after thinking about this, she starts laughing really loudly, thinking she will not agree so easily, so she will let La practice his bad swordsmanship first. He needs to get stronger for that kid in the future. But Laing, after seeing Elizabeth, gets really confused, thinking, what is Elizabeth thinking about? Is she really planning to teach me swordsmanship and magic so I can destroy the Dark Guild? But when Laing swings his sword, suddenly a smoke scene surrounds the legendary sword. In the next moment, the legendary sword turns into a 12-year-old kid. After seeing this, Laing gets really shocked, thinking, why did the holy sword turn into a kid? The holy sword, now turned into a kid, gets really angry at Laing and asks why he is calling him a kid, introducing himself as majestic holy sword spirit, Alpha. Elizabeth, after seeing everything, asks Laing what's going on. But after seeing Elizabeth, Holy Sword Alpha says to her, "Tisk, so it's you, the Demon Queen Elizabeth." However, he is not happy after seeing Elizabeth. He rushes toward her, thinking he will kill Elizabeth today. But before he can attack Elizabeth, she kicks him really hard and sends him flying across to the other side. She asks Holy Sword Alpha to sit down and let's talk. Holy Sword Alpha, after being beaten by Elizabeth, sits quietly in front of her, while apologizes to Holy Sword Alpha, explaining that he didn't know he was conscious even after using it for so long. Holy Sword Alpha explains that of course La didn't know. At the critical moment of the hero fighting the Demon Queen, he appeared. But Holy Sword Alpha is really angry after finding out that Laing is using him to chop firewood all year. He actually used the majestic holy sword to chop firewood. He asks Laing if he knows how he spent that year. Laing asks Holy Sword Alpha to calm down, but he doesn't listen to him, thinking La actually changed the script and became friends with Elizabeth, and he even turned him, Holy Sword, into a wood-chopping knife. He says that Laing is a disgusting man and he doesn't deserve to be a hero at all. Elizabeth asks Holy Sword Alpha if he wants to kill her. Holy Sword Alpha replies saying no, explaining that it's all because of the silly system settings. Now, it's invalid. Considering the circumstances, Elizabeth would actually be his savior. But Elizabeth doesn't care and asks Holy Sword Alpha to help Laing rule the world. However, after hearing this, Holy Sword Alpha gets really confused and asks about ruling the world. Laing explains that Elizabeth means they should save it. But Holy Sword Alpha is still confused and asks Laing what he is talking about. La explains, saying he has been idle for a long time. He decided to take the responsibility as the hero, practice, and then go save the world. Holy Sword Alpha asks Laing if he doesn't know where his talents lie. He just used Holy Sword Alpha to practice his sword swings 100 times and accumulated XP equal to fighting a Demon King level enemy and awakening him. However, Laing misunderstands himself, saying that he knows he has no talent, but with two great coaches, Holy Sword Alpha and Elizabeth, he believes he can do it. However, Holy Sword Alpha is really confused and asks La what he is talking about. He is the world's strongest swordmaster. But before he can say this, Elizabeth silences his mouth with her magic. Then she asks Laing to sit down first. She has something to explain to the both of them. So she uses her magic hand and gets the Holy Sword Alpha behind the tree. After that, Laing starts hearing some noise behind the tree. Some moments later, Holy Sword Alpha gets a really good message from Elizabeth, so he comes to Laing and says to him that he got it. No matter what, he will cooperate with Laing. Without further ado, Elizabeth tells Laing that with only swordsmanship being allowed, they should start venturing outside. The narrative shifted to a bustling town square in Titano alive with the chatter of townsfolk. Amongst them, a girl announced that the Grey Wolf Guild is looking for recruits. The salary is favorable. The ones who are considering a job change can look at this flyer. The town's air was rich with the scent of street food, with corner shops advertising crispy fried chicken. Hot and fresh, the best choice for a snack when going to watch the guild competition. Titano Town is in Sword Saint Guild's area of influence. Laing and Elizabeth also come to this town to watch the guild competition. Elizabeth says to La that her magic senses are telling her that this town is to hold a large-scale event. And where there are many people, La can get a lot of information. Laing understands that the first step to ruling the world is the gathering of intelligence. However, Holy Sword Alpha doesn't look happy. He asks Laing if he wants him to accompany La to waste his time in such a place. After hearing this, Elizabeth turns her head toward Holy Sword Alpha. She is really angry and asks him if he wants her to break him in two. Seeing Elizabeth like this, Holy Sword Alpha gets scared and asks Laing if he needs him. Just call him anytime. After saying this, he turns into a sword again. But suddenly, Laing notices a flyer and asks Elizabeth, "These flyers are everywhere. What is this event that is being held?" However, after looking carefully, he notices that this is a guild competition flyer. So he asks Elizabeth if she knew about this. Elizabeth explains that it's a competition where the guilds send their representatives to fight. But suddenly, they heard a really loud sound. This is the announcement sound for participants to enter and who wants to bet with them. After hearing this sound, people start heading toward the arena. When the guild competition is going to be held, people ask everyone to bet on the Sword Saint Guild. They will 100% win. But another one says that the elves have also sent people this time. Also, there is that card guild that became famous recently. Laing grabbed Elizabeth's hand, suggesting they watch the spectacle too. Moments later, upon reaching the arena, Laing was astounded by its immense beauty and size. However, their entry was halted by a yellow monster who informed them that his magic ticket inspector didn't detect their tickets. Laing, turning to Elizabeth, confidently offered to handle the situation. He inquired of the yellow monster if, as advertised on the flyer, tickets could still be purchased for 10 gold coins. The monster confirmed, but revealed he had monopolized the remaining tickets and was now selling them for 200 gold coins. Laing was shocked by this blatant profiteering. Elizabeth, clearly displeased, used her mind control magic on the monster. His demeanor instantly changed, becoming obsequious towards Laing. He offered them 2 VIP room tickets, declaring it an honor to serve them. He then happily ushered them to the VIP room. Laing, awestruck by the luxuriousness of the VIP room, couldn't believe his eyes. However, they weren't the only ones with VIP access. Several important figures from various guilds were present, including spellwriter Tagore Severus, drunk blacksmith Brian, Luna Saugus, and her sister Anna Saugus. Anna, spotting Laing and Elizabeth, nudged Luna and inquired if they were on the invitation list. This first glimpse of the grand arena made Laing a bit nervous, but Elizabeth remained nonchalant and requested snacks from him. Anna advised Luna to keep an eye on them, speculating they might be from a guild whose president had aided them in the past. The competition finally began. The host, Gob the Goblin, welcomed everyone and requested a warm reception for the players. He then announced the final round of the guild competition and introduced the 4 finalists: King, the genius swordsman from the Sword Saint Guild; Jael, the valiant general from the Giant Bear Guild; Travis, the handsome fellow from the Elf Guild; and E, the special guest representing the Card Guild. The crowd roared in anticipation as the host declared, "Let the games begin." After all 4 contestants enter the arena, Travis from the Elf Guild carefully examines everyone, thinking that this muscular-looking fool from the Giant Bear Guild looks way too simple-minded. He's probably cannon fodder. As for the Card Guild, which was recently established, the only reason they are qualified to join this competition is because they helped the Sword Saint Guild in killing the invading 6 pillar demons. They are just a second-rate guild affiliated with the Sword Saint Guild, and there is only their president representing them. This he is no threat to him. So, in this competition, the only one who poses a threat to him is the Sword Saint Guild's Blue Sword. However, after this, Jael from the Giant Bear Guild starts running toward Blue Sword to attack him. But he is not the only one who is attacking. Travis jumps into the air and prepares his arrow to attack, thinking what a barbaric and primitive person Jael from the Giant Bear Guild is. So he shoots 3 arrows at the same time to everyone. But everyone manages to avoid his arrows. However, Jael from the Giant Bear Guild catches Travis's arrow and says to him, "These sissies' words are so rude. He will be the first I kill." He crushes the arrow that he caught and throws it into the ground. However, suddenly, the arrow he threw into the ground starts growing, and in just a few seconds, those arrows transform into a wooden cage and capture everyone. Travis, after locking up Jael in a cage, says, "Such an uncultured beast like him should be locked up in a cage." However, Jael, who is really big, says to Travis he can't stop him with just these rotten roots of his. He will crush them all. So he uses his fierce ram, thinking he can get out from this cage with his fierce ram. However, when he tries to escape, the grass roots come to life and capture him. After seeing he is really confused and doesn't know what's happening, Travis starts laughing, saying, "These are the grass roots of the gum tree. Upon impact, they shrink and an extremely sticky fluid comes out, you muscle brain." Meanwhile, Blue Sword effortlessly sliced through the roots with his sword, emerging from the cage unscathed. His flawless swordsmanship surprised both the masked man and Travis, particularly the latter, who grew frustrated. He's so fast the roots couldn't even touch him, he thought. Emerging from the cage, Blue Sword apologized to Travis for destroying his plant. To his surprise, Travis declared it didn't matter. He could repay the debt with his life. Defeating a formidable opponent like Blue Sword would be exhilarating. He readied his bow, unleashing his violent butterfly dance technique, a flurry of 100 arrows. Undeterred, Blue Sword muttered, "No fear, no doubt, no surprises, no confusion." Entering his selfless state, he readied his sword and executed the blue bird technique, slicing through not only Travis' butterfly dance but also severing his right hand without him even noticing. Confused and bewildered, Travis looked at Blue Sword, who calmly stated, "You've lost." Travis conceded, acknowledging Blue Sword's title as the Sword Saint Guild's genius. However, he reminded him that he, too, was a genius, an elf guild genius. Suddenly, green butterflies surrounded Blue Sword. Before he could react, Travis unleashed his butterfly explosion. Fortunately, Blue Sword survived the attack. However, after seeing Blue Sword is still alive, Travis retrieves something from his mouth and throws it into the ground. Suddenly, a really big flower emerges from the ground. This flower is Healing Lily, capable of healing any wound. Travis uses it to heal his arm. After seeing that, he acknowledges that the Sword Saint Guild is extremely powerful, but its attack patterns are too simple. This is its flaw. With the blessing of the sacred tree, the elves are the most powerful of all. However, before he can say something more, Jayla from the Giant Bear Guild attacks him from behind and kills him. Jayla starts laughing, saying, as he said, the first one to die will be Travis. Show-offs are the most annoying type. After that, he turns his head toward Blue Sword. However, Blue Sword gets really surprised after seeing him. This aura he's giving off is. But before he can say something, the audience starts cheering for Jayla, asking for more, and urging him to smash Blue Sword to death. Jayla's revenge instantly fires up the audience. The first one to leave the competition is the handsome Travis of the Elf Guild. But everyone is really curious, how did Jayla break away? However, this is not important. Now what matters is, can the injured Blue Sword withstand Jayla's attack? So, Blue Sword lifts his right hand into the air and calls his sword. In the next moment, his sword comes back to him. However, after he carefully looks at Jayla, he gets a rough idea that he used his sweat as lubrication to struggle free from the secret of the roots. Fortunately, Blue Sword used his sword in time to prevent bigger damage, so the impact was minimal. Jayla's body starts growing, and purple smoke surrounds him. He says to Blue Sword that power is everything, and he will crush him in just seconds. So, he jumps into the air and uses 70% of his muscle power to attack Blue Sword. However, Blue Sword dodges and avoids his attack, then counterattacks him with his flashing cold slash, sending him back. Unfortunately, he can't deal any damage to Jayla's body. Jayla starts laughing after seeing Blue Sword can only scratch him. On the other side, Blue Sword gets really surprised after seeing his sword got damaged. However, before Blue Sword can think anything, Jayla attacks him and uses 80% of his muscle power this time. Unfortunately, Blue Sword barely stops his attack, but he can't completely stop it and rolls into the ground. After finding out that he can't use his sword anymore, he throws his sword into the ground and starts fighting Jayla hand to hand. Jayla starts attacking Blue Sword again. But this time he uses 90% of his muscle power, thinking he will kill Blue Sword this time. However, Blue Sword dodges Jayla's every attack. On the other side, Laing is really excited after seeing their fights. He asks Elizabeth who she thinks will win in the end. However, Elizabeth doesn't say anything. Anna, the red-haired girl, is really surprised because his sword is a B-ranked weapon forged by the dwarves. But it was broken by a simple punch. Luna, the yellow-haired girl, asks her sister if they should stop it. After all, their Sword Saint Guild can't lose more face. But the red-haired girl is really confused, thinking when did the Giant Bear Guild's people become so strong? But she suddenly remembers, could it be the Dark Guild? On the other side, the yellow-haired man asks one of the big-shot elders, Barry from the Sword Saint Guild, if he needs him to stop the fight between Blue Sword and Jayla. His name is Grey Sword Ash, and he is from the Sword Saint Guild. However, Elder Swordberry from the Sword Saint Guild disagrees, explaining that the two of them are more than enough to handle Jayla, and he asks Elder Burrs what he thinks. Elder Burrs replies that he doesn't know, he will think about it if the situation gets out of hand. He is the Card Guild president and a former member of the Sword Saint Guild, and he is a 4-star demon sect realm. His name is Boss, the old man we saw at the beginning of this manhwa. He received card skills from Laing, became powerful, and created his own guild. Grey Sword thinks that Senior Burrs is indeed someone who deeply hates the Dark Guild. Just hearing about becoming an apostle makes him so angry that he can hardly hold back and even trembles all over. Grey Sword misunderstands everything. Mr. Burrs doesn't tremble in anger because Jayla became the apostle of the Dark Guild, but he trembles in fear. After seeing Laing and Elizabeth, he can't believe his eyes, thinking, how could it be possible? How did those two get here? On the other hand, Laing asks Elizabeth after seeing the fight between Blue Sword and Jayla if they don't meet their expectations. What do you think we should do with them? Elizabeth replies without any second thought, saying if they don't meet their expectations, then they will kill them all without wasting any time. Mr. Burrs, after hearing the conversation between Laing and Elizabeth, gets more shocked, thinking, that must be it. Mr. Laing is here to check whether I have used his card and wheat tea on the right path. In order to live up to Mr. Laing's gift, fortunately, after I mastered the basic abilities, I actively hunted down the evil apostles and devoted myself to maintaining the peace of the hero's continent. However, can these two of them really take this insignificant achievement seriously? However, Jayla, after becoming an apostle of the Dark Guild, gets really powerful, saying Blue Sword is a little bug in front of him, and he will slap him to death. Blue Sword is really surprised after seeing Jayla's power, and he doesn't have any other choice. He has to use his secret technique, but he is really nervous because he doesn't know if he can control it now. However, he can't doubt himself, he remembers his master's teachings. If you want to enter a state of selflessness, you must abandon distracting thoughts. However, before Blue Sword can execute his technique, Jayla uses his overwhelming strength to attack the ground and starts playing with the ground just like rubber. He uses this to attack Blue Sword, who is really shocked after seeing this. However, before Blue Sword could react, Jayla started attacking him, sending Blue Sword into the air. Jayla planned to capture him with his ground-controlling technique by creating walls around him. Blue Sword, confused and unable to react, found himself captured in a stone cage before he could do anything. Jayla, after capturing Blue Sword, explained that the Giant Bear Guild doesn't just specialize in physical enhancement but also excels in earth magic, comparable to high-level magician guilds. He started laughing at Blue Sword's predicament. Suddenly, Jayla noticed a blue energy emanating from the stone cage, prompting him to quickly retreat. Upon closer inspection, he realized that his hand was already cut off. Confused and trembling in fear, he wondered what had just happened. Blue Sword utilized his magic sword energy to cut the stone cage into tiny pieces, showcasing his power. However, he is still murmuring his teacher's words about not being surprised or confused to reach a state of selflessness. Blue Sword demonstrated exceptional skill. However, Jayla, enraged and disregarding Blue Sword's teachings, only wanted to kill him, declaring that he would kill him today no matter what. Despite the threat, Blue Sword remained undeterred, using his magic sword energy to cut Jayla's right leg. Jayla started crying in pain after Blue Sword's decisive move. After cutting his leg, Blue Sword offered Jayla one last chance to surrender. Jayla, still unwilling to give up, vowed to kill Blue Sword today. Jayla started remembering his master's advice about using gears to enhance strength for the competition and avoiding forbidden drugs unless necessary. He expressed surprise at the powerful skills of the people from the Sword Saint Guild. Should I use the power of forbidden drugs? If I can't bear it, I will suffer backlash. However, Blue Sword points his sword towards to Jayla, saying, while you are conscious, voluntarily give up the power of the Dark Guild, and I can spare your life. But Jayla doesn't want to give up without a fight, so he uses the power of forbidden drugs. He plans to transform into a complete Demon King and kill Blue Sword and all the members of the Sword Saint Guild. However, while still contemplating this, Blue Sword uses his magic sword energy and cuts Jayla's head without any second thought. The masked girl who is still trapped in the cage is thinking, can she really do it? Can she really win this fight? However, she is not confident in herself, contemplating the idea of surrendering. She is Alina, Mr. Boss' daughter. We show them the beginning of the manhwa when Laing's robot dog saves them from the Dark Guild. In the Card Guild, Alina is meditating and training with her card, which she received from Laing. She drinks barley tea and breaks through from a 5-star demon spirit to a 1-star great demon spirit. After the breakthrough, she thinks meditation and entering this space use up a lot of mental power. Fortunately, this magic barley tea helps calm down my thoughts and prevents me from losing myself in that universe of poker. It keeps me in complete harmony. The effects are remarkable. I was able to break through to the great demon spirit realm in a short time despite my mediocre aptitude. While she is still thinking about this, she suddenly hears a door opening sound. The one who is on the is Mr. Boss. He comes back home after completing his work. Alina is really happy after seeing her dad, saying, "Dad, you're finally back." But she is really curious about the meeting between Sword Saint Guild and her dad. She asks what happened with the Sword Saint Guild and if he's okay. Mr. Boss explains, the crisis of the Dark Guild's invasion has been resolved. But the internal issues of the Sword Saint Guild are much more serious than I anticipated. I didn't see the Sword Master personally this time. After hearing this, Alina asks Mr. Boss, so what should they do now? Without the recognition of the Sword Saint Guild, they won't be able to develop this region and recruit members to elevate Mr. Laing's Card Guild. However, Mr. Boss replies, even if I didn't see the sword master, I helped them repel the Dark Guild, and I got something unexpected. So, Mr. Boss opens the bag he is carrying and shows them to Alina. After seeing them, Alina instantly recognizes them, saying they are the Dark Gears of Great Apostles. However, she is really surprised after seeing so many of them. She explains that she is now at the Great Demon Spirit level, so she should be able to purify them in one day. But she is really confused and asks Mr. Boss if these are the unexpected gains he's talking about. Mr. Boss says no and shows the invitation card to Alina, explaining that this is what he talking about. The Sword Saint Guild gave us a direct qualification for the guild competition finals. Alina is really surprised after seeing the guild competition card. Mr. Boss reassures Alina, saying, you don't have to worry. As long as you participate and win, our card guild will be recognized. However, Alina is really nervous after hearing Mr. Boss's words. She explains that she is not good at all. The participants in the past have all been geniuses from many guilds, with strength at least at the demon ancestor level. She has just been promoted to the great demon spirit level. She is afraid that not only will she not be able to represent them well, but they will lose face too. It feels like they are deliberately making things difficult for them. However, Mr. Boss doesn't care about this. He says to Alina, it doesn't matter if you win or lose. Having more confidence and determination is the most important thing. We are not the same as before. When the time comes, your father will bring you Mr. Laping's treasure deck, and this level gap will make no difference. In the present, Alina, who is still thinking about her father's words, realizes that her father told her to bring in Mr. Laping's cards. However, with her strength, she can use no more than 6 at a time. The rest of the battle has to be done with replica cards only, which will greatly decrease her attack strength. But, in order to promote Mr. Laping properly, she can't back down. Determination is the most important. After saying this, she gets his cards from his pocket and uses the card slash to free herself from the cage. After that, she slowly starts approaching Blue Sword. However, as she approaches Blue Sword, it is revealed that Galoa is still alive after his head was cut off. Blue Sword gets really impressed after seeing Alina's power, explaining, it was a good strategy to hide your power and only take action at the end. However, he doesn't consider Alina his opponent by any means and asks her to admit defeat now, saying that their guild owes her a favor. He doesn't wish to hurt her, this is his final warning. However, before he completes his words, Alina attacks him with her card skill. After seeing Alina's card skill, the Dark Guild president is really surprised. He asks, what is this weapon? I've never seen a weapon like this. Alina, without wasting any time, slashes his cards and uses the poker flying sword technique to attack Blue Sword. However, Blue Sword figures out Alina's strategy, explaining, she just wants to distract me with this fancy attack. The real goal is to hit me with another move. However, Blue Sword, without wasting any time, jumps towards Alina to attack her. He doesn't want to give Alina any chance for a counterattack. Alina gets really shocked and realizes that Blue Sword already saw through his plan. Luckily, she dodges Blue Sword's attack in the right time. Without wasting any time, she uses her card slash to attack Blue Sword as many times as she can. However, Alina's attacks don't work on Blue Sword. He jumps into the air and attacks Alina. Nevertheless, Alina dodges Blue Sword's attack and counters with her card slash skill. Blue Sword uses his Sword Kai to dodge Alina's attack, but Alina uses her card lock to stop Blue Sword from attacking. The audience is really excited after seeing the fight between Blue Sword and Alina. They think the card guild's fighting style is quite unique. Blue Sword is surrounded by cards, and they wonder what he will do to resolve this. Alina has already locked Blue Sword's skills with her card lock skill. After seeing this, Blue Sword asks Alina, do you consume my Sword Kai with this power? However, he doesn't care, saying, it's pointless. If you force me to take this seriously, you have to be ready to be killed. Alina, after hearing this, replies, of course, she knows the card lock can't restrain him for long. But it is enough to buy her time for the card slash to be complete. And she got the most powerful spades, so she releases her cards to prepare a powerful move. In the next moment, the cards transform into a spades dragon. After seeing this, the people watching the fight between Blue Sword and Alina get really shocked and ask, what's that? She has so many attacks, first a lock and now a summon too. One of them says, this is worth recording and investigating. The Dark Guild president is really surprised after seeing Laping's card's power, thinking, through different combinations, many fighting methods are being displayed. Which masterful craftsman made these cards? Laping gets really surprised after seeing that people in this world also know how to play cards. He asks Elizabeth to look, and they are playing cards. It turns out that people outside also know how to play cards and can use them to fight. Meanwhile, Alina uses his Spade's Dragon skill and attacks Blue Sword. After seeing this powerful move, Blue Sword uses his maximum output of sword energy to create a big blue bird and uses it to counter-attack Alina's Spade's Dragon. Blue Sword's attack with the blue bird is powerful, destroying Alina's Spade's Dragon without any problem and causing some harm to Alina. Luckily, Alina creates a shield with her cards on time and barely defends herself. She thinks Blue Sword is really strong, and as a 3-star demon spirit, it is still difficult for her to make up for the gap in level using only replica cards. To win, she must use treasure cards, but she is nervous about using them because if she can't control the power well, she might end up harming him. Blue Sword is really impressed with Alina because she is forcing him to use his full power. He jumps into the air to attack Alina. However, Alina creates a shield with her cards to defend herself. Unfortunately, it is not enough to stop Blue Sword's attack, and he sends Alina flying across to another corner. Blue Sword approaches Alina, saying it's over and she lost. Alina admits defeat, thinking, forget it, there's no need to continue, just fighting to this level is enough. Suddenly, something hits Blue Sword on the head from behind. Blue Sword, looking in pain, doesn't know what just happened and wonders, what's this? His eyes start changing. Alina also gets shocked after seeing this. The one who attacked Blue Sword is Jayla's head. He is controlling Blue Sword's body. However, he is not Jayla, he is a great apostle who was in Jayla's body. After Jayla's death, he finally hatched. After that, he wants to control Blue Sword's body as he really likes Blue Sword's body. He can use the sword energy in this body. Gob the Goblin explains to the audience about the current situation, saying Jayla's head suddenly jumped up and took control of King's body. The scene seemed a bit out of control. The Great Apostle starts attacking the audience, but shield barriers are protecting everyone. However, people start to run as the protective shield is about to burst. Everyone is really shocked after seeing that the guy from the Sword Saint Guild had turned into an apostle. Red-haired girl Anna is also shocked after seeing that Blue Sword turned into a Dark Guild apostle. Yellow-haired girl asks Sister Anna what they should do now. The man who is smoking is also really surprised by this unexpected show. Laing is also really surprised. This isn't what they expected. He asks Elizabeth if they are going to step in and help. Elizabeth replies saying no, explaining that if Laing wants to rule the world, he must learn to adapt to such small scenes of temporary changes. Otherwise, how will he be able to manage such a big world in the future? Elizabeth asks Laing to just wait and see what happens first. Laing doesn't say anything and agrees with Elizabeth. Mr. Boss, who is thinking, realizes that both Elizabeth and Laing knew about the Apostles' invasion. They planned to see if Alina and he could settle this matter properly. He prays that Alina must perform well and satisfy Mr. Laing and Demon Queen Elizabeth. Meanwhile, the Sword Saint Guild president is thinking that Mr. Boss is getting anxious. If he steps in to save his daughter, it proves that his guild is not strong enough to deal with the Dark Guild. Now the Sword Saint Guild is recruiting new people, and he wants Mr. Boss to come back and become the new elder in Sword Saint Guild. The Great Apostle really likes Blue Sword's body, saying it's great. He is very satisfied with this body. Alina is really surprised after seeing the Dark Guild. The Great Apostle is laughing at Alina, asking what the little bastard wants to do. Alina gets his treasure card, saying if the opponent is the Dark Guild, then she doesn't need to worry so much. Alina's body starts glowing, a huge amount of magic energy surrounding her. The Great Apostle gets really scared after seeing the unknown power coming from Alina, thinking it's better to kill her immediately. He uses Blue Sword's sword energy and attacks Alina, however, Alina stops his attack. She uses her card skill and creates a sacred guardian to protect her. Laing gets really surprised after seeing Alina's face, thinking, why does this feel familiar? Meanwhile, Dwarf Guild President is really shocked after seeing Alina's card power, thinking, what's this? Compared to the cards just now, these feel even more incredible. The man with one eyeglasses is also really shocked. He has never seen an attack like this, thinking, this summoned phantom. If I remember correctly, is this the 13 holy warriors that is recorded in the books? Is it real? Sword Saint Guild President asks Mr. Boss if this is the trick he used to defeat the 6 pillar demons. Mr. Boss replies that he used a 9-card formation before, and his daughter is using only a 5-card formation. The attacks are the same but different in magical power. However, Mr. Boss hopes that it is enough to defeat the Dark Guild Apostle. Alina throws her card toward the Great Apostle, asking him to leave Blue Sword's body. Unfortunately, the Great Apostle dodges Alina's attack without any problem. However, he gets really scared after seeing the power of these cards, thinking, how come these ordinary cards have so much power? He is really impressed with Alina's power, but he doesn't want to lose his life. So, he jumps into the air, saying to Alina, "You're amazing. I will come back to you after I get to know this body. I will be running away for now." Unfortunately, Alina uses her card and summons her shield guardian, commanding it to stop the Great Apostle. Then, she throws the Great Apostle to another shield guardian, and the guardians play with the Great Apostle like volleyball. The Great Apostle is really confused, not knowing what is going on, thinking he was just born and can't die here. So, he uses his strongest move, Fierce Sword. However, before he can attack Alina, she uses her guardian and traps the Great Apostle into a box. The Great Apostle is really confused after seeing this, so he tries to cut the box with his Fierce Sword. However, before he can use his skill, Alina uses her Holy Array, commanding her guardian to crush the Great Apostle. After that, the box starts getting smaller and smaller. The Great Apostle asks Alina to show some mercy. There is no need to do this. He doesn't want to die. However, Alina doesn't listen. She crushes the Great Apostle and turns him into a purple ring, saving Blue Sword. After that, she takes a sigh of relief. However, she was a little careless with this move, but luckily she defeats the Great Apostle who is more powerful than her. Meanwhile, Blue Sword doesn't look good, and Alina gives him a really good beating. Mr. Boss, after seeing this fight, thinks Laing and Elizabeth should be satisfied with this now, right? Laing is really surprised after seeing that the masked girl is Alina. He says to Elizabeth, "It turns out to be Alina, no wonder she looks familiar." He asks Elizabeth if she still remembers them, the father and daughter who came to live with them a few months ago. However, Elizabeth is not looking happy. She turns her head toward Mr. Boss, saying, "Who told them to reveal themselves like this?" Mr. Boss, after finding out that Demon Queen Elizabeth has discovered him, starts shaking in fear. He stands up from his seat and bows down toward Elizabeth and Laing, saying, "You two are here, but I didn't wish to ruin your viewing experience, so I didn't disturb you. Forgive me." But suddenly, Laing also finds out about Mr. Boss. He waves his hand toward Mr. Boss, saying, "Uncle Boss, as expected, you are here too. I just said I realized Alina was the one fighting. I have a lot of questions to ask you." Mr. Boss, after hearing Laing's words, thinks if Laing is dissatisfied with their card fighting skills. Meanwhile, Sword Saint Guild President, after seeing Mr. Boss like this, thinks, "Who is that person Boss respects so much?" After Alina won the competition, Mr. Boss invited Elizabeth and Laing to a gathering. Mr. Boss asked Elizabeth and Laing to please take their seats. However, Laing was really confused, wondering why he was invited to attend this gathering again. Elizabeth replied, saying it's not a bad idea to learn more about the current affairs of the world in preparation to rule it in the future. Laing agreed with Elizabeth, saying yes, but he asked Elizabeth if next time they could simply call it an experience and omit the world domination part. Sword Saint Guild President Elder Sword congratulated Mr. Boss for winning the competition. Mr. Boss replied, saying, "Elder Sword, we can discuss such small matters later. Please allow me to introduce to you the two distinguished guests first. First, this is the beneficial who saved me and my daughter from the Dark Apostle, Mr. Laing, and the lady next to him is..." However, before they could say Elizabeth's name, she turned her head toward to Mr. Boss, her eyes starting to glow red. Mr. Boss and Alina, after seeing Elizabeth like this, got really scared. Both of them understood that they couldn't openly reveal Elizabeth's identity. However, Sword Saint Guild President Elder Sword asked the reason why they couldn't introduce her. Mr. Boss, who was scared and afraid of Elizabeth, didn't know what to say. Laing realized that Mr. Boss must be afraid of revealing Elizabeth's identity as the Demon Queen, as that would shake everyone. That's why he was hesitating. Laing asked Elizabeth if from now on he should call her a novice, suggesting it's better to hide who she is. Elizabeth didn't care and told Laing he could call her whatever he wanted. To make the atmosphere better, Laing took the lead and introduced himself, saying they were from a small nation in the south. He was a minister there, and they could just call him Laing. As for the person next to him, that's their princess. However, the butler standing behind Elder Sword mentioned that a princess from the south. His hometown is there, but he doesn't seem to have heard of them. Mr. Boss agreed with Laing, saying that Laing is right, and his card skills were taught personally by him. Laing, blushing, responded, "You're exaggerating. I don't have much talent with cards, but Uncle Boss is the best at it. Actually, I would like to ask Uncle Boss for some advice on swordsmanship too. The yellow-haired girl gets really surprised after hearing this, saying to Blue Sword, "Did he hear this? He wants to learn swordsmanship after giving such powerful cards. What on earth is he thinking?" Blue Sword asks her to be careful. Elder Sword is here, and it's not the time for them to speak. Meanwhile, Alina is really nervous, and she asks Laing if he saw her battle in the square, wondering if her card skills were satisfactory. However, Laing doesn't know what she wants to say. He doesn't know what skills she's talking about. Mr. Boss asks Laing if there was something lacking in her performance and encourages him to be honest. Laing makes a serious face, saying he doesn't have anything to comment on. He just didn't expect them to use his cards like this. Mr. Boss agrees with Laing, saying, "Of course, how could they compare to Mr. Laing? He was so self-centered that he made copies of the cards and created the guild without Laing's permission." Alina asks for forgiveness from Laing, admitting she may have disappointed him, but that's her limit. However, Laing tells them not to be sorry. If they do it like this, more people should be able to participate. He finds it very good. Alina, after hearing this, asks him if Mr. Laing is saying that most people are actually like them regulars, so their card strategy is suitable for them to learn. Laing agrees, saying it's more suitable for promoting the guild. However, he mentions that this is a magical world, and he really envy them for their magic. Suddenly, one of the Sword Saint Guild members, let's call him Uncle Indai, starts inspecting Laing and Elizabeth, thinking it's getting more and more fun. He uses his demonic eye lens to see Laing and Elizabeth's magic power. However, he gets really surprised after seeing that one is casually exuding huge and domineering magic power, while the other is completely suppressed and doesn't reveal any magic power. Elizabeth finds out that he is using some kind of tool to inspect their power, and she is really angry. Mr. Tagore gets really scared, wondering if he has been discovered. But that's impossible. He used the demonic eye lens to observe them, and there isn't any magic reflection. What's happening? What's this strong sense of oppression? Elizabeth asks Laing that she wants to kill one of them. Laing gets really shocked after hearing this and asks her who she wants to kill. He asks Elizabeth to wait a minute, suggesting they leave any questions for the end of the gathering, thinking she shouldn't make things difficult for Uncle Boss. Elizabeth gets really happy after seeing Pudding, and her anger cools down immediately. Elder Sword asks everyone to calm down, enough chit-chat, let's go back to the topic at hand. This time, through the competition, he has invited a few people here. He wants to discuss an alliance as they urgently need to encircle and suppress the Dark Guild. So he asks Butler Ash to show them. Ash puts a bag on the table and asks everyone to take a look, explaining that these are the dark gears collected from the initial stage of the competition to the finals from each player using the Sword of Purification. Plus, Jayla from the Giant Bear Guild, it makes 30 pieces. Laing gets really surprised after seeing this because he doesn't know what dark gear is. Mr. Boss explains that as long as anyone accepts the Dark Guild's power, such gears will grow into their body. He also found such gears in the bodies of the apostles he hunted. The Dwarf Guild president is also really surprised after seeing 30 pieces, wondering if the infiltration of the Dark Guild is well spread. However, the yellow-haired girl asks everyone if Jayla passed the Sword of Purification's test before, and if he accepted the power after that. Red-haired girl Anna says no and explains that there's another possibility. The Dark Guild could have found a way to avoid the purification. Mr. Tagore tells everyone that only those with the lowest degree of fusion can be detected through purification. In the other two cases, they can basically hide in plain sight. In the first case, the fusion degree is the lowest. The host cannot bear it, and suffers the backlash, turning into a dark apostle akin to a puppet. In the second case, the host can bear it, but cannot control it, turning into what they saw on the square today. Eventually, the host becomes a container that gives birth to the great apostle. In the third case, the host can fully control it and gains the power of the Demon King. Their power improves by leaps and bounds, and they become a pillar demon servant of the Dark Guild. However, no matter what kind of change it is, they must still obey the orders of the person who gave them these powers. They become the Dark Guild's loyal servant. Blue Sword asks everyone if he almost became a great apostle back then. Mr. Tagore replies that who knows, he was controlled but not fully integrated. Otherwise, with his skills, he would have become a pillar demon. Elder Sword also agrees with Mr. Tagore, saying fortunately, Mr. Boss came to help. Otherwise, he might not be able to handle this with these old bones of his. Mr. Boss is really happy to help because in the past, he used to be a member of the Sword Saint Guild, so he should help. However, Blue Sword, when the guild was in trouble, was on a mission outside and was unable to fight the Dark Guild. But today, he saw the card skills that killed the 6 pillar demons, so he is convinced of his defeat, saying Alina is really strong. However, Alina replies that, no matter how he looks at it, the main reason for her win is the powerful cards of Mr. Laing. After hearing this, the Dwarf Guild president asks Laing if he made these cards and where he learned that blacksmithing skill. Not just cards, the sword he carried on his back isn't simple either. Laing replies that he just likes to do some handiwork at home to kill some time. There's no blacksmithing involved. The Dwarf Guild president thinks that Laing is so humble, and the yellow-haired girl says that if the Sword Saint were here, the Dark Guild wouldn't dare invade. Red-haired girl Anna asks her to stop, not to talk too much. In front of everyone, Laing, after hearing this, gets really curious and asks Uncle Boss if the Sword Saint is the strongest swordsman and where the Sword Saint is now. However, Mr. Boss hesitates to answer this question, saying it might not be a good idea for him to state his opinion. After all, he's no longer a member of the Sword Saint Guild. But Elder Sword, after seeing this, says to Mr. Boss that it's okay, he can talk about the Sword Saint. Anyway, this cannot be hidden for long. Some news has begun to spread already. The Dwarf Guild president gets really surprised, wondering if the rumors he heard are true. Mr. Tagore explains that after the rebellion of the Sword Saint Guild, not only has their combat power been severely depleted, but their Sword Saint has been missing too. That's why the Dark Guild took this chance to attack. Elder Sword replies that it's true. After the Sword Saint sent information from the mountains half a year ago, there has been no information since. However, Laing is really confused and doesn't know what they are talking about. What is the rebellion? Missing. Butler Ash explains that, to be precise, he should have gone to arrest Elder Axe who betrayed the guild, but he hasn't returned yet. According to Blue Sword, in his previous mission, he was supposed to go to the mountains and help the Sword Saint according to the coordinates, but when he arrived, there was no one there. However, the yellow-haired girl is confused because the Sword Saint has been promoted to a 5-star demon sovereign, 1 foot into the Demon King realm. Shouldn't it be easy to arrest the elder who has just been promoted to demon sovereign? Blue Sword says that no one doubts the power of the Sword Saint, but when he rushed to the mountains that day, his sword's tracks were everywhere. Still, when he climbed the mountain, he got really surprised after what he just saw. He saw half of the region was reduced to flat ground. It's hard to imagine what a terrifying battle they must have had there. Elder Sword explains that Elder Axe obtained a supreme magic weapon. All he knows is that it's a giant axe named Demon Burial, exuding terrifying resentment, and its power is so significant that the Elder can make up for the strength gap between him and the Sword Saint. However, according to the Dwarf Guild president, he went through all the S-class weapons forged by the Dwarf Kingdom, and he didn't find the axe Elder Sword described. He thinks it's also a masterpiece of the Dark Guild. Laing whispers and asks Alina, he still doesn't get it. Who is this elder? Why did he betray the Sword Saint Guild? Mr. Boss explains that the president of the guild is the Sword Saint, and under the Sword Saint, there are 5 elders who assist him in handling various affairs and guiding the disciples. The person next to him is Elder Sword, in charge of swordsmanship, and there are 4 other elders: Elder Dagger, Elder Spear, Elder Shield, and Elder Axe. But as Elder Axe betrayed the guild and launched the rebellion, Elder Dagger and Elder Spear were brutally killed by him. Elder Shield later died in the battle with the Pillars of the Dark Guild, so now Elder Sword is the only one with seniority in the guild. During the rebellion, many took that chance to betray them, including Elder Sword's most valued son, C. Buckthorn Terrais. Laing, after hearing the name Terrais, asks Elder Sword if he is a sword-wielding centaur, wondering if his son is actually a centaur. Then he asks about his wife, but they can't do anything as the artist does not explain about her. Let's get back to our story. So Elder Sword asks Laing if he met his son and how he is doing now. Laing, without any second thought, says, "Oh, he's dead." However, Elder Sword tells Laing that it doesn't matter anymore. This is the fate of the traitor. Now, the combination of many factors has caused the Sword Saint Guild to be in its most unstable times. So, he wants everyone to unite to fight against the Dark Guild. The Dwarf Guild president asks Elder Sword if they just provide them with weapons, the Dwarf Kingdom will have no problem. However, for A or S level weapons, due to the lack of grinding stones, it would be hard to achieve. Elder Sword, although his father is already thinking of a solution. Mr. Tagore asks everyone, "Please allow me to ask, Elder Sword, as you said, you are in your most unstable times now. Why do you think you can destroy the Dark Guild with our help?" Elder Sword replies, saying that it depends on Boss. He thinks Boss should give up on his own guild and return to serve as the vice president of the Sword Saint Guild. Mr. Boss gets really surprised and asks Elder Sword if he really wants him to serve as the vice president. However, he is afraid that it's not proper after all, he has left the guild for a while now. Elder Sword explains that Mr. Boss is more suitable than he thinks. Cards can be regarded as weapons, just like daggers and flying knives. If Mr. Boss becomes a vice president of the Sword Saint Guild, they can open a new unit and let Alina serve as the elder. However, Alina is really nervous, saying she is not qualified to be an elder of the Sword Saint Guild. Elder Sword says as long as Mr. Boss agrees, he guarantees that everything will go smoothly. The resources of the guild will be used as Mr. Boss wishes, and even he will obey his orders. Butler Ash says, "Senior Boss, the elder is truly sincere in his intentions. The vice president position means you are one person above 10,000. This is much easier than establishing your own guild. Please consider this suggestion." After that, Mr. Boss turns his head toward Laing, asking what he thinks, wondering with the aid of the Sword Saint Guild's fame, wouldn't the card skill be spread around faster? Laing gets really surprised, saying, "Uncle Boss, are you asking me for advice? There is a saying in my hometown that it's much easier to become a senior executive in a large company than starting your own. However, those who are more ambitious will choose to start their own business, so this still depends on their own personal desires." Laing is thinking, as a person with no ambition, he shouldn't be giving advice to others. But Mr. Boss misunderstands Laing's words, thinking, does he think he needs to be someone's accessory to elevate himself? If you only have that much ambition, then he is really disappointed in him. However, Mr. Boss is in a tough situation, wondering if Mr. Laing is trying to aid him, but Elder Sword is so stingy. To reject him directly on such an occasion would be not giving him face. He would offend the entire Sword Saint Guild. Elder Sword asks Mr. Boss if he is still dissatisfied, feel free to put forward any conditions. Mr. Boss stands up from his seat and says, "Elder Sword, you don't need to say anything else. I established my own guild not because I wanted to pursue fame and wealth, but because I wanted to elevate my card skills," Mr. Boss states. He then asks Laing if he can see that his will is firm. Elder Sword asks Mr. Boss if he has thought this through. However, Elder Sword is really surprised and can't feel the aura of this strong man called Laing, suggesting that being taught by him must be an excuse to hide his background. Laing replies, saying yes, good conditions, but he thought that he could rely on his connections to Uncle Boss to learn swordsmanship from the Sword Saint Guild. After that, Mr. Boss refuses to return to the guild, but assures Elder Sword not to worry, explaining that it's his responsibility to eliminate the Dark Guild, and his guild will fully support the Sword Saint Guild in the future. Elder Sword agrees with Mr. Boss, saying he understands. However, according to the agreement, the Sword Saint Guild will recognize the legitimacy of Mr. Boss's card guild. Laping doesn't know what to say. He can only express that Uncle Boss is very courageous. However, for Mr. Boss, the most important thing is Laping's satisfaction, and they have worked really hard to satisfy Laping. Meanwhile, Elder Sword asks Dwarf Guild President Prince Brian when will the king return from seclusion, as the provision of A and S level weapons can greatly enhance their combat power. Prince Brian replies that he can't tell Elder Sword, but the shortage of grinding stones is a big issue, and the entire kingdom can't find a proper substitute. The Aristotle kingdom refuses to cooperate, so his father is researching in seclusion. However, they can't do anything right now. Elder Sword doesn't know what to do, so he asks Mr. Tagore what he thinks about the request for the weapons and combatants spell. Mr. Tagore is a neutral party, but if he just casts spells for Elder Sword, it won't be a big issue. Elder Sword then asks everyone to reach a mutual understanding of their plan. He suggests that in 2 months they will gather their forces, try their best to solve the issues at hand, and asks if anyone has questions. Suddenly, Laping raises his hand and asks Elder Sword if he can join. Elder Sword gets really surprised and asks Laping if he means he wants to join the battle against the Dark Guild too. Laping replies saying no. What he means is Elder Sword Guild recruiting people? He wants to sign up to learn swordsmanship. Although he has been idle for a long time, it's not too late to start learning again, right? Mr. Boss asks Laping if he is joking and why he wants to learn swordsmanship. Laping explains that it was Princess Elizabeth who arranged for him to do this. As for why, they have to ask her. Mr. Boss and Alina, after seeing Elizabeth, do not dare to ask Laping that his plan makes sense. Elder Sword agrees with Laping, but there are many kinds of swordsmanship, so he asks Laping which one he wants to learn and what his magic level is. Laping replies that he tested it before, and it seems to be very low, explaining that he is not very good at magic. Butler Ass says that if Laping is not good with magic, he will have no way of using the magic sword taught by Elder Sword. After hearing this, Laping asks if there are no ordinary swordsmanship that doesn't need magic power. Elder Sword replies that of course there is. However, there's only one person who has mastered this kind of swordsmanship, and that person is the president of the Sword Saint Guild, Sword Saint. If Laping finds her, she'll definitely teach him. Mr. Boss also agrees with Elder Sword, saying indeed, he's afraid only the ones qualified to teach Laping are the Sword Saint. Laping, after hearing this, starts crying, thinking the Sword Saint is missing, and how can he find her? Obviously, they think he's not worthy and refuse to help him. Suddenly, Mr. Tagore asks everyone to wait, uses some kind of magic spell, and suddenly a book appears. He writes something in that book, and suddenly the magic spell starts floating in the air. He says that it just so happens that he has recorded some sword skills spells, so maybe they can help Laping. He gives those spells to Laping, who gets really happy and asks Mr. Tagore how to use them. Meanwhile, Elizabeth has finished eating her pudding, and Laping asks her to look at the spell that records swordsmanship skills. However, Elizabeth doesn't pay any attention to Laping and instantly goes back to business. She gets rid of this bug that's acting clever in front of her. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the desert, a fight is going on. The one who is fighting is the Sword Saint Chichai Saugus, the president of the Sword Saint Guild. She asks Elder Axe to come out and not hide. Elder Axe asks her, "What is your problem? What are you trying to do by pestering me?" She replies that she must clear up his crime of joining with the Dark Guild and eliminate him today. So she uses her Sword Kai technique and attacks Elder Axe. However, Elder Axe uses his demonic axe to block the Sword Saint's attack. Elder Axe uses the power of the demonic axe to counterattack against the Sword Saint, but she dodges his attacks without any problem. Elder Axe says that as the integration between him and the demon burial becomes deeper, the Sword Saint's threat level becomes lower. Soon it will be his turn to harm the Sword Saint. However, the Sword Saint does not care. She warns Elder Axe that if he continues with his stubbornness and unrepentance, he will soon be completely controlled by this axe and lose himself, asking him to wake up and accept reality. However, Elder Axe doesn't care if he's losing himself, explaining that after experiencing this supreme power, he will know losing himself is a privilege. It'll be all fine soon. He asks the demon Burial to take over his body, and suddenly Elder Axe's body starts changing. He becomes a female. After the demon Burial takes control over Elder Axe's body, she says, finally coming out resentment. You dare to abandon me? I won't let you go. After the transformation, they told the Sword Saint, no matter where you go, I'll always be able to find you. Sword Saint, upon witnessing this transformation, realized that they were completely under the control of the Dark Gear. Sword Axe, however, smiled upon hearing this, placed his hand on the Dark Gear, and challenged Sword Saint, suggesting she was underestimating him, and that his resentment made the dark power seem insignificant. He then forcefully removed the Dark Gear along with some skin. Upon seeing his new appearance, I was shocked. The Elder had become a beautiful girl, which was the true form of Demon Burial. Feeling rejuvenated in her true form, Demon Burial was unfazed by Sword Saint's declaration to destroy her that day. Sword Saint summoned her phantom superweapon, the hoof armor of the legendary monster Phantom Horse King, forged by the Dwarf King himself. This armor, which could increase the wearer's speed tenfold and grant the effect swift as wind, was her choice to defeat Demon Burial. Demon Burial, unconcerned, taunted Sword Saint to come closer. Sword Saint responded by appearing behind Demon Burial and using her Mist Chop technique, destroying a 100-meter radius around them and creating a massive hole in the ground. Despite the power of the attack, Sword Saint was stunned to see her phantom sword shattered. Demon Burial emerged unscathed, commenting that her body initially felt stiff, which prevented her from blocking a few blows, but acknowledged Sword Saint's strength. Sword Saint, still determined, thought about the Phantom Horse King, whose armor couldn't significantly injure Demon Burial, and pondered her next move. Demon Burial, warming up, waited for Sword Saint to make her next move, which prompted Sword Saint to summon 2 additional weapons from her storage and use weapon fusion. She created a more powerful weapon by combining the stalactite spear, forged over 1,000 years by the Dwarf King from a rare stalactite, and the insect scythe, also forged by the Dwarf King using the Insect King Gem Mantis's sickle. Additionally, she summoned the Cthulhu Cane and Explosive Knife, both superweapons with their unique dangers and powers. Sword Saint, combining all her superweapons, launched an all-out attack on Demon Burial. Meanwhile, Demon Burial finished her warm-up, unbothered by Sword Saint's fury and arrogance. Sword Saint also summoned the Snow Silkworm Shield, a superweapon forged from the sacred beast, Snow White Silkworm's pupa silk by the Dwarf King, known for its toughness and cold air bursts. Demon Burial, however, stood her ground, challenging Sword Saint's underestimation. Sword Saint, using the combined powers of her weapons, created a twisted space with the Cthulhu Cane and allowed the explosive knife to continuously explode, releasing the Earth's core energy. She knew she could only maintain this energy for a short time before her mind risked invasion. Finally, Sword Saint summoned the Hammer of All, a super weapon forged by the Dwarf King from the fossilized bones of a mammoth lord. Weighing 100 tons, even a normal blow from this hammer could unleash ultimate power. With this weapon, she aimed for Demon Burial, determined to end the confrontation. However, when Demon Burial used the splitting cut technique and sliced through the Sword Saint's powerful weapon, the Sword Saint was taken aback by the attack. She realized that if she didn't block this attack, she would die. So, without wasting any time, she used Abyss Magic, 7 guard swords, and suddenly 7 swords appeared in front of her as a shield. However, this was not enough to block Demon Burial's attack, which broke through the Sword Saint's defense and heavily damaged her. In just 8 seconds, Demon Burial killed the Sword Saint. Seeing the Sword Saint in this state, Demon Burial wondered if she was truly inadequate. Yet she was not satisfied with the fight. This was just a warm-up for her. The real battle was about to begin. So she used her demonic axe to search for any heartless ones. With the help of her demonic axe, she could see for thousands of miles. Suddenly, she saw a house in the middle of nowhere. This was the Laing house, where Laing and Elizabeth lived. She was thrilled to see Elizabeth and exclaimed that she was heading there right away. Meanwhile, at the Laing house, Elizabeth grabbed the remote and turned on the air conditioner, remarking, "Indeed, it's better to go home, turn on the air conditioner, watch TV, and eat chips. I really have to leave all that troublesome world domination thing to you." However, Laing felt physically and mentally exhausted every time he had to go out, wondering if ruling the world was truly not for him. Elizabeth disagreed, insisting that they must do what they have agreed upon and assured Laing not to worry, promising to aid him. However, Laing was frustrated because of what she had done in the Sword Saint Guild. He asked Elizabeth if she could inform him before taking such actions next time. Some time ago, in the Sword Saint Guild, Elizabeth had killed one of the elders, shocking the Sword Saint Guild president, Elder Sword, who immediately alerted everyone. Butler Ass, the red-haired girl Anna, and her sister unsheathed their swords to attack Elizabeth. Blue Sword also released his sword Kai, but after the great apostle took over his body, there was not much Kai left in his body. Meanwhile, Prince Brian was surprised by Elizabeth's overwhelming power, thinking he'd better watch the show from the sidelines. After the incident, Mr. Boss tried to calm everyone down, asking them to listen to him. He then turned to Laing, asking if he could explain the current situation. Laing was confused, wondering what situation Mr. Boss was referring to. Elizabeth explained that, given their level, it was no surprise they had been infiltrated by the Dark Guild. Laing, confused, asked Elizabeth what she meant. She then showcased the sword skill Mr. Dizzy Tagore had given to Laing, insisting that everyone should pay attention. Subsequently, she unleashed her resolve magic, and suddenly, a parasite appeared in front of everyone. The Sword Saint Guild's president, Elder Sword, was profoundly shocked by the appearance of the parasite. Upon realizing he had been discovered, the parasite began to ponder its next move. However, upon seeing Laing as an easy target with no magic, it immediately attacked him. Laing was taken aback by this sudden assault, having no time to react. Fortunately, Elizabeth acted swiftly and killed the parasite. After Elizabeth had dealt with the parasite, Butler Ash noticed that Mr. Tagore's body was a spell technique. The girl with yellow hair was shocked by this revelation, wondering if even a prominent figure like Mr. Tagore had joined the Dark Guild. The girl with red hair, Anna, explained that it made sense. More and more people were accepting the power of the Dark Guild, and they were able to evade the detection of the Sword of Purification through advanced techniques. Elizabeth commented that this technique was more than a simple mechanism. Had they allowed him to cast a massive technique to fight, the entire area would have become a large-scale hatching site. She laughed, remarking that it would have been ridiculous. Meanwhile, Laing was still reeling from the encounter, wondering if what had attacked him was indeed a parasite. The prospect of being bitten seemed daunting. Elder Sword, curious, questioned Elizabeth on how she discovered the parasite. Elizabeth, however, chose not to disclose her method, stating that it was none of his concern. After hearing this, Elder Sword started laughing, saying, "Although we have grown weak, we still cannot be disregarded." Meanwhile, Mr. Benain Boss was really surprised, thinking, "That's bad. The Elder is someone who is sensitive about his pride. If he doesn't recognize the identities of Mr. Pal Laing and the Demon Queen, he will definitely consider them beneath him. If he offends the Demon Queen, the consequences will be dire." So he asked Laing, "If you understand what just happened, could you explain it to everyone?" Laing, confused about why Mr. Boss was asking him, and having not figured it out himself either, was suddenly interrupted by Elizabeth, who grabbed his hand and said, "It's time for afternoon tea. Discussion time is over. Come home with me now." So Laing said goodbye to Mr. Boss, stating, "I'll see you next time." Mr. Benoit Boss was really scared, thinking, if Laing doesn't explain himself clearly, that stingy elder will cause trouble for him. Even if the Sword Saint returns, there will be no way to save this. Elizabeth became really angry at Mr. Pangboss, asking him, "Do you want to die?" After hearing this, Mr. Pangboss quickly shut his mouth and said goodbye to Elizabeth happily. Meanwhile, Elder Sword asked Butler Ash to follow him. They were going to the south right now to investigate the Sword Saint matter. In the present, Laing asked Elizabeth, "If something like that happens in the future, please tell me in advance so I can be mentally prepared." Meanwhile, Elizabeth was thinking, there are two pieces of information worth mentioning now. One is that the guy's glasses can detect other people's magic, probably forged from Jim's red demon eyes. Secondly, the magic power of that one is different from that of the Dark Guild. It's clear that there are still other evil forces outside of the Dark Guild who are on the move. But that doesn't matter. Emilia has eradicated the headquarters of the Dark Guild, and the source of this trouble is no longer there. The remaining ones are just left for Laing to deal with as an adventurer. However, that magic truly scared Laing. He is really glad no such things are living in his yard. But he was really curious and asked Elizabeth. How could she sense that he was a bad guy? Laing wondered if Elizabeth could teach him that skill. He then realized it must be a form of magic that requires magical power, which he lacks the talent for. Elizabeth knew that when the glass was detecting magic power, there was no magical reflection. She explained, "If you're not as strong as me, you won't be able to detect it under normal circumstances. But wearing clothes made by you, you don't need a magical reflection to detect all malicious intentions the other party wishes to inflict." Feeling underestimated, questioned if his inquiry was perceived as mockery, aiming to challenge her authority as the Demon Queen. Elizabeth, visibly annoyed, retorted that Laing was not worth her attention. Feeling anxious, Laing asked Elizabeth what he should do next. "Is it really enough to just swing the sword 1,000 times a day? I need to learn some sword moves, right? But the Sword Saint Guild refused to take me in. Why don't you teach me?" he implored. Elizabeth firmly declined, outlining the prerequisites for him to rule the world. He must rely solely on his swordsmanship and magic. Besides his clothes, he cannot take any of his other creations with him. And although she will accompany and guide him, she will not teach him any magic or swordsmanship. Confused, Laing wondered when they had agreed on these terms. Elizabeth replied, "We agree on them just now." Frustrated, Laing threatened to seek Uncle Boss's guidance again. Even if he switched to cards, Uncle Boss should still be able to teach him the swordsmanship he had learned before. However, Holy Sword Alpha, transforming into his human form, advised Laing to give up, stating that they simply could not teach him pure swordsmanship. Laing, puzzled, asked what pure swordsmanship was. Alpha explained that even without relying on magic, none of their techniques would be effective. He questioned why anyone would learn pure swordsmanship just to strengthen their body if magic was available. Laing, conceding to Alpha's logic, admitted, "What you're saying makes sense. In this magical world, combat demands the use of magic sword techniques that integrate magic." However, a sudden recollection of pure swordsmanship and body strengthening made Laing stand up from his seat and head towards the bookshelf, exclaiming that he had found what he was looking for. Holy Sword Alpha, curious, wondered what Laing had discovered, especially since this was his first visit in a while. Laing recalled obtaining the item randomly from the system as a gift, only to discard it on the bookshelf where it collected dust. Was this the item he was referring to? Holy Sword Alpha, meanwhile, was curious about what kind of place could keep Elizabeth so engaged, preventing her from wanting to rule the world. He decided to investigate, but was surprised by the many unfamiliar things he encountered, questioning what these strange items were. As he ventured further, he suddenly felt an intense killing intent. Unable to discern the source, he realized he had just been metaphorically killed. He wondered, was it him? No, such a sharp intent didn't match. Was it her? That didn't seem right either, as her killing intent should be more violent and terrifying. He then realized the intent was emanating from the kitchen, but was shocked to see kitchen knives. How is this possible? I am the king of weapons, Holy Sword Alpha, he thought, unable to comprehend how he could feel threatened by mere kitchen knives. Overwhelmed by fear, he fled the house, declaring his refusal to stay. Laing, confused by Alpha's sudden departure, but not overly concerned, had finally found what he was searching for. The taichi sword technique, known for its ease of learning and moderate exercise, promised health benefits like disease prevention, life extension, and fitness maintenance, and could even prevent osteoporosis and arthritis. It aimed to unveil the mysteries of nature. Surprised by his previous disregard for it, Laing found the book useful now. It outlined 13 taichi sword movements, seemingly simple and learnable by individuals of all ages without requiring magic. Now he was genuinely curious if it could be effective in battle. So he asked Elizabeth if she could help him with a sword manual he had found. Elizabeth, feeling sleepy after eating so many chips, declined Laing's request, advising him to go and play by himself as she wanted to lie down for a bit. Laing was really disappointed with Elizabeth's response, stating that he would go out to find Alpha and try it out. After Laing left, Elizabeth started smiling, thinking to herself, "You won't be able to master swordsmanship anytime soon. I'll just let you practice slowly and blindly on your own. When you hit a wall and have no idea what to do next, I'll step in and guide you. Only then can I underscore my superior position to you." Laing, after coming out of the house, started calling Holy Sword Alpha's name, asking where he was. But suddenly, he noticed that Holy Sword Alpha had turned into his sword form again. Confused, Laing warned Holy Sword Alpha that if he ignored him, he would take it as his consent to start practicing now. However, there was no response from Holy Sword Alpha. So he opened the taichi sword skill book and began practicing the first move, like a dragonfly touching the water. Meanwhile, 300 kilometers away, Toad Immortal, a level 3-star demon ancestor and the frog shown at the start of this manhwa, was in bad shape, his body covered in blood. He was fighting with demon burial, so he used his stomach acid mist technique and attacked demon burial. However, the technique did not work, and Demon Burial began attacking, declaring that as long as she killed him, the others would obediently surrender. So she used Chopping Shoot and attacked him, sending Toad Immortal flying across the field. In a single punch, Demon Burial created a hole in Toad Immortal's chest. Toad Immortal is in really bad shape. His whole body is covered in injuries. Demon Burial is quite impressed after seeing that there are so many high-level monsters who serve as Elizabeth's guard dogs, thinking, so it's no wonder that she can hide so well. She then prepares her final attack to finish Toad Immortal, proclaiming, "From today on, your peaceful days are over." But fortunately, Robot Dog intervenes just in time to save Toad Immortal, using his sound-absorbing energy field. Demon Burial, upon seeing another troublesome enemy, is taken aback as Robot Dog starts barking at her. Toad Immortal, after seeing Robot Dog, lets out a sigh of relief, saying, "Since my dear elder brother is joining the battle, I will back off first." After saying this, he disappears from there. Demon Burial warns Robot Dog to get out of her way if he doesn't want to die. So, Robot Dog starts checking his system list, but cannot find Demon Burial in the whitelist. Noting the risk level as too high, he asks Demon Burial not to disturb his master's life, as according to the highest law, he will now eliminate the individual. He then activates Defense Level 3 and starts attacking Demon Burial with a barrage of missiles. Meanwhile, on the other side, Laing continues practicing his swordsmanship. After practicing for so long, he finally masters it, thinking it's not that difficult. When Laing finishes his swordsmanship practice, Holy Sword Alpha transforms into his human form. Laing, surprised, asks why he has appeared now instead of when he was called. Holy Sword Alpha replies that he has finally recovered. Laing says he has arrived just in time and asks for some advice on his swordsmanship. Holy Sword Alpha, confused, wonders which swordsmanship Laing is talking about. Laing reassures him, saying, "Don't worry, even if you say that, I am also aware that taichi sword is only for strengthening the body, not for battle." but after trying it once, I felt like my whole body was refreshed. Meanwhile, Holy Sword Alpha recalls being chased by so many scary weapons in Laping's house, one of which is enough to overpower him. Fearing for his life, he ran out of the house, not wanting to stay in such a scary place. But the moment a weapon admits defeat, its aura dissipates, and it returns to its original form. This is how Holy Sword Alpha was turned back into his sword form, feeling saddened by the realization that he was suppressed back to his original form just now, almost losing his soul and becoming a normal weapon. Despite being the pinnacle of weapons, the legendary Holy Sword. He wonders why he was so scared of those kitchen knives. If Laping hadn't picked him up to practice his swordsmanship just now, reawakening his aura to the minimum, Holy Sword Alpha would have been reduced to a mere tool for chopping wood. Laping saved Holy Sword Alpha with a swordsmanship beyond his understanding and then asked him for guidance. However, Holy Sword Alpha misunderstands, thinking Laping doesn't need him and the Demon Queen, considering what he has as mere scrap. Holy Sword Alpha asks for forgiveness from Laping, crying and questioning the meaning of his existence, how he came to be, and why he is here again. It's so confusing for him, and he turns back into his sword form and flies away, wanting to leave the terrible place. Laping is surprised, wondering how he can learn swordsmanship without a sword. On the other side, Demon Burial dodges Robot Dog's attack, but asks him if he really is willing to be a lackey for the rest of his life. She wants Robot Dog to cooperate with her to destroy the place together, and then they will divide the outside world equally. But Robot Dog doesn't care. Demon Burial levitates into the sky and tells Robot Dog that if he doesn't know how to appreciate favors, it doesn't mean she's scared of him. So, she uses her powerful move, Chopping Shoot, which Robot Dog dodges without any problem. After that, he began to analyze the damage. He realized that if they are not stopped, they will penetrate the mantle layer, causing magma to explode. This would lead to abnormal changes in the bottom layer and cause earthquakes, ultimately endangering his master's life. Suddenly, a robotic hand emerged from Robot Dog's back and grabbed Demon Burial's Chopping Shoot. Demon Burial started laughing upon seeing Robot Dog in a tough situation, thinking he couldn't escape now. So, she unleashed another Chopping Shoot to eliminate Robot Dog. But suddenly another hand emerged from Robot Dog and grabbed Demon Burial's attack. Shortly after, he started absorbing both of Demon Burial's Chopping Shoots. In just a few seconds, he completely absorbed Demon Burial's attack and energy. Demon Burial, frustrated, wondered how it could be possible to absorb all of her attacks. However, Robot Dog thanked Demon Burial for the tasty energy. In exchange, he asked Demon Burial if she decided to leave now, he would let her go. Demon Burial became really angry and grabbed her demonic axe, saying that this move was originally reserved for dealing with that heartless person. But now, she had no other choice but to use it to destroy the dog that's in her way. The constant shattering of hope, the eternal torment of waiting, the sadness and fury of being abandoned. The resentment accumulated for 500 years was now gathered at one point, ready to explode at once. Dark energy began gathering around Demon Burial. Her demonic axe started absorbing that dark energy. She warned Robot Dog that after witnessing this, he would realize how fortunate it would have been to be chopped to death just now. Then she used her ultimate move, Resentment Deadline. Meanwhile, Robot Dog, sitting without any problem, then used his robotic hand to grab an incredibly smooth tiny mirror that Laping had created. He then used that tiny mirror to reflect Demon Burial's attack. Demon Burial was shocked and confused, wondering what just happened. The attack tore through Earth's outer layer and destroyed one of the solar system's planets. Still in shock, Demon Burial wondered if her 500 years of resentment were gone just like that. But suddenly, she was surprised to see a dog unmanned drone. Demon Burial wondered what it was this time, determined to destroy it all. However, before she could attack, the dog unmanned drone captured Demon Burial in his force field control 10G. Meanwhile, our robot dog was lying on the ground, enjoying the sun, saying, "After that fierce woman, you must be the strongest intruder I have ever encountered. Fortunately, I upgrade iteratively, so it's over for you now." So, he increased the force field control power to 50G. Demon Burial was really angry, saying she could endure this, that 500 years of resentment couldn't end like this, and started shouting loudly that she couldn't give up. But Robot Dog increased the force field control to 100G, and after that, Demon Burial's demonic axe broke into tiny pieces. After killing Demon Burial, Robot Dog thought that the intruders who had been coming recently seemed to have pretty good levels. It seemed like he had to go back and sift through the trash, pick some materials discarded by the master, and upgrade them. But suddenly, something stretched out from the ground. Robot Dog was really surprised, wondering if they were not dead yet. However, this was not Demon Burial, but the Sword Saint Guild president. Sword Saint? She used her lucky pendant, a super weapon, the lucky star that wanders around the universe and passes through the hero continent every 10 years. Each time it passed, it would drop a small amount of lucky star pieces. The Sword Saint had collected enough pieces while traveling all over the world during her adventures in her early years. She commissioned the Dwarf King to personally forge them into jewelry, sad that wearing it can greatly increase the wearer's luck. Meanwhile, on the other side at Laping's house, Elizabeth is eating chips and watching TV. However, she finds the ads really annoying, just like many of you might. So, she contemplates asking Laping to open a membership for her to avoid the ads. Suddenly, she realizes that she's finished all the chips already. But for her, this isn't the end. The best part is left. The last bits of chips mixed with a lot of seasoning powder are truly addicting for her. This is next level satisfaction for her, and she admits she also does this. It's her favorite part of eating chips. She wonders in the comments section how many of you do the same thing. Now, back to our story. It's almost time to check on Laping's swordsmanship training, but Elizabeth thinks Laping must be struggling with his swordsmanship training right now. It's necessary, though. To be ready for the challenge, he had to undergo hellish training before understanding the art of swordsmanship. She imagines that just when he has no clue what to do and is about to give up, she will appear to guide him. She gets really excited thinking about this, so she opens the door and asks Laping if he's not being lazy and inquires how the training is going. She came to check on him, but she is surprised to see Laping, wondering why he's sitting cross-legged like that when she asked him to practice his swordsmanship. However, Laping ignores Elizabeth because he is busy practicing his yoga. Elizabeth asks Laping again what he is doing, but he doesn't say anything. Elizabeth wonders if Laping encountered a setback and lost face, so he wants to escape from the problem, right? It doesn't matter, she has changed her mind. As long as he bows his head and asks her for guidance, she's still willing to teach him a few moves. She guarantees Laping that after he learns them, he will be able to run rampant in the outside world. Under 3 conditions, he ignored her again. After completing his meditation, Laping asked Elizabeth if she was talking to him just now. He apologized to Elizabeth, explaining that he had just emerged from a taichi meditation state. Elizabeth, frustrated, told Laping, "So that's how it is. It seems like you think you did well in your practice. But make no mistake, what you aim to learn is swordsmanship, and this meditation is pointless." Laping began smiling and pointed his stick towards Elizabeth, saying, "What do you mean, pointless? These are strengthening exercises, and most importantly, they cultivate the mind and nourish the body. While you've been eating potato chips and watching TV, I've already mastered the entire set of 13 swordsmanship moves, and I'm very proficient. Would you like me to demonstrate them for you? Then you can give me some guidance." Elizabeth agreed with Laping, thinking, "Since you want to make a fool out of yourself, I won't stop you. With just this little time, you think you've mastered some sword skills just by practicing some horizontal and vertical slashes." After that, Laping started explaining that the most important aspect of practicing Tai Chi is maintaining a calm mind, closing your eyes, and adopting the right posture. He then demonstrated Elizabeth's first move. Dragonfly touches the water. Elizabeth was surprised to see Laing exhibit such power with just one move. But she remembered he is the legendary hero after all, having lived with him for so long. However, in such a peaceful state, there seemed to be no threat at all. She wondered where the destructive power of the sword had gone. After that, he showed the second move. Swallow catches the insect, and the third move. Dust floats in the wind. Suddenly, the sky began changing, clouds gathering, and Elizabeth was surprised to see his power transform. Water started floating around Laing as he changed his stance and performed his fourth move. Sudden thunderstorm, with lightning striking all around him. Elizabeth was astonished, wondering how he could reach this level in such a short period. "This must be surpassed," she said, offering him some guidance. Then, Laing used his fifth move, Blue Dragon, out of the water, and suddenly a really large water dragon appeared in front of Elizabeth. Upon seeing this, she used her demonic sword of destruction, and in the next moment, a huge pink demon dragon descended to earth. They both started attacking each other, but unfortunately for Elizabeth, Laing's water dragon defeated her dragon. In the next moment, everything returned to normal, the sky cleared, and a beautiful moon appeared. Elizabeth was really angry after witnessing this, thinking it was unreasonable for her sword force to become so weak in front of him. Laing explained that when standing calm, your mind is not lacking. When you are standing still, your mind is at peace. You must remain calm with every move, calm in the face of events. Only then can you grasp the essence of taichi. Then, he touched his stick to the water where the moon's reflection shimmered, and suddenly the moon seemed to emerge from the water itself. This is Laing's eighth move, Moon in the Water. Upon seeing this, Elizabeth wondered if Laing was playing pretend to be weak to catch the strong with her again. But when it comes to swordsmanship, she believed he had chosen the wrong field. Meanwhile, the moon started to grow larger. Elizabeth also began to take things more seriously, showing no mercy towards Laing. But suddenly, everything started floating in the air. Elizabeth wondered if Laing was trying to use gravity to control her, but she declared she wouldn't let him do that. However, before she could act, she realized that Laing had changed the scene once again, and now they were standing on the moon's surface. Laing then began preparing his next move, saying, "As the moves of the taichi sword progress, the state of the mind becomes calm and vast. You begin to understand the mysteries of nature." Then he showed the ninth move, Meteor catching the moon. Elizabeth was shocked to see that each meteor was comparable to her destructive magic, and there were so many of them. So, she transformed into her demon form, admitting it was her fault for underestimating him. But if he thought he could beat her in swordsmanship, then he was very wrong. After that, she cut through all the meteors into pieces and started running towards Laing, determined to defeat him today, claiming her swordsmanship was the strongest in history and unbeatable. She then used her powerful move, All Things Full Slash, and alongside Laing, she cut the moon into two pieces. But after regaining her senses, she realized she was so overwhelmed by the desire to beat him. She wondered if she hadn't actually killed him, right? However, she was shocked to see that Laing had merged with the universe. Laing explained that the vastness of emptiness, staying calm and sincere, embodies the state of mind that is spacious, the embodiment of taichi, and body close to nature. And this is his 10th move, Holding of the Moon. Elizabeth became extremely angry after seeing Laing's 10th move. She thought to herself, "I'm so stupid for getting distracted just because I was worried about your safety." Determined not to show any mercy, she seized the opportunity and unleashed her most powerful move, Complete Magic Force, transforming into a cosmic being. She said to Laing, "Don't think you're so great at just this level. Whatever you can do, I can too." However, Laing responded unexpectedly by tossing the moon into the air and demonstrating the final stage of taichi to Elizabeth. Focusing on cultivating the mind and meditation with the swordless move, the 11th move, Sword of Enlightenment, he explained, Tao creates one, one creates two, two creates three. After witnessing this, Elizabeth burst into laughter, mocking, "Swordless? What nonsense is this? A clone technique, right? Well, I'll entertain you then." With that, she used her apocalyptic magic demon queen to create 9 clones. Suddenly, many Elizabeth clones appeared in front of Laing, each as powerful as the original. Meanwhile, Laing prepared his next move, proclaiming, "3 lives give rise to all things merge into one." Elizabeth wondered if Laing was retreating. "It's too late," she declared, explaining that her sword was faster than the speed of light and questioning how he would dodge it. She and her 9 clones then attacked Laing. To her astonishment, Laing dodged the attack effortlessly. Upon closer inspection, Elizabeth realized that Laing hadn't moved. Instead, the space around him had expanded rapidly, widening the gap. Laing spoke to Elizabeth. "As you meditate and become one with nature, your mind will naturally open up." As he said this, a galaxy emerged within his body, transforming him into a part of the galaxy. Frustrated and angry, Elizabeth shouted, "You bastard! Do you think just because you surpassed my speed, I can't do anything to you?" She prepared her most powerful attack, claiming that as long as the target exists, her move could strike at super speed. "Open your eyes and see the most powerful strike of the demonic sword of destruction," she taunted as she launched her arrow of destruction towards Laing. Meanwhile, Laing completed his 12th move. 3 lives give rise to all. Suddenly, the galaxy that had emerged became massive, and as Elizabeth's powerful move, the arrow of destruction, approached, it was overwhelmed by the expanding galaxy and destroyed like fine dust. Elizabeth was shocked to see her most powerful strike, which she had been so proud of, annihilated. Everything then returned to normal, but Elizabeth remained in great shock, realizing that the swordsmanship she had gained through so much hard training had failed her. Laing explained to Elizabeth, "The mind wanders through time and space before finally returning to the beginning, where it finds peace." Hearing this, Elizabeth became even angrier. Elizabeth, incredulous, exclaimed, "How could you be so unreasonable? You dare to lecture me in swordsmanship? You want to humiliate me?" However, she calmed herself down and said, "That's fine. As you said, after seeing the vastness of the universe, I am calm. How about I forget the past, let go of my pride, set aside the swordsmanship I have learned, and accept your guidance?" Laing asked her to put aside her magic and even her life, regardless of the cost or the consequences, and to pour her everything into the swords will beyond space, beyond time. "This is my own beyond space, beyond time," he explained, referring to his swordless move. Elizabeth realized that within time and space, no matter how strong her moves were, they were no match for the power of Laing's rules. So, to defeat him, she needed to surpass both time and space. She thanked Laing for his guidance. Despite knowing that using this move might cost her everything and possibly lead to her fall from grace, she was undeterred because, for her, there was no meaning in living after defeating Laing. This is a fitting end, she thought. However, she made Laing remember that the person who ultimately defeated him was Elizabeth, the Demon Queen. After declaring this, she charged towards Laing to attack. However, Laing prepared his final move, the 13th move, "One is all," and caught Elizabeth's powerful move with just 2 fingers. Elizabeth was stunned, wondering how it was possible for him to stop her attack with just 2 fingers. While she pondered this, Laing pulled her towards him. Elizabeth, blushing and uncertain of his intentions, found herself suddenly in his arms. Everything returned to normal, and Elizabeth achieved an advanced breakthrough, becoming a 7-star demon lord. Laing then asked her what she thought of his swordsmanship and whether she believed he was capable of it. Confused and unsure, Elizabeth wondered what he meant. Laing clarified that he was referring to his mastery of swordsmanship. Laing mentioned, "Although they are just simple moves, every time I perform them, I feel like I'm getting better. What do you think?" However, Elizabeth didn't know what to say and continued to stare intently at Laing. Laing asked Elizabeth if there was anything he needed to improve on. Seeing her like this, he thought to himself that Elizabeth looked quite cute at that moment. But Elizabeth remained silent, still staring at him. Laing felt embarrassed and asked, You're staring at me like that. Is something wrong? He quickly composed himself, thinking, no, don't overthink it. I can't offend her. I still need her protection. When Elizabeth realized the awkwardness of the situation, she asked Laing to let her go. Both of them felt really embarrassed, and the atmosphere grew awkward for no apparent reason. Laing knew he had to say something to break the tension. He said to Elizabeth, "The effect is amazing again. It's definitely a result of your hard work. Even though my eyes were closed, I could still vaguely feel your guidance. Although the 13 moves come and go, this time my understanding of nature is much deeper, as if it surpasses time and space. It's definitely from your guidance, Elizabeth." Meanwhile, Elizabeth thought to herself, this guy, Laing, he knew I had hit a bottleneck in my cultivation recently. So he used the concept of swordsmanship to help me break through. First, he made me expand my senses, then pushed me to a desperate situation. Then he defeated my sword, which I had sacrificed everything for. And finally, he turned the clock back to before the beginning, allowing me to break through 3 times without paying a price. Is this taichi, the indescribable and mysterious art? I was really naive. When I reached the demon god realm, I thought I could catch up to you. You handle it so easily. But you neither want to fight for fun nor conduct an experiment that could destroy the world. You just keep helping me get stronger. I wonder, what is Laing's purpose? Then it hits me there's only one possibility, the same one I considered before. She thought that Laing wants to have the strongest son with her, a son who will transcend the planes, but he is worried that she's too weak now to bear his child. So she tell Laing to stop looking down on people. Laing looks confused and asks what she mean. But Elizabeth thought that it seems like every time he deliberately holds back for her sake. He wants it, but he's afraid to hurt her. In her imagination, she thought that in Laing's eyes, she's still really weak and need more training. But she say, forget about that. Then she tell Laing that she can promise him that she'll do anything he wants, but he has to tell her what it is he wants. Laing is still confused, wondering what she asking him to confess. She wants to ask him if he really likes her. But before she can gather the courage to ask, something unexpected happens. Suddenly, something falls to the ground. Laing and Elizabeth are both startled, wondering what just happened. It's our favorite character, the overpowered robot dog, Wang Kai. He brings the sword saint to Laing so he can help her. After seeing this, Laing approached Wang Kai and asked, "Are you back after picking up another injured person?" Upon closer inspection of the sword saint, Laing realized that her injuries were serious and she required urgent care. He praised Wang Kai, saying, "You did a good job bringing her here." Wang Kai was overjoyed after being praised by his master. However, he suddenly sensed a violent aura approaching him. He was shocked to see that the violent aura came from Elizabeth, who was very angry with Wang Kai. She scolded him. "You smelly dog, are you picking up people and bringing them here again? It looks like you don't remember what I said, do you?" Wang Kai was terrified and trembled with fear. Meanwhile, Holy Sword Alpha, after escaping from Laing's house and flying for 30 kilometers, realized that he had only just awakened and the situation was already beyond his comprehension. The hero had gone against the script, started living with the demon queen, and had developed an inappropriate relationship with her. Confused and overwhelmed, he wondered how everything created by Laing could exert such pressure, capable of crushing him, despite him being the king of all weapons. At Laing's home, he felt akin to scrap metal. Terrified, he reverted to his original form. Holy Sword Alpha thought about his purpose, which was to help the hero defeat the demon queen. But now everything had changed. He questioned his own existence, wondering, am I only worthy of being used to cut wood? Who created me? It's not fair. Why wasn't I forged by Laing instead? If the hero doesn't defeat the demon queen, what should I do? However, he controlled himself, saying, this won't change anything. Now that I've already come here, I have to rediscover the meaning of my existence and regain my confidence. But as he turned to leave, he suddenly heard a voice from behind him asking for help. Holy Sword Alpha became alert and asked, who is it? It was Demon Burial, a demon asking for help after being defeated by Wang Kai. Holy Sword Alpha, unaware that she was a demon, wondered, "What is a weapon spirit doing here?" he asked Demon Burial what had happened to her real body, explaining that without it, she would soon vanish. She replied that her body was ruined by a bad guy and asked Holy Sword Alpha if he could help her find a new one, saying, "I really need your help." After hearing this, Holy Sword Alpha felt embarrassed, thinking, "Such a pretty weapon spirit, and she needs me." Demon Burial urged Holy Sword Alpha to hurry, as she wouldn't last long. Confused, Holy Sword Alpha asked what he should do, knowing he wouldn't be able to find her a body quickly. Demon Burial explained that there was another way and asked Holy Sword Alpha if she could temporarily enter his body. After hearing this, Holy Sword Alpha asked, "You want to enter my body?" "Indeed, my magic power can sustain you for a while longer." Seeing his reaction, Demon Burial thought her plan was going to succeed. However, suddenly Holy Sword Alpha started laughing, surprising Demon Burial, who wondered if he had realized her plan. Holy Sword Alpha said to Demon Burial, "You think I don't know what you're thinking?" Demon Burial, feeling angry yet weak, thought, "Even though I'm weak right now, I have to try. There is still a chance of winning against a little guy like you." But suddenly, Holy Sword Alpha said to Demon Burial, "You see, I'm someone extraordinary, so you want to take advantage of me, right? I won't hide it from you. I'm the legendary Holy Sword Alpha." However, he knew that after leaving those two, he was needed immediately. The world is vast, but he is still the king of all weapons. So he said, "It's a possibility. I can let you do it, but only if it's you. If it were someone else, I would refuse." Demon Burial, upon hearing this, thought to herself, "He seems to be a fool. Whatever, let's make do with that for now. I will get rid of him when there's a better replacement." So she played the part of a helpless girl with Holy Sword Alpha and asked him to come closer. He approached her and asked what she wanted. Demon Burial asked him to look into her eyes. Holy Sword Alpha, embarrassed after seeing her too beautiful melon, stumbled over his words, and she corrected him. "Look into my eyes, not my melons." Holy Sword Alpha apologized and began looking into her eyes. Then, she used her eyes of resentment and asked Holy Sword Alpha to tell her what resentments he had, offering to help him resolve them. After being hypnotized by Demon Burial, Holy Sword Alpha confessed, "My resentment? It's all their fault that I lost the meaning of my existence." Taking advantage of his hypnotized state, Demon Burial asked Holy Sword Alpha to give her his body, promising to take care of his troubles. Holy Sword Alpha agreed and gave her control over his body. Once she took control, Demon Burial started laughing, exclaiming, "I have the chance to take my revenge again. However, I am really dissatisfied with Holy Sword Alpha's body," saying, "This body is too weak currently. Didn't that fool say he's the Holy Sword? Whatever, the resentment of that body weirdly fused with my own, making me even stronger. I learned my lesson last time. This time, I won't fight head-on. Instead, I will avoid that dog that's blocking my path and look for a way to deliver a fatal blow to that heartless person." Meanwhile, back at Laping's house, Sword Saint regained consciousness. Elizabeth, noticing that she had regained consciousness, asked her if she was okay. After seeing Elizabeth, Sword Saint asked her, "Who are you? Did you save me?" Then, noticing her unfamiliar surroundings, she asked where she is. Elizabeth replied, considering the situation, "It's not the time for you to ask questions." She then came closer to Sword Saint and, in a confusing gesture, placed her melon on top of Sword Saint's melon, saying, "It was me who was here first." Sword Saint, confused, didn't understand what Elizabeth meant. Elizabeth explained that she would wait right there. If that guy says he wants to do anything with her, she will refuse. "Got it. Because everything here belongs to me, including him." Sword Saint still didn't understand but agreed with her, thinking to herself, "Such a strong aura. Is there such a person on this continent? Or is it because I'm currently injured?" She was really curious about the person Elizabeth was talking about, wondering who he could be. Suddenly, Laping entered and announced that the noodles were ready, asking Elizabeth if she was awake. However, he was really shocked to see Elizabeth and Sword Saint in a strange position. After seeing this, he went back and closed the door so as not to disturb them. Moments later in the main hall, Laping said to Sword Saint, "Then so be it. Considering your serious injuries, you should just rest in the room for now. Sword Saint thanked Laing for helping her. Curious, Laing asked Sword Saint why she was injured and wondered if she was attacked by the strong monsters nearby. Sword Saint explained that she was tracking a traitor related to the Dark Guild but underestimated her enemy and was heavily injured. Fortunately, she met them. However, for the sake of the guild's name, she don't reveal her real identity as Sword Saint Guild President. After hearing this, Elizabeth asked her if she was sure it was the Dark Guild, as they seemed to have vanished lately, but she thought, why there are so many people from the Dark Guild running around? What has Emilia even done? Elizabeth exclaimed, adding that if she saw her again, she must spank her. Sword Saint explained that she had been tracking the traitor for 3 months and lost contact, so she knew little of recent events. She then introduced herself, saying, "My name is Chichai," and asked about Laing and Elizabeth. Laing, after hearing this, smiled and said, "I forgot the introductions. My name's Laing. Recently, I have been trying to be a hero to destroy the Dark Guild. As for the person next to me, she is Ziobai. She's my roommate." Sword Saint was really surprised after hearing this. Elizabeth, growing angry, asked Sword Saint if she had something to say. Laing calmed Elizabeth down and explained to Sword Saint, "Ziobai is very straightforward, but she has a good heart. When you were injured and unconscious, she helped change your clothes and used magic to treat you." Sword Saint was really surprised to hear that Ziobai had used magic to treat her injuries. She thought to herself, even as a peak 5-star demon ancestor, I can't heal my injuries. Unless it's healing magic at the level of the leader of the elf clan, it's not possible, right? Sword Saint, after seeing Elizabeth's ear, wonders if she is from the elf race. Not only can she suppress me, a 5-star demon ancestor, with her aura, but she can also use advanced healing magic. Her identity must be special. Laing scratches his head and says, "Magic is indeed omnipotent. I'm envious." Sword Saint, really surprised after seeing the surrounding, says, "Mr. Laing, the place you live in is very unique. I have traveled to various places on this continent, but I have never seen such a style or such bizarre gadgets." She then asks Laing and Elizabeth if they have always been living here. Laing, after hearing this, replies that they have been living here for a while. However, Elizabeth, frustrated, asks Sword Saint, "Why do you have so many questions?" Sword Saint, after seeing both of them, wonders, "These two people give off such different auras. One is very kind and the other is very evil." The Dwarf King, Minister of Science of Aristotle, the elders of the Elf Guild, and even Malfoy of the Dark Guild are said to be the strongest people on the continent. They are people who have communicated a lot with the Sword Saint Guild, but she really can't grasp these two standing in front of her. Elizabeth, angry, tells Sword Saint, "If you have nothing to do here, get out and don't dirty my home." Sword Saint gets confused and wonders what she means. Laing, after hearing this, tries to calm Elizabeth, explaining that Ziobai was injured trying to eliminate the Dark Guild. "She's a guest who has come to our door. That's of no concern. I can clean it later." However, Elizabeth doesn't get happy with Laing's decision and says, "Do whatever you want." Sword Saint, after this, stands up and apologizes to both of them, saying, "I am really sorry for disturbing your peaceful time. I have to hunt that individual down quickly. Otherwise, the whole continent will be in danger." However, she wonders, that weapon spirit is even stronger than Malfoy. Could it be related to the Sea of Darkness? However, it doesn't matter because currently, no one else but she can stop them. After that, she tries to unleash her sword energy, but nothing happens. Everyone present in the room gets confused. Laing, after seeing her like this, asks, "What did you say just now?" Sword Saint tries again to unleash her Sword Kai technique, but she fails and becomes breathless. Sword Saint, confused, wonders, "Why is my mind completely blank? I can't remember a single sword form." Elizabeth, after seeing her, explains, "It's pretty simple. It's because your sword skills have been taken away by the impurities in your body. This is the price you have to pay for taking shortcuts to become stronger." Laing, confused, asks Elizabeth what she means by impurities. Sword Saint explains that, in order to break through and deal with the Dark Guild, she signed a contract with the Sea of Darkness. Laing asks, "What is the Sea of Darkness?" Elizabeth explains that it's nothing more than a bunch of dirty bugs who are somehow connected to us. Sword Saint agrees, saying that Elizabeth is right. "I wanted to take a shortcut and couldn't withstand the temptation. This is my fault." Laing, after seeing her, tries to comfort her, saying, "I don't understand this very well, but if you've forgotten it, we can try to learn together. I am also learning swordsmanship, and Bai is a sword master. If you are willing to learn, you might be able to become stronger." Elizabeth, after hearing this, gets angry and says, "Hey, who allowed you to work with her? And when did I say I would aid her? Don't make decisions for me." Laing, scared, says, "Forgive me. I thought we all wanted to defeat the Dark Guild." However, he wonders what's going on with Elizabeth. She seems to have become mean out of nowhere. Sword Saint, after hearing this, stands up from her seat and says, "No matter the case, I shouldn't bother you anymore." She thanks Elizabeth and Laing once again for rescuing her and says she'll leave now. Laing asks her to wait, saying, "You must be hungry, right? I made you a bowl of noodles. Eat before leaving, okay?" Sword Saint, after seeing the bowl of noodles, starts crying, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, but I really can't eat right now. I have to come back to my senses." After saying this, she leaves Laing's house. Laing wishes her a safe travel and warns her that there are a lot of dangers around. Meanwhile, Elizabeth gets the bowl of noodles and starts eating, saying, "She's sensible. This bowl of noodles belongs to me, after all. Only I can eat it." Laing explains to Elizabeth that she ended up in this situation because she's fighting the Dark Guild. If that's the case, why don't you help her? However, Elizabeth doesn't care, saying, "If you want to help her, you can. Don't interrupt my meal." Meanwhile, outside of Laing's house, Sword Saint is meditating, trying to remember her sword Kai technique. However, as she tries to remember, Demon Burial uses her chopping shoot technique against her. Sword Saint attempts to stop the attack with her seven sword technique, but she fails and gets injured. Fortunately, she was wearing a lucky pendant, which helps her escape from Demon Burial's range and reappear at Laing's house, where a robot dog saves her life. After recalling everything, she realizes that if it wasn't for the lucky pendant, she would have fallen into quicksand thousands of miles away and would be dead. Disappointed, she wonders, "It was only one blow, and I lost completely. I thought I was at the peak of power on the continent, but it was all delusions. I shouldn't have let the Sea of Darkness strike me when I was weak. I was too arrogant." Meanwhile, Laing comes looking for her and is really happy to see she didn't go far. He sits down with her and says, "Actually, I can understand you very well. Once, I had the chance to learn swordsmanship, but I was so obsessed with rural life that I didn't do it. Recently, I have been wanting to learn but found out I have no talent. I want to have the power to defeat the Dark Guild." Sword Saint explains that he doesn't understand. "What I learned wasn't simple swordsmanship. It's the demon swordsmanship that I got by chance from ancient demon race ruins." Laing responds, "Although your swordsmanship is gone, your magic is still there, right? Maybe you can get stronger by changing your class. An uncle I know did it." Sword Saint explains, "Change my class? It's impossible for me. Losing my swordsmanship is equivalent to losing my life." Laing says, "As you can see, in the eyes of the universe, everything is so insignificant. Nothing is lost. We can start from scratch and work together." Meanwhile, Elizabeth is watching them with her advanced magic concealment. She is angry as she hears that Laing wants Sword Saint to work with them. Laing gets a small stick and says to Sword Saint, "This is what I recently learned, taichi sword." Sword Saint, confused, asks, "What is taichi sword?" Laing replies, "Yes, it should be considered a form of swordsmanship. There is no magic needed to use it. It cannot kill your enemy, but it cultivates the mind and nourishes the body. Do you want to try it together? Meanwhile, Elizabeth, after hearing this, wonders if Laing will personally teach her and if they will fall in love. She gets really angry thinking about this and shouts, "No way!" She shouts so loudly that Laing and Sword Saint hear her voice. Realizing there is no longer a point in hiding, she suddenly appears in front of Laing and Sword Saint. Laing, really happy to see Elizabeth, asks, "Hey, you showed up. Does that mean you want to help?" However, Elizabeth teases Laing, saying, "I can do whatever I want. It's none of your business." She asks Laing if he has forgotten their agreement. "Nothing in this house can be given to anyone without my permission." Laing explains that he didn't give her anything. She ate the noodles too. Elizabeth says, "Everything, and that includes you. Don't you know this already?" Laing agrees, saying, I know you want to help, so whatever you say is fine." Then Elizabeth uses her space curtain and asks Sword Saint to come with her. Meanwhile, Laing smiles, thinking Elizabeth has a sharp tongue, but a warm heart. When Sword Saint opens her eyes, she finds herself in Elizabeth's space domain. Surprised, she realizes that this is the space realm, achievable only by a demon king. Elizabeth tells Sword Saint that she is here to help her. Confused, Sword Saint asks how she plans to help her. Elizabeth explains that to help her, she must first completely destroy her. Elizabeth then starts attacking Sword Saint. Shocked, Sword Saint asks, "There's no enmity between us. Why do you want to kill me? She is a demon king. Even if my swordsmanship wasn't taken away, I might not be her match. First she saved me, and now she wants me dead. What is she trying to achieve?" Elizabeth uses her demonic hand technique to attack Sword Saint, saying, "Just stand still and you'll suffer less." However, Sword Saint won't just stand by and let herself be killed. As Elizabeth attacks her, she does everything she can to dodge the attacks, using a special eye technique to see through them. But she can't dodge them all. She tells Elizabeth, "I am a peak 5-star demon ancestor after all. It's not that simple to accept my death and let you do it." Elizabeth doesn't care and says, "I have no time to speak nonsense with you," then attacks again. This time, she gives Sword Saint no chance to dodge and captures her with her demonic hands. Frustrated, Sword Saint asks, "What on earth do you want to do to me? Let me go, let me go." Elizabeth, seeing Sword Saint's distress, says, "Indeed, your mind has started to turn disorderly. If you lose your swordsmanship and continue to use that power, you won't be able to suppress it anymore. Now, I am helping you uncover that hidden danger in advance." Sword Saint becomes angrier and tries to free herself from Elizabeth's demonic hands, but suddenly another hand approaches her. Elizabeth's demonic hand goes into Sword Saint's mouth and reaches her stomach. Sword Saint's eyes start turning black, and something begins to struggle inside her stomach. A dark sea creature is inside Sword Saint's stomach. Elizabeth is helping her extract the demonic creature. As Elizabeth extracts the demonic creature, she uses her demonic hand to remove it from Sword Saint's body. Afterward, Sword Saint begins to recover. Elizabeth, surprised, wonders how this demonic creature appeared in her plane. The demonic creature struggles, trying to escape from Elizabeth's grasp. Elizabeth asks the creature about its relation to the Dark Guild. The creature, in its dark, sinister form, tells Elizabeth that if it weren't for her, it would have taken over Sword Saint's body. However, before it can finish speaking, Elizabeth kills it, saying, "Whatever, it's not important." Meanwhile, Sword Saint's body starts changing. The demonic creature tries to take over her body, saying, "I reside in your body, and you can use me as a source of magic power that will aid you to break through to Demon King. But every time you show weakness, I can take something away from you. And if my body is destroyed, I'll use yours." The demonic creature accuses Elizabeth of knowing the content of the contract and calls her the shameless one who broke the promise. Elizabeth, remembering, realizes, well, it looks like something like this has happened before. 500 years ago at the Demon Queen's cultivation ground, Elizabeth was striving to reach the Demon King level to fight against the hero. Suddenly, she heard a voice asking, "Do you want to get stronger? I can help you." Elizabeth asked him who he was and how he had entered her cultivation ground. He explained that he was the Lord of the Sea of Darkness, Azathoth. "How I entered doesn't matter. What matters is that I can help you get stronger," he said. Elizabeth asked Azathoth how he planned to help her get stronger. Azathoth explained that it was very simple. As long as she accepted his power and let him reside in her body, his chaotic force would help her reach the realm of the Demon King. She wouldn't have to fear the legendary hero. As Elizabeth considered accepting his power, a star-like pattern began appearing in her eyes. Azathoth tried to manipulate her into accepting his power, but he didn't expect that she wouldn't be easily convinced. Elizabeth grabbed Azathoth by the hand and said, "Who said I'm afraid of the legendary hero? You little bug from another space." Azathoth realized that Elizabeth had used him to spy on his world. He explained bluntly, "As long as you let me reside in your body, my chaotic force will let you break through to Demon King instantly. Your power will be enough to completely suppress me. I can't threaten you at all." Elizabeth realized that Azathoth just wanted to wait for the legendary hero to meet her, and then take the chance to take everything from her. Was this his real purpose? Azathoth said to Elizabeth, "Even if you have only briefly touched upon my chaotic force, the contract has already been formed. If you reject it now, it'll be bad for you." Elizabeth explained that when she peeked into his world, she had already absorbed a good amount of that chaotic force. That force is as barren as your world, suitable for bewitching the weak. After saying this, she threw Azathoth into a lava pool. Azathoth, surprised, asked, "What do you want to do to me?" He warned Elizabeth that the contract had been formed and she would suffer a backlash if she did this. Elizabeth smiled and said, "I will seal you here, and then I will rely on my own power to break through to Demon King. Then I will completely digest the absorbed chaotic force into my own power. Wouldn't that invalidate our contract?" As he was being sealed, he said, "You, Elizabeth, the shameless one." However, he realized that he was crushed the moment he arrived here. At present, Azathoth, who had taken over Sword Saint's body, said to Elizabeth, "Because of her, his true form cannot come out to this day. He can only rely on clones to move in this world." Elizabeth, standing without any worry, said, "Ah, I almost forgot about you." Azathoth, smiling, said, "Without a host, I couldn't show you my true strength. That's why you tricked me. But now, let me show you the terror of my chaotic force." Suddenly, something started coming out from Sword Saint's body. Many hands emerged from her body, revealing Azathoth's chaotic form. He began forming something with his chaotic hands and started smiling, saying, "The top-grade swordsmanship of that host I took away, combined with my chaotic force, makes my power unimaginable." He then used chaotic arrow of destruction towards Elizabeth, declaring that he would kill her today. But as he attacked Elizabeth, she blocked his assault effortlessly. The frustrated demon, Burial, wondered why his strongest swordsmanship had no effect on her. She didn't even block it. The attack just dissipated instantly. Elizabeth explained that the swordsmanship he used was of her creation. "So of course it wouldn't affect me," she said. However, after seeing Laping's swordsmanship, she realized that the title of the strongest swordsmanship no longer held. Azathoth, furious, thought, "That's impossible. After adding the power of the host to my chaotic force, by the laws of this world, I should have reached the 2-star Demon King level." Elizabeth mocked him, saying he was just a frog in her eyes, and challenged him to use whatever he had. However, Azathoth realized there was no point in fighting with Elizabeth and started to flee, thinking, "Let's not mess with her for now. I'll leave this place, then I will unlock my body's seal and return with a more powerful form." But before he could leave, Elizabeth used her demonic hand to grab his clothes. Azathoth tore his clothes to free himself from Elizabeth, thinking he could now escape. but then Elizabeth used her other hand to grab him again. Azathoth realized that in this space she was in control. "But what can you do to me? Unless you wish to kill me along with the host, no magic can dispel me." However, Elizabeth suddenly threw something at Azathoth, explaining that killing him was simple. She just didn't want to lose to the one waiting outside. So, she gave him some noodle soup. Azathoth angrily said, "I am the mighty lord of the Sea of Darkness. You stinky woman, how dare you humiliate me?" Suddenly, he noticed that the energy in the noodle soup was penetrating his cells and stripping him of his chaotic force. Azathoth started crying and asked Elizabeth what she had done to him. Afterwards, he floated away from the Sword Saint's body, and Elizabeth sold him. Elizabeth was disappointed, thinking that after all she had been through, she still ended up using something of his to resolve the situation. Everything ended as he planned. "I'm too weak, damn it," she thought. Meanwhile, outside, Laing waited for Elizabeth. Suddenly, a portal opened in front of him, and Elizabeth stepped out from the portal. Laing asked her, "You're back? Is it all right now?" Elizabeth, who was carrying the Sword Saint, replied, "You ask despite knowing." After seeing the Sword Saint in this state, Laing closed his eyes and asked Elizabeth, "Why is she like this?" On the other side, Demon Burial, who had taken over the Holy Sword Alpha, was heading toward Laing's house. The next day, she finally reached Laing's house, but she stopped suddenly after seeing a robot dog. She was surprised to see the robot dog that had defeated her before. As the robot dog headed in her direction, she disappeared and started looking for another way in. Suddenly, the robot dog noticed and wondered, did something just fly away? But the radar didn't find anything suspicious. It's all that crazy woman's fault. After being beaten by her last time, errors keep popping up. How could she have become stronger again? The robot dog wondered, crying at the thought that the crazy woman had learned taichi from the master and become stronger. Fortunately, the reserve had been put in the cabinet and the housekeeping mode was activated. No, the construction of the data cloud must be accelerated. Otherwise, one day she will destroy the chip. Meanwhile, Demon Burial found another way to enter Laing's house, but she suddenly stopped, thinking, "I have clearly gone to the other side. Why did that guy show up here then?" As she saw the robot dog in front of her, she realized that she couldn't get to the house from here, so she changed her direction, saying, "The target is right ahead. Let's just move aside to avoid that guy. No need to take the risk." But suddenly, she noticed the robot dog in front of her again, surprised and wondering, "Why is this thing here too?" She changed her route again, but whichever direction she went, she found the robot dog in front of her. An hour later, after exploring every side of the house, she grew incredibly frustrated at seeing the robot dog everywhere. She prepared to attack, thinking he had discovered her early on and was toying with her. Transforming into Holy Sword Alpha again, she said, "It looks like if I don't confront the watchdog first, I won't be able to face that heartless person again. Come, you can kill me, but not humiliate me. Even if I'm on my last breath, I will be crawling on the ground to bite a chunk of you." On the other hand, the robot dog began scanning her identity in his database. However, as Demon Burial grew really angry and ran toward the robot dog to prepare her attack, the robot dog completed his identification. Master's item No 99999, danger level D, finding Holy Sword Alpha in his whitelist. He pulled out a welcome home poster from behind. Seeing this, Demon Burial stopped her attack but was utterly confused, wondering what it meant. The robot dog then gave her permission to enter the house. As Demon Burial finally reached her destination and saw the familiar scenery, she became emotional and said, "I'm finally back. The place where I was born." Reflecting on the past, a long time ago when Laing arrived in this new world as a hero, the system taught him many skills, including carpentry and blacksmithing. He used these skills to create his first weapon, an axe, which he named Dazhuang. He used it to chop wood blocks. Meanwhile, Demon Burial, who is the spirit of the wooden axe, grew as she watched Laing chop wood. She loved her master each time he used her. However, one rainy day, like many others, Laing went to the forest to gather firewood. But after collecting the wood blocks, he forgot to take Demon Burial with him. Demon Burial tried to tell her master that he had forgotten her, but since she wasn't fully developed as a spirit, she couldn't talk. As she tried to stop Laing, it was already too late. She was left behind on that rainy day. Just like that, 15 years passed with her still waiting for her master. Then 50 years, and even 200 years. After 500 years of despair and resentment, she became evil. One day, some people came to the forest. Among them was Elder Axe from the Sword Saint Guild and members of the Dark Guild. He sold information about the Sword Saint Guild in exchange for something that could improve his strength. A Dark Guild member gave him a black liquid and asked him to drink it, claiming it was a new potion from the Dark Guild that could enhance strength. Elder Axe asked them, "Can I really become stronger by drinking this? If the person who wrote the spell doesn't convince me, I won't believe you." Nonetheless, he drank the black liquid without wasting any time. After drinking it, his body started changing, and a dark gray appeared on his chest. The power kept surging through his body, but suddenly a black aura emerged from the axe. Before anyone noticed, it killed all the Dark Guild members. Scared, Elder Axe thought. Without detecting any magic power at all, it instantly killed the Great Apostle and 2 others. Could it be that old woman who was the president? As he approached this mysterious power, he realized it wasn't the Sword Saint. It was just an ordinary-looking axe. Suddenly, he heard a voice from the axe, asking him to kneel down. He knelt in front of the axe and asked, "Who are you?" Demon Burial emerged and introduced herself. "My name is Evil Burial." She then asked Elder Axe if he wanted power, offering to give it to him. In the present, after finally reaching Laing's house and throwing down the body of Holy Sword Alpha, Demon Burial was seething with anger. "I've accumulated 500 years of resentment, so why is it that the first thing I think of when I come back isn't revenge, but nostalgia for the past?" she wondered. Suddenly, she heard the sound of a door opening and was surprised to see Laing. She transformed into Holy Sword Alpha as Laing told Elizabeth he was going to check some firewood for cooking. "You two can talk first," he said, visibly pleased to see Holy Sword Alpha back. Hearing this, Demon Burial thought he recognized her. However, as he was speaking to Alpha, he asked, "Why did you suddenly disappear?" He was worried about how to chop firewood. Demon Burial angrily exclaimed, "No wonder this guy's resentment matches mine so well. It turns out he took my place. Heartless man, would you rather use this broken sword than get me back?" Laing grabbed the sword and said, "Hey, if you ignore me, I'll start working." But she ignored him. Suddenly, she started feeling a familiar sensation. Laing noticed this and asked, "Alpha, why does holding you suddenly give me these long-lost feelings?" Demon Burial thought, "Stop pretending. Let me see what tricks you want to play first." As Laing prepared to chop the firewood, Demon Burial began remembering her long-lost feelings. She tried to refuse these feelings, thinking, "Heartless man, I won't lose to you." However, as Laing continued chopping the firewood, she couldn't hide her true feelings. After 500 years, she still couldn't forget the joy of chopping firewood with her master. Suddenly, Laing heard some strange noises and asked Alpha, "Did you make them?" But he said, "Never mind. I feel like I'm a perfect match for you today. Let's do something big." As Laing chopped the wood, her entire body started feeling really good. What she liked most was chopping firewood with her master. With every wood block Laing chopped, she felt more pleasure, saying, "That's it. Please use me to your heart's content." After chopping so many wood blocks, Laing realized that although he had made several axes before, none had the same suitable feel for chopping wood as today. Using Alpha to chop wood reminded him of the times he used Dazhuang. Very enjoyable, he thought. Upon hearing this, Demon Burial realized that Laing had never forgotten her. This revelation made her feel relieved, and her resentment dissipated. Meanwhile, Leping said, if it wasn't for the fact that the barrier was gone, and there were so many changes outside, I would want to go and get Dazhuang back. This is the last time I'll chop wood with Alpha. Upon hearing this, Demon Burial started crying, thinking, yes, this is the last time. My body is gone, and it is impossible to chop firewood with you, Master. What has sustained my soul to this day is the resentment accumulated over the past 500 years, but after seeing you, Master, I can no longer hate you at all. Now that the resentment is gone, it's time for me to disappear too. I am honored to have been created by you, Master, and I am very happy. I hope the next axe will be able to serve you better, Master. Goodbye. After saying her last words, Demon Burial disappeared. Meanwhile, Leping told Alpha, don't be upset, I will make a suitable axe later. Alpha, you will fulfill your duties as a holy sword from now on and go out on adventures with me. After that, he left the holy sword Alpha and went into the house to cook. As Leping went into the house, holy sword Alpha transformed into human form. However, he looked really weak, thinking, it's good for you guys, now you've reconciled. What about me? On the other hand, Elizabeth asked Sword Saint, why do you know her swordsmanship? Sword Saint explained, this started over 100 years ago. At that time, the Dark Guild began to rise, capturing people of different races everywhere in the hero's continent for experiments. Everyone who had the strength chose to protect themselves, and no one dared to lead the fight against the Dark Guild. Having just founded the Sword Saint Guild, I had no choice but to come to the demon realm alone to collect information. But soon my whereabouts were discovered, and the Dark Guild sent a large number of apostles to deal with me. At that time, I had just been promoted to the demon sect level, and I could only fight and run away from the siege of hundreds of apostles. In a panic, I was hit and fell into the abyss, where the Demon Queen's training ground was. Unexpectedly, under the abyss, there was a demon monument surrounded by magma. Seriously injured, I saw the remnants of the Demon Queen's sword technique left behind when Elizabeth once practiced here. Even though it was just a remnant, I imitated it, and my understanding of swordsmanship suddenly became enlightened, and I immediately began to absorb energy from the surrounding environment. In this way, she trained at the Earth's center training ground for 3 full months until all remnants of the shadow disappeared. It's a pity that her talent is limited, and all she could master were some sword moves. She didn't fully understand Elizabeth's Demon Queen's sword technique, but it was still an earth-shaking change for her. She was promoted to the 3-star Demon King level in 3 months. While she was happy, she was also very troubled. After experiencing the Demon Queen's sword technique, she realized how high the sky is for swordsmanship. But there is only one chance. It is impossible to encounter the shadow of the Demon Queen again. Does that mean that the limit of my life has been determined? She wondered. However, when she was confused, she heard a voice asking if she wanted to become stronger. He could help her. Just then, Leping interrupted and asked Sword Saint what happened next. She explained that in order to continue to improve her strength to fight against the Dark Guild, she chose to accept its power and let it live in her body. However, it said that its body was still sealed and could not provide much power of chaos, so it gave her a tentacle as a weapon material. She was even more surprised to find out that Leping turned out to be the legendary hero and lived a secluded life with the Demon Queen. She wondered if he was going to question her now. After all, she had accepted the power of the Sea of Darkness. Elizabeth told Sword Saint that the body of that thing was sealed by her, and what contacted her was probably what that guy called the clone consciousness. Curious, Leping asked Sword Saint, "Hey, the tentacle you just mentioned, is it like an octopus? I've never tasted seafood from this world." Surprised, Elizabeth asked if it was delicious. Leping replied yes, saying he liked seafood in his previous world. However, he really didn't know what kind of monsters were in the sea. Confused, Sword Saint wondered, aren't we going to discuss the threat of the Sea of Darkness? Why did they suddenly change the subject? However, Leping changed the subject and asked both of them to eat first. As he removed the cap from the pot, a bright light covered the whole room. Surprised, Sword Saint thought, "What's this? What a huge magical energy." This was curry inferno. Laing used top-notch ingredients to cook this, and upon seeing this, Elizabeth became really happy, as this was her favorite dish. She really enjoyed eating the curry, even though it was quite spicy. Disappointed by her reaction to the heat, she thought, "Damn, I am at the 7-star demon god level, and I still can't handle this spicy taste." Seeing Elizabeth struggle, Laing asked if she was okay and explained, "The peppers from this harvest are a bit spicier," then suggested, "It's better to add some of the newly bred ice crystal onions." Elizabeth agreed and asked him to add some ice crystal onion. Laing chopped the onion into tiny pieces so quickly that it left Sword Saint shocked, thinking, he used dust chop on his palm. So skilled. He said he didn't know any sword skills. What's more, the knife he was holding. As Laing added the chopped onion into the curry, the spiciness was reduced. He then asked Elizabeth to taste it again. However, Elizabeth didn't like the suggestion, thinking, "Is he mocking me, thinking I can't afford to eat it?" She told Laing that he didn't have to worry because she wanted to eat spicy food. Laing also offered Sword Saint some food if she wanted. Surprised, Sword Saint asked, "Is it really okay to give it to me?" As he gave her the food, Elizabeth stopped him and said to Sword Saint, "You need to think carefully before eating because you can only choose one of the three." Sword Saint asked, "What do you mean?" asking her to please make it clear. Laing, also curious, asked, "What 3 choices are you talking about?" Elizabeth used her demonic magic to present 3 items, a bowl of curry, taichi swordsmanship technique, and the kitchen knife. Curious, Laing asked Elizabeth what she intended to do with these items. Elizabeth told Sword Saint, "Seeing that you are here to deal with the Dark Guild, I'll give you one of 3 choices, a whole pot of curry, Laing's knife, or a sword book." Surprised, Laing interjected, "Elizabeth, let me say something. The curry is no problem, and the swordsmanship is no problem either. I've learned them all. But I didn't say I wanted to give away the kitchen knife." Elizabeth shut him up, saying, "This is my test for her. This kind of game testing mortals is not exclusive to you. I want to play it." Laing, confused, wondered what game she was talking about. However, he agreed, saying, "You are the demon queen, and you have the final say." Now, Sword Saint was tested by 2 legendary figures, and the answer was hidden in their conversation just now. She thought, "This pot of curry exudes a huge amount of magical energy, and just by thinking about it, I know that as long as I eat it, I'll immediately be able to advance to the Demon King level or even up to 2 stars. But the fact that the Demon Queen deliberately tasted it in front of her implied that even she couldn't resist it. Even if it had been purified by a legendary hero, it might not be something a mere mortal like her could withstand. As for this kitchen knife, all the S-class weapons she owned were immediately eclipsed in front of it. And the so-called Sword Master seems to be a joke. The legendary hero had just given her a personal demonstration and also hinted that he didn't want to give her the knife because he knew she couldn't handle it at all, warning her not to overestimate her capabilities. Neither the curry nor the kitchen knife could be selected. That left only the unfathomable sword manual. She told Elizabeth she would choose the sword book. But suddenly, someone broke down Laing's house door. Everyone was surprised. However, Laing noticed it was Holy Sword Alpha and asked, "What are you doing?" Holy Sword Alpha was really angry, exclaiming, "I'm so resentful, I'm going to kill all of you now." However, Sword Saint sensed some familiar energy from Holy Sword Alpha and thought, "This feeling is unmistakable. This is the evil burial. He must have known that I wasn't dead yet, so he chased me here. I can no longer trouble the hero and the demon queen." She asked Laing to lend her his kitchen knife, intending to solve her own troubles by herself. As she held Laing's kitchen knife, she felt a really powerful magic power emanating from it, thinking, "What a powerful sense of oppression. It's a realm. The kitchen knife actually contains a realm inside it." However, Laing's kitchen knife was too powerful for her. her magic power was instantly sucked dry. As all her magic power was drained, she fainted. But before she fainted, the kitchen knife slipped from her hand and started moving toward Holy Sword Alpha. Holy Sword Alpha became really scared as he saw the kitchen knife heading toward him. With just a little force, Laping's kitchen knife cut Holy Sword Alpha into 2 pieces. After cutting Holy Sword Alpha into 2, the kitchen knife returned to Laping. Upon seeing this horrible scene, Laping was really shocked, wondering what had just happened. Meanwhile, at the Dark Guild, a bearman lay seriously injured on the ground. He is Farazdag Samawi, a 1-star demon lord and former president of the Giant Bear Guild. Another member of the Dark Guild, Test Subject No. 24, also a 1-star demon lord, used his Thunderbolt technique to wake him up. After being struck by the Thunderbolt, the seriously injured bearman woke up. He was really angry and shouted, "Come on, Golden Dragon King, I can continue fighting with you." But suddenly, another guild member used the soft air kiss technique to calm him down, telling him that the battle was already over. She is also one of the Dark Guild's elders, named Ruth Bader, a 2-star demon sect, level 24. She remarked, "There is nothing I can do. Facing the Golden Dragon King, who is at the Demon King level, I am just a mere 2-star demon sect level. I have no right to interfere in their battle. Besides, with the president here, the winner is already determined, isn't it?" Meanwhile, Emilia, after fighting a really tough battle with Malfoy, got seriously injured. To save her life, she used her unique skill and transformed into an egg stage. Malfoy, laughing, said, "I didn't expect Lady Emilia to have such a life-saving skill. Now, no attack or magic can harm you. But I never meant to hurt you, Lady Emilia." He used the dark liquid attached to his body to grab Lady Emilia and place her into the pot behind him. As he placed Lady Emilia's egg beside Elizabeth's clone, a really bright light appeared from that cloning pot. And the next moment, Malfoy's body started sinking into him. After fully merging with the cloning pot, he broke through to the Demon King level. Upon stepping into the Demon King level, his body felt different, and he was in better condition than before, thinking, if there are more, Master can be resurrected in a short time. Meanwhile, Azathoth, after seeing the Dark Guild, wondered, how did the Dark Guild end up in this mess? As he headed toward Malfoy and transformed into his human form, he asked Malfoy, "Da Gao's connection with me has disappeared. Where is he?" Malfoy told him that Da Gao had sacrificed his life to protect the guild. However, Azathoth noticed that Malfoy had become younger and asked him if he had made a new breakthrough in his research. Malfoy told him that he had just happened to collect the right materials and asked Azathoth, "What did you come to see me for?" He explained to Malfoy, "This body's identity has been revealed and can no longer be used. I originally wanted to ask you for a new one, but I didn't expect this place to be so messy." However, Azathoth, puzzled about Malfoy's motives, wondered whether Malfoy had used the enemy's hand to kill Da Gao and eliminate the eyes he'd placed around him. Upon seeing Azathoth, Ruth Bader asked No. 24. "Who is that guy?" The bearman explained that he's from the Sea of Darkness, like Vice President Da Gao, and he's also the president outside. After he became the Pillar Demon, the guild was taken over by him. No. 24 told Ruth Bader, "Vice President Da Gao is already dead, so there's no harm in telling you now. Like Vice President Da Gao, this person is named Azathoth, one of the many consciousness clones. As for the so-called Sea of Darkness, it is not a place in our world, but another universe. Therefore, they don't have a fixed form and must parasitize other bodies to survive in our world." Ruth Bader, upon hearing this, wondered, "I thought the Sea of Darkness was somewhere in the hero's continent." Although she didn't quite understand yet, she asked No. 24. "Why does the president want to cooperate with him? What purpose does he have?" No. 24 explained. The dark gear on all of them was made by President Wes after studying his power of chaos. As for what purpose he has, even I don't know. Azathoth told Malfoy, There were many uncertain factors outside, including the sudden emergence of the Card Guild. The plans to take over the Dwarf Kingdom and Aristotle Kingdom were temporarily put on hold now. Upon hearing this, Malfoy realized that there was nothing they could do about it. The apostles he trained here had also been wiped out. So, he asked Azathoth, let's just hibernate this plan for a while. Many years ago, when Malfoy was searching for a way to create an Elizabeth clone, he finally completed his research and started a trial to create the clone. As he pressed the button, hoping to see Elizabeth again, no, 24 congratulated him, saying, Master's master is finally coming back to life. The creation of the Elizabeth clone began, but suddenly an error occurred, causing damage to the clone. Frustrated, Malfoy wondered, why? What exactly is missing to create a stable supply of magic? Suddenly, blood came out of his mouth. His body was almost reaching its limit. If he couldn't break through to the peak of the Demon Lord level, he would soon die of old age. Disappointed, he thought, I've spent all my life researching Master Elizabeth's resurrection. Why should I become a human with a short lifespan? I'm not happy about it. No. 24 was also sad, blaming himself. It's all because 24 is useless. My unlimited electricity magic cannot be used as an energy supply for the Master. As Malfoy was disappointed and angry, Azathoth approached him and asked, Do you want to become stronger? I can help you. Malfoy angrily asked him who he was. A bug emerged from the black smoke and introduced itself as Azathoth, from the Sea of Darkness. He offered to work with Malfoy in exchange for giving him chaos power. Malfoy used this unknown power to experiment on mice. As he used the chaos power, the mice transformed into monsters, and dark energy appeared in his body. Malfoy became really happy to see this new development, saying, It worked. As long as I integrate the power of chaos into living things and cultivate them, I can create a magic medium suitable for our world. If I mass-produce this dark gear, then the problem of magic supply will be solved. Azathoth also agreed, telling him, We are a good fit. My power of chaos is unlimited and can be provided to you continuously, and you can provide me with a lot of bodies. As time passed, Malfoy used different types of races to experiment, aiming to create a chain of magic power supply to rescue his master. After seeing Malfoy, Azathoth asked him, despite having been through tens of thousands of experiments, why he is still unwilling to accept his power of chaos. Malfoy told him there was no need for that. He just wanted to resurrect his master and was not looking for strength or interested in ruling the world. Anyway, the deal is done now. You provide me with the power of chaos, and I cultivate the medium for you to use the power of chaos in this world. As for what you want to use it for, I don't ask, and I don't need to explain my next research to you, Malfoy said. However, Azathoth did not look happy with Malfoy's answer, but calmed himself down, saying, Okay, I have to go out for a while anyway. He was always wary of Malfoy and thought he couldn't put all his plans on him. I have to make a separate bet. I need to find someone who can check and balance him, he thought. So, he summoned his other consciousness clone, Dagao Cthulhu, and told Malfoy, From now on, he will manage the Dark Guild with you instead of me. Malfoy agreed nonchalantly, Well, whatever you want. I will always arrange the training of apostles. Azathoth responded, Okay, I'll leave everything to him, and then went into the outside world. In the present, Azathoth asked Malfoy how long it would take to regrow a Demon Lord-level body for him. Malfoy replied, This is a bit difficult to handle. You can also see that this place has been turned into ruins, and all the experimental subjects have been destroyed. You should have bewitched many powerful people outside, including the Lord Sword Saint of the Sword Saint Guild. Frustrated, Azathoth asked Malfoy to stop pretending to him, saying, The current you can even get to the Demon King level in minutes, upon seeing the Elizabeth clone. He asked Malfoy why he didn't just do it. Give him the clone inside his incubation bin to use. Upon hearing this, Malfoy became really angry and warned Azathoth, If you dare to offend my master again, I will kill you immediately." He released a terrifying killing intent that was so powerful that the Bearman, a one-star demon lord, was actually suppressed to the point where he couldn't even stand. Because of this terrifying killing intent, Ruth Bader fell down into her kennels, thinking, "Is this the true strength of the president?" Azathoth told Malfoy that it was just a joke. "Why are you so serious? At most, I'll just find another body to reparasitize myself." Upon seeing this, he realized that Wes Malfoy was a time bomb, likely to spiral out of control sooner or later. Thus, he decided not to share Elizabeth's information with him for the time being, keeping it as a bargaining chip for future negotiations. As for the resurrection of the main body, it must be accelerated. "Anyway, our cooperation continues. I'll come back to you if there's any news," he told Malfoy. As soon as Azathoth left, Malfoy hugged the cloning pot and began speaking affectionately. "Master, soon you will be able to return in a more perfect state." On the other hand, in Boss Town, Laing decided to explore outside on his own. This time Elizabeth had opened the portal and let him come by himself. He thought this was an opportunity to explore carefully. However, he was really surprised to see Boss Town. "It's only been a month or so since I've been here. Why is the whole town being rebuilt?" he wondered. As he reached the church where little girl Annie was, he thought it was time to review Annie's psychological counseling. He wondered how she was doing now. As Laing entered the church and opened the door, he saw a pig demon doing something suspicious on the floor. His expression suggested he was up to no good. Shocked, Laing asked, "What are you doing?" He angrily smashed the door and demanded the pig demon stop. When the pig demon saw Laing, he recognized him immediately. With an angry expression, Laing confronted the pig demon. "Yes, it's me again. What's wrong with Annie?" The pig demon reassured Laing. "You don't have to worry. With us here, she is resting comfortably." He stood and started walking toward Laing, grabbed Laing's shoulder, and asked, "Did you just say that I was messing around?" Laing, scared, thought, "I almost forgot. I'm the only one here and Elizabeth isn't here." The pig demon then asked Laing if that meant he was very good at it and suggested they join together because he was tired. Laing, scared but resolute in his decision to become a hero, called out to Annie, "You don't have to be afraid. I am here to save you now." Meanwhile, little girl Annie appeared, visibly surprised to see Laing, and asked him, "Why are you here?" Upon seeing Annie, the pig demon called her Big Sister. He pushed Laing aside and ran toward Annie, asking her, "Why don't you rest in your room for a while?" He grabbed Annie's hand and said, "Big Sister, please check my work, especially those stubborn stains on the floor that you mentioned before. I personally cleaned them." Upon hearing this, Annie became really happy, saying, "As expected, the whole church has a brand new look." She thanked everyone for their hard work. After hearing this, Laing sighed with relief, saying, "Oh, are you cleaning? I thought you were doing something else." Annie asked Laing what he was thinking. However, Laing, upon seeing Annie, realized that she seemed to have grown taller. Annie replied, "Yes, as Sister Elizabeth said, since I took back all my magic power, my magic level increased, and I also grew taller." Embarrassed, Laing said, "I thought that the people from the Beast Gang were looking for trouble. They were collecting protection fees from you before. Why did they suddenly become your little brother?" And he explained, "It all happened last week. Something happened to the Beast Gang, which also caused serious damage to Boss Town." Laing asked, "Was it the Dark Guild that was behind this?" Annie confirmed. "That's right. 10 days ago, the boss of the Beast Gang got the Dark Gear power and lost his mind. As he became an apostle of the Dark Guild, he destroyed Boss Town. People are running to save their lives, and Demon Pig is the little brother of the gang boss." Demon Pig, surprised to see his brother's condition, pleaded with him to wake up, telling him, "I'm your lovely little brother." Meanwhile, Azathoth watched everything from the sidelines, noting, sure enough, it was easier for the orcs to gain strength at the level of demon pillars than the humans and elves. It's just that it's difficult to remain rational, and they can only be reduced to a general killing machine, and are not suitable as a parasitic body. The mutated pig attacked the pig demon, intent on killing him. However, little girl Annie used her unique puppet magic and saved his life. The mutated pig became even more furious and started destroying everything. Annie told everyone to calm down, assuring them she would protect Boss Town. She summoned her puppet team and commanded them to attack the mutated pig. After a tough fight, they managed to subdue the mutated pig. They then removed the dark gear one by one from the mutated pig's body, and as the last piece was removed, the mutated pig instantly died. Upon seeing this horrible scene, Demon Pig started crying. Annie asked for his forgiveness, saying she couldn't purify the strange magic power in his body. Azathoth, upon seeing Annie's power, wondered, "Who is this girl? Is there such a strong person in Boss Town? Did she just use the red demon eye? Shouldn't the people of Jimji's bloodline have died long ago?" He sent a clone to take a closer look, thinking she might be a good target. However, Annie sensed his presence and looked back with a stare. As she stared at the Azathoth clone with her red demon eye, the parasite instantly died. She wondered, who was there just now? After hearing everything, Laing realized that just by looking at those dark gears, they could confirm that the Dark Guild was behind all this. Annie agreed with him, but told Laing that before the mysterious man disappeared, she felt the same magic as her eyes, so maybe catching him would give her a clue to her previous memories. Laing asked Annie to relax, telling her that memories would surely come back slowly. Annie thanked Laing for his encouragement and asked if he had come to see her for something specific this time. Laing awkwardly told Annie, "In fact, the main purpose was to see how you're recovering. If you're still troubled by any psychological issues recently, you can talk to me about them at any time." Annie explained that after his enlightenment, Brother Laing, she had completely come out of the past. Just as Sister Elizabeth said, she wants to use the power of Jimji's bloodline to contribute to world peace. Upon hearing this, Laing was really happy and said, "That's great. I knew leaving it to you was the right choice." Annie reassured him, "You don't have to worry. You can leave it to me." However, Laing was a little sad as he said, "I'm ashamed to say it. You know that Elizabeth doesn't care about the outside world now, so I should be the one to put the world back on track. But as someone who doesn't know magic, I can't do much. If I, the so-called legendary hero, really had to take action, I might screw everything up." Upon hearing this, Annie's hand started shaking. She asked Laing, "What do you mean?" imagining Laing wanted to tell her that the world was too weak in front of him and that mortals couldn't even deal with the Dark Guild. She thought, "If you want me to take action, then I will have to completely reconstruct this world." Annie became really scared, thinking, Brother Laing means that if it doesn't work well, everyone will die. Meanwhile, Laing told Annie, "Elizabeth praised you for your talent. You have such ability and also a kind heart. Therefore, the peace of the hero's continent should be handed over to people like you." Annie told Laing that she would try her best. However, she wondered, when Brother Laing said that I have that kind of ability, he meant, "The power he gave me is more than enough to destroy the Dark Guild. But I am still far from being able to control that power." Annie asked for forgiveness, telling him, "I will do better next time." Laing grabbed his bag and gave it to Annie, saying, "As agreed last time, I'll bring you a bunch of fruits during the harvest and I'll send them regularly in the future, so you should work hard here." Upon seeing the magical fruits, Annie was surprised, thinking, Brother Laing knew that I was far from being able to use my power, so he brought so many precious magic fruits to help me. Moreover, Brother Laing said that he would send them regularly, meaning he would supervise whether I misused the abilities he gave me. She thanked Laing, saying, "I will never betray your trust, and I will protect Boss Town." Upon seeing Annie happy, Laing thought, "Then I can go out for a walk without worrying." He was fulfilling the agreement he reached with Elizabeth to rule the world, even though it was an agreement she had made. When Annie heard "rule the world," she asked Laing, "Does this mean that the legendary hero still has to take action himself?" Laing told her, "It's not what you think. In fact, the ultimate goal is to pursue peace. To achieve this goal, in Elizabeth's view, ruling the world is sufficient. But unlike Elizabeth, I want to do it in my own way." With a serious face, Annie asked, "What kind of way is that?" Laing smiled and said, "That's why I'm here today. I came here specifically to ask for advice from you, Annie." Surprised, Annie asked, "Why do you want my advice?" Laing replied, "You've read so many books, so you should know a lot about the hero's continent. I wonder if you could tell me about the information of the major powers in the hero's continent." Annie agreed, saying, "I will tell you everything I know, Brother Leaping. I don't know much about the Dark Guild in the demon realm, but with the poison swamp as a barrier, there are mainly 3 major powers here: the Sword Saint Guild, the Elf Tribe, and the Kingdom of Aristotle. The Dwarf Kingdom exists more in a supporting role, but due to the demand for weapons, it has the closest relationship with the Sword Saint Guild, which also provides protection for the Dwarf Kingdom. At the same time, the Sword Saint Guild is also the default leader of all other guilds. Anyone who wants to establish a guild must obtain the approval of the Sword Saint Guild. Before the Dark Guild appeared, there were actually constant disputes between the races. After the Dark Guild appeared, the various forces were busy taking precautions, which temporarily put everyone on the same side. Among the big powers, Jijai Saugus, the president of the Sword Saint Guild, was the most powerful, so she set up the Sword Saint Guild near the Poison Swamp area to intimidate the Dark Guild. The Kingdom of Aristotle is a super kingdom known for its fusion of technology and magic, but it began to close its doors 10 years ago. No one knows what their situation is now. Although the Elf Tribe is also isolated, they still allow their tribesmen to interact with the outside world. However, if outsiders want to enter the Elf Tribe, it's not easy. The Sword Saint Guild is a newcomer, but has quickly become the strongest. Many towns have joined the Sword Saint Guild to seek refuge, which has caused resentment from the Kingdom of Aristotle and the Elf Tribe. Due to the powerful strength of the Lord Sword Saint, everyone was still in a peaceful relationship. But in fact, the other 2 parties were also happy to see the Dark Guild active as a way to hold the Sword Saint Guild in check. Boss Town, where she is, maintains a neutral position because it is far from the 3 parties. So, none of them sent anyone to help with this incident. Upon hearing everything, Laing understood that, except for the Sword Saint Guild, each group was just trying to deal with the trouble in front of them, which allows the Dark Guild to take advantage of it. Annie questioned Laing about how he planned to achieve peace in the hero's continent in this current situation. Laing replied, "True peace can't be achieved by simply eliminating the Dark Guild. If the conflicts between the 3 major powers aren't resolved, even if the Dark Guild is gone, it might lead to another disaster if they fight afterward. Elizabeth can use her strength to suppress everyone, but I am different from her. I hope to unite various forces and let them form a true alliance in the process of fighting against the Dark Guild. I have given up on the path of magic, and after more than a month of trying swordsmanship, the sword master refused to accept me. When I asked Elizabeth for swordsmanship, she said that I was deliberately looking for trouble and told me not to learn it in the future. It's true that I have no talent in swordsmanship, so the method of using force is completely unworkable, but after thinking about it for a while, I can change it to this method." So, he thought maybe the crisis of the Dark Guild could be turned into an opportunity for the hero's continent to maintain long-term stability and peace without a common enemy. But the biggest challenge is how exactly he will convince the major powers. He concluded that he would have to go out and experience it. This is also the only way he can think of to be different from Elizabeth. Annie also agrees with Laing, thinking, in a completely different way from Sister Elizabeth. Maybe everything is just a bet between the hero and the demon queen to see whose method is best. 500 years ago, Elizabeth achieved peace by ruling the world in a simple, direct, and efficient way. But the downside is that when she's not around, strife returns, and the world falls into chaos again. 500 years later, Laing adheres to the concept of teaching a man how to fish is better than giving him a fish. He wants mortals to take the initiative to achieve peace. This is the most ideal, but at the same time, it is unprecedented. Therefore, he decided to visit the hero's continent and see who was worthy of his help, just like the last time he visited the Golden Dragon's treasure dungeon. As for Annie, Laing's purpose in training her is to become a pawn in his grand plan and become a new force in Boss Town. However, the expansion of strength may make people forget their original intentions, and if she no longer conforms to Laing's core values in the future, she might also be eliminated. She thought, "Annie, what are you thinking about? You're still thinking about your own life and death. I should feel honored to be Brother Laing's pawn and contribute to the world in such a grand plan." Convincing the major powers to truly unite and eliminate the strife that has existed for hundreds of years is probably more difficult than annihilating the Dark Guild. If someone else said that, it might only be taken as a joke, but if it was Brother Laing who said it, it would be a completely different story. It's definitely possible for him. Brother Laing can definitely do it. Therefore, I must quickly improve myself and strive to use the angel Raphael gifted to me by Brother Laing as soon as possible. Laing excitedly asked Annie, "What are you thinking about that makes you so obsessed?" and asked her to tell him more about the hero's continent. He also questioned, "What kind of existence is the kingdom of Aristotle, known for its technology and magic?" Annie replied, "I've never been there, and I don't know it well. But what the books say is that they can drive a steel giant as big as a castle with a very small amount of magic." Upon hearing this, Laing got excited, saying, "I really want to see it. The Sword Saint Guild has some intersection, so should I make the kingdom of Aristotle my first stop next?" However, Annie recommended, "It's more suitable for you to go to the elf tribe first. First, because the kingdom of Aristotle is still closed. Second, news recently spread that a new guild recognized by the Sword Saint Guild and gaining fame had also gone to the elf tribe. Meanwhile, Mr. Boss and Alif have arrived in the elf tribe." Burrs told Alif that to enter the elf tribe, she must first pass through the trial field known as Plant Purgatory. He asked Alif if she was confident, to which she replied without hesitation, "Yes." She then used her card/slash technique and cleared all the plants in Plant Purgatory without any problems. Upon seeing this, Burrs warned Alif, "This is only the outermost area. The further inside you go, the more dangerous the plants become." As Burrs explained this, he noticed some strange monsters following them from behind. As they were already very close to the elf tribe, Alif asked, "Before we left, the Sword Saint Guild had already greeted us. Why do they deliberately place so many guard plants to make things difficult for us?" Burrs replied, "Foreigners must prove their strength to enter the elf tribe. They are testing the strength of our card guild." As he was explaining, the ground started cracking, and suddenly a really big plant monster appeared in front of both of them. Burrs told Alif that this monster was the 5 elements P and that it was also the final level. Upon hearing this, Alif questioned, "Why do you say that?" Meanwhile, the plant monster began attacking, shooting pea grains. Burrs instructed Alif to use combo skills. Both of them used the cross-split technique and killed the plant monster. Upon seeing how they defeated the plant monster, Alif remarked, "The guard plants in the last level don't seem really strong." Hearing this, Burrs warned Alif, "Don't take it lightly. This is the 5 elements P." His worries became true as the plant monster regenerated itself and became more powerful, growing more mouths to attack. As the plant monster prepared to attack, Burrs told Alif to immediately build a shield and get behind him. As the plant monster grew more mouths and attacked in all directions, not just that, as it shot pea grains, they transformed into sharp objects and started attacking all around. Meanwhile, Burrs and Elif built a barrier around them to block the plant monster's attacks. Some of the plant monster's attacks came back after colliding with Burrs and Elif's shield, but he absorbed them and launched them again toward them. Upon seeing this, Elif realized she had underestimated the enemy too much. As she tried to touch her wound, Burrs warned her not to touch her wound randomly as there might be venom in it, and he offered to take care of it. He used the Heart's Heal card skill to heal her wound. Surprised, Elif said, "A healing combination has been developed. Dad, your card skills have improved again." Burrs then told Elif to go to a safe place to rest first. "Just leave the rest to me," he said. However, Elif disagreed, saying she could still fight. Seeing her determination, Burrs cautioned her, "Be careful, this plant is getting serious." Suddenly, the plant monster grew another 4 mouths: poison, flame, ice, greenery, and water. This is the original form of the 5 elements P, Elif realized. No wonder Dad said it was equal to someone at the Demon Lord level. With a mixture of 5 attributes, it can release various kinds of magic that can restrain whoever it faces. That is what makes it so terrifying. Burrs recalled how he saw Lord Sword Saint with his own eyes solve it in an instant 30 years ago. But now, the monster seemed to have become stronger. Burrs realized that the longer the fight went on, the more the monster would be able to target Elif. He asked her to use her treasure deck. Surprised, Elif asked, "Are you going to use the strongest 10 you've got?" He replied, "No," explaining that to deal with opponents with attribute magic, it would be more appropriate to use 3 to summon the Holy Little Mage. As he prepared his card to summon the Holy Little Mage, suddenly they were attacked by an arrow. Both were surprised to see that the arrow started growing and turned into a beautiful flower. As the plant monster saw this flower, it got really scared and retreated back into the ground. Elif told her dad that she felt a familiar magic from the arrow. To that, Burrs replied, "Of course, you have elf blood in your body." Suddenly, an elf spirit emerged from the arrow and invited both of them to come in. As the spirit delivered her message and disappeared, the arrow flower also died. Upon seeing this, Burrs realized, as expected, they had been observing our battle. We got recognition. However, Elif wanted to ask her dad, "If Mom was here, why didn't she come out to pick us up?" Burrs explained, "The elves have strict hierarchies and complicated relationships. In order to protect us, your mom chose to return to the Holy Land, and it has been 16 years. But he assured Elif, "Your mom's love for you will never change. As for the truth, we have to find out for ourselves as we enter the elf tribe." The people of the elf tribe were not really happy to see them. Mockingly, one remarked, "It's a human race, and there's also a hybrid." Another added, "I heard they are here on behalf of the Sword Saint Guild. They will definitely want to ask us again." Sure enough, they are indeed an inferior race, and I feel like they have a bad smell on them. Yet another said, "Yeah, it's really annoying." Upon hearing this, Elif asked Burrs, "Why are they hostile to us?" Burrs explained, "Because most of the people here have never left the elf tribe in their lives. They are more wary of people from the outside world." He reassured Elif, telling her not to worry too much. However, she noted that there are quite a few elves in the high-level guilds outside. "If the elf tribe is so good, why would they go out?" she questioned. Burrs explained, "There is also a despicable chain of bloodlines within the elf tribe. The tribes are spread out around the huge sacred tree. The closer to the inside, the higher the bloodline level of the elf tribe, and the more resources are allocated. Generally, those who leave the elf tribe are peripheral tribesmen who have lower bloodline levels but some ability. Because the elves specialize in rare plant magic and archery, they can only be peripheral tribesmen all their lives here. But when they go outside, they become the talents that the guilds want to recruit. Of course, there are exceptions." Curious, Elif asked Burrs what exception he was talking about. But before he could explain, suddenly a beautiful elf woman riding a deer appeared in front of them. She introduced herself as Blanchett, the general of the tribe. She asked Burrs and Elif to come with her. she would take them to the Holy Land. Upon seeing her, Elif was amazed, exclaiming, "So cool and mighty." Burs warned Elif, "The further you get inside, the more careful you have to be with your words." After that, he used a card to follow her, saying, "Maybe your mom is waiting for us in the Holy Land." As they followed Blanchett, the general of the tribe, Elif noticed that the trees were making way for them. Upon hearing this, Burs explained, "This is the guard barrier. If there are no high-level elves to lead the way, it will trap intruders in the forest labyrinth." As they came out of the forest labyrinth, they were greeted by the world tree surrounded by a beautiful light of nature. Both Elif and Burs were amazed by this beautiful scenery. Burs told Elif, "This is where it all started." 30 years ago, when Burs was 19 years old and a member of the Sword Saint Guild, he came to the elf tribe with the Sword Saint Guild master. He was eating chips peacefully, but suddenly he noticed an elf girl shouting, "Everyone, get out of the way, I can't control it," as her deer got out of control. So, Burs threw his sword in front of the deer to stop it. As the deer slowed down, Burs jumped into the air, climbed upon the deer, and calmed it down. The elf girl thanked Burs for his help. However, Burs was surprised to see a holy beast mount that only high-level elves have. So, he asked the elf girl, "If you must repay me, just lend it to me for a ride." After that, he took control of the holy beast and started driving. The elf girl was surprised to see, saying, "I haven't even learned to drive on flat ground yet, and you can drive it in the air." Burs was really happy to see this, exclaiming, "Wow, not bad for the inner circle of the elf tribe, it's spectacular." However, the elf girl was really scared. She covered her face with her hands and asked Burs to hurry up and get back on the ground. Surprised, Burs asked her, "You're a high-level elf, aren't you? Why are you so timid?" She apologized to Burs, explaining, "My father and sisters said the same thing about me. But I'm just scared, so I've never been able to learn." Suddenly, Burs told the elf girl to look, telling her, "Your father is here to find you." Upon hearing this, the elf girl was really shocked and told Burs, "This is bad." He had to hide. Outsiders are not allowed to ride the holy beast. If her father sees it, he will be punished even if he is a member of the Sword Saint Guild. Upon seeing her so scared, Burs started laughing, saying he lied to her. Hearing this, the elf girl was shocked and asked Burs how he could lie to people. However, Burs asked her to open her eyes, wondering if she didn't want to look at this beautiful view. Upon seeing the beautiful view, she was amazed and told Burs that no one had ever brought her up here before. After hearing this, Burs told the elf girl, "Then let's play more exciting games." The elf girl asked Burs what kind of game he was talking about. But he didn't say anything and sped up the holy beast, roaming all around the world tree. Burs stopped the holy beast and stood over it. He grabbed the elf girl and made a titanic pose. Both of them looked really happy. Because of this, both of them developed feelings for each other. After they started kissing each other, and as they were taking a break, Burs told Nikita, the elf girl, "Those high-level officials are having closed-door talks, and they won't show up for 3 to 5 days, so don't worry about it." Upon hearing this, Nikita told Burs, "I really envy you. The smell exuding from you is pure happiness, without a trace of anxiety. I want to live as freely as you, and I also want to go outside and see the world." Burs asked Nikita, "What's so hard about that? I'll show you." He had only just joined the Sword Saint Guild, but he was already a great newcomer known as Iron Guts Burs, and he had been on many adventures. Upon hearing this, Nikita became really happy and asked Burs if he could really take her out. Burs replied, "Of course," but he was a little nervous because Nikita was a high-level elf. He told her, "Your life in the tribe should be much better than mine, right? Why do you always want to escape from here?" he questioned. Nikita explained that the so-called good things here were actually shackles. The election for the patriarch was about to be held, and several uncles wanted to join forces to take her father's place. Her father wanted to solidify his support, so he gave her to one of the uncles. Upon hearing this, Burrs tried to comfort her, saying, "Although I don't know the relationship between elves, I know that it's very painful for someone to be trapped and lose their freedom. I'll get the guild's teleportation scroll tomorrow and take you with me. But that means we've offended both the elf tribe and the Sword Saint Guild, and we can only live an ordinary life in seclusion for the rest of our lives. Are you willing to do that?" Nikita happily agreed with Burrs, saying, "Ordinary life? I'm willing. This is the life I want to live." After that, both of them kissed each other. At present, Elif and Mr. Burrs are following Blanchett, the general of the tribe, when she suddenly disappears into thin air. Surprised, Elif asks Burrs how she disappeared. Burrs suggests that it might be a hidden barrier and advises her to continue following Blanchett. However, he is also surprised because he didn't know about the barrier before. As both of them enter, they are shocked to see a completely different environment on the other side of the barrier. Blanchett, the general of the tribe, stops the holy beast in front of the elf tribe elders and thanks the holy beast for its hard work, asking it to go and wait for her. She then kneels in front of the elders and tells them, "Mission has been completed." Upon seeing them, Elif asks Burrs, "Who are those people?" Burrs tells her that they are the leaders of the elf tribe. He also warns her to be careful about what she says in front of them. Suddenly, Elif starts feeling nauseous, sensing that someone is not really happy to see her. One of the elders asks Blanchett to step aside. She introduces the elders: Verton, one of the leaders of the elf tribe; Elrond, also one of the leaders; and lastly Avari, who is really happy to see Burrs after such a long time. Burrs is also happy to see Elder Avari again. He greets all the leaders of the elf tribe. However, Elrond does not look happy after seeing Burrs. Avari, noticing the awkward environment, changes the subject and asks Burrs, "Last time I saw you, you were still a young man. Has the Sword Saint Guild sent you to recruit us?" Burrs clarifies, "To be precise, my card guild and the Sword Saint Guild have reached an agreement to build the Heroes Alliance to defeat the Dark Guild." This time, he specifically invited the elf tribe to join them. Upon hearing this, Avari smiled and said, "Burrs, although the guild you established suddenly became famous, we are also very aware of the Sword Saint Guild's decline." Verton told Burrs that Lord Sword Saint had been out of sight for at least 3 months. "Without such important combat power, is there any point in forming this alliance?" he asked. Burrs explained to them, "That's why I came to the elf tribe. One more request was to ask a few people to activate plant magic and let the trees and insects help find traces of Lord Sword Saint. Lord Sword Saint was only one step away from breaking through to the Demon King level. There was no way she would fall. You and Lord Sword Saint are old friends, so you should know her strength very well." However, Avari explained that to activate all the plants outside the elf tribe and such a huge magic, they would have to pay a high price. She asked Burrs, "What can you provide us as compensation?" Upon hearing this, Elif told them, "This is not the time to care about personal gains and losses. If we don't find Lord Sword Saint as soon as possible, the power of the Dark Guild will come to our area sooner or later." However, Verton did not like this response, saying, "Wild girl, that must be based on reciprocity. Do you want to be on the same side as us? You have to have that qualification first." So, she used her magic and grew another plant monster. She told Burrs, "The 5 elements P is just the threshold for the power of the Demon Lord level. If you can withstand this attack, then we can talk about an alliance." As the plant monster prepared his attack, Elif asked Burrs what to do. Burrs reassured her, "Don't worry, Dad will handle this." Meanwhile, the plant monster prepared his attack, light cannon, and shot towards Elif and Burrs. The attack was so powerful that it created a huge explosion. Burrs used his card skill to summon a holy guardian for himself and Elif. He addressed the elders, stating, "Indeed, we have temporarily lost such an important combat force as Lord Sword Saint. But I also hope that you will understand the situation, even if you don't join us. We ourselves are confident that we can defeat the Dark Guild." As Burrs defeated the plant monster in front of the elders, Avari smiled and said, "It was just a test, but you withstood the light cannon equivalent to a 3-star demon lord level, without flinching. Burrs, you've become really powerful." Verton, also surprised, remarked, "That card can summon divine magic." However, Elif was unhappy with their treatment, questioning, "What kind of test? You guys just attacked us with the intention of killing us, right?" She warned the elders, "When the Dark Guild invades here, you'll regret it." Upon hearing this, Burrs asked Elif not to be rude. Elrond then asked Burrs, "It's been 16 years, to which Burrs responded, "Exactly." Meanwhile, Elif, still angry, suggested to Burrs, "Let's find Mom quickly and get out of here. They are simply trying to make things difficult. Why should we be polite to them?" But Burrs explained to Elif why he was so polite, because he is your grandfather. Elrond added, "Unexpectedly, Nikita's daughter is also 16 years old." Upon hearing this, Elif was shocked to find out that Elrond was her grandpa. Suddenly, Elrond and the other elders started celebrating. Upon witnessing this unexpected event, both Burrs and Elif were very surprised, wondering what had just happened. Avari laughed and told the other elders, "You see, I told you not to joke with them. They were so scared." However, Verton said, "But Elif's angry expression is so cute. She looks a bit similar to Nikita when she was a kid." Seeing this, Burrs asked Patriarch Elrond, "Does this mean you are accepting me?" Elif, also curious, asked Burrs what was going on. Elder Elrond approached Burrs, grabbed his hand, and said, "You still call me Patriarch? Just like Nikita, you should call me Father, my good son-in-law." Surprised, Burrs asked Elder Elrond, "Didn't you say you would never admit it?" But he replied, "Forget about that," and asked, "Where is Nikita?" Elder Elrond, with a big smile on his face, asked Burrs and Elif to come with him. Burrs and Elif still didn't understand what was going on. Elif asked Burrs, "What's going on here?" Burrs responded, "I can't figure it out either. Maybe your mom has improved her relationship with your grandpa over the years." But upon seeing Elder Elrond's face, he thought there was something fishy going on, and Blanchett, the general of the tribe, was also involved in this. As they approached the sacred tree, Elder Elrond told them, "The huge sacred tree you see outside is just a magic projection. The tree in front of us is the real sacred tree of our elves. The birth of the sacred tree can be traced back to the troubled times 500 years ago when our first matriarch, Lord Twila, used herself as a nutrient to activate the most powerful plant magic, the descent of the sacred tree, to establish the elf tribe. Because of the light of the sacred tree, all the tribesmen suddenly became enlightened and gained the talents of plant magic and archery, which raised the overall strength of our elves to a higher level. Over the years, the elf tribe relied on the protection of the sacred tree to become a power in the heroes' continent. But the sacred tree slowly began to wither. And when the world became a little calmer, some tribesmen began to run away again and have relationships with foreign tribes. This undoubtedly goes against Lord Twila's original intention. That's why we strictly forbid the marriage of tribesmen of high bloodlines with foreign tribes, to ensure that the proud gifts of our elf tribe remain. But what can't be stopped is the constant loss of nutrients from the sacred tree, and if this continues, the elf tribe will soon decline along with the withering of the sacred tree. That's why Elder Elrond was so against Burrs being with Nikita, and next, he's going to show Burrs the truest side of the elf tribe, which he has never even shown to Lord Sword Saint. Surprised, Burrs asked Elder Elrond, "What do you mean?" As Elder Elrond used Dispel Magic, Elif started feeling nauseous again. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. The so-called sacred tree they saw before was just an illusion. "This is the true appearance of the sacred tree," Elder Elrond revealed. Burrs was shocked to see that Nikita had turned into the nourishment of the sacred tree for the sake of the tribe. Upon seeing Nikita, Burrs became very sad and started crying. He was so angry that he grabbed Elder Elrond by the neck and shouted, Bastard, you've been after us for more than 10 years. You forced Nikita to come back just to make her a sacrifice? You selfish devil, give Nikita back to me." However, Elder Elrond remained calm. He told Vertin and Avari to get ready. They also responded they knew what to do. Vertin and Avari approached the sacred tree and started holding it. As they held the sacred tree, their bodies began merging with it. As the sacred tree completely absorbed them, a tiny part of the sacred tree turned green, and that's how Vertin and Avari also became part of the sacred tree. Upon seeing this horrible scene, Alif was scared. Her whole body trembled in fear. Elder Elrond told Burs, "Do you understand now? We are not selfish at all. Becoming the nourishment of the sacred tree and dedicating one's life to the tribe is a supreme honor for us elves, and Nikita must have thought so." Burs was furious. He punched the ground and exclaimed, "This is unreasonable." Seeing her dad distraught, Elif tried to comfort him. Elder Elrond explained to them that a single young leaf can extend the light of the sacred tree for 1 more year. "Of course, I understand that it is difficult for you as a foreigner to understand the elves. But today, your arrival has also changed my mind," he told Burs, adding that Nikita might be able to be resurrected. Surprised, Burs asked, "Are you serious? Can Nikita be resurrected?" Elder Elrond replied, "Yes, if you are willing." He then pointed toward Alif and said, "If you pay a little price, you can save Nikita." Upon hearing this, Burs told Elder Elrond, "No way. If you try to target Alif, don't blame me for being rude." But Elder Elrond clarified, "You misunderstood. What I want is not Alif, but the card on her waist." Realizing he was talking about the legendary hero's cards, Alif told her dad, "This card was given to me by the legendary hero, Laing, as a gift." Elder Elrond explained that he felt a powerful divine magic in that deck of cards. If you offer it to the sacred tree, it may be able to completely revive the sacred tree. You know, everything in elves comes from the sacred tree. If the sacred tree absorbs enough magic power at once, it may be able to replace the lives that have been sacrificed. And I promise that I'll prioritize resurrecting Nikita. Upon hearing this, Burs asked Elder Elrond if he was telling the truth. Just let the sacred tree absorb the magic power of the cards. However, Alif tried to explain to Burs, "That's not true, Dad. How is it possible that someone who has died can just be resurrected? What's more, cards are for us to use to save the world." But suddenly, more unexpected events unfolded, and a remote-like object appeared. Someone was controlling Elder Elrond's emotions with it. As the dial was twisted to sad, Elder Elrond became sad and told Burs in a mournful tone, "I understand your concern, Burs, and to be honest, I'm not completely sure. But if it succeeds, not only can Nikita be resurrected, but even the elves can regain their glory. I'll have no more worries, and I'll be able to fully devote myself to the alliance against the Dark Guild." Upon hearing this, Burs said, "That's right. This is actually about defeating the Dark Guild and saving the hero's continent." However, Alif disagreed and warned Burs, "Just in case something goes wrong with the cards, then the two of us will be blamed." But he didn't listen and took the card from Alif, saying, "Don't worry, in any case, Dad will take full responsibility for all the consequences." He told Elder Elrond that Alif and he each kept half of the noble phantasm cards, and now they're all here. He asked him, "What's next?" Elder Elrond asked Burs to leave the cards in his hands. "After I cast the elf's special spell and let the sacred tree absorb the magic power, Nikita can be resurrected." However, Elif was still worried and questioned Burs, "Have you really thought this through?" Upon hearing this, Burs replied that he would give anything to rescue her mother. As Elder Elrond received the legendary hero's cards, he smiled and said, "Burs, you are indeed my good son-in-law." As he said that, suddenly, plant vines appeared from the ground and captured Alif and Burs. Surprised, Burs questioned Elder Elrond, "What do you mean?" As we saw before, someone was controlling Elder Elrond. He changed his emotions to crazy. As he did that, Elder Elrond started laughing like a madman and told Burrs, "I didn't expect it would be that easy to deceive you." You ask, what do I mean? Actually, you already know it very well in your heart, don't you? He showed the dark gear to Burrs and told him, "The elves have long been on the side of the Dark Guild." Upon seeing this, both Elif and Burrs were shocked. Elder Elrond told Burrs that he was no longer himself as he was now controlled by dark gear. Suddenly, a plant monster grew out from the ground and slowly opened its mouth. A joker emerged from his mouth. He was the one controlling Elder Elrond. He told Burrs, "These elven patriarchs were turned into meat puppets by me 10 years ago. In order to achieve immortality, all their internal organs were replaced with dark gears. As long as I don't interfere, they can still act according to their original sense of autonomy. But if I interfere, they must obey my orders." Elder Elrond knelt down in front of the Joker and handed him the legendary hero's cards, effectively making him the head of the elf tribe. Burrs urged Elif to use her skill as they prepared to launch an attack, saying, "We must seal all these guys." However, the Joker noticed this and ordered Elder Elrond to attack. Elder Elrond used plant magic and covered their entire bodies with plant parasites. Because of these parasites, all magic power was sucked away from Elif and Burrs. Upon seeing this, the Joker praised Elder Elrond, and Elder Elrond thanked him for the compliment. After acknowledging Elder Elrond's good work, the Joker rewarded him by pressing the red button on the device that controlled Elder Elrond, causing him to fall asleep. After that, he grabbed the cards and told Burrs, "After observing all your battles, it seems like these cards can summon spirits from other worlds, and it's actually at the cost of life force." However, Burrs was relieved that the Joker didn't know the secret of using the Noble Phantasm cards yet, so even if he got them, nothing terrible would happen. But Burrs hadn't expected that the Joker knew how to use these cards. He threw the cards into the air and declared, "Sacrifice the lives of the entire elf tribe. All obey my orders." As he said this, the weather turned severe, and a storm-like atmosphere enveloped the world tree. The entire elf village began to shake. The elves inside their houses wondered, "Is there an earthquake?" Suddenly, their faces turned pale and sickly, and a green light started emanating from their mouths, moving toward the world tree. The souls of the elf tribe, along with all the living animals, were sacrificed and entered the world tree. Upon seeing this, Burrs was greatly surprised, wondering how the Joker could use holy cards to sacrifice the elf tribe. After sacrificing the entire elf tribe, the Joker began gathering all the souls and activating the card, which started absorbing them. The Joker laughed maniacally as the card finished absorbing the souls. Burrs was shocked. The cards were now fully energized. The Joker summoned all the cards, and various creatures began to appear, including the monster they had seen before. Burrs, angry and blaming himself, thought, "Damn it, it's all my fault. This world is going to end." Meanwhile, at Laping's house, Elizabeth told Laping that while she was cleaning up the space earlier, she discovered that she had forgotten to take out the bowl for eating noodles last time. "Let's wash it together with the ones you've left for the past 2 days, she suggested. However, there was a purple parasite-like creature in the bowl that Elizabeth had told Laping to wash. The parasite-like creature started approaching Laping, who was discussing something with her. It slowly moved towards Laping to attack him. The parasite-like creature got very close to Laping and was about to strike. But before it could, the cleaner robot that Laping had created killed the parasite-like creature. The robot said, "Cleaning in progress, please pay attention." Laping apologized to the cleaner robot. Upon seeing this, I remembered a comment someone made on one of my Hero X Demon Queen videos. They said, "The dark dimension is the hero's toilet, where all kinds of foul demons come from his epic poops." Maybe it was possible. Anyway, let's get back to our story. Laping sat close to Elizabeth and told her that he wanted her to come with him to the elf tribe. Elizabeth, upon hearing this, asked if he had decided to conquer them next. Laing clarified that it wasn't about conquering but persuading. He had heard from Annie that Uncle Burrs had also set off there, and since Alif had elven blood, they could use these personal connections to possibly persuade the elves to join them and form an alliance against the Dark Guild. Elizabeth mentioned that she knew the top leaders of the elves. If they couldn't reach an agreement, Laing suggested she put in a good word. Although Elizabeth said she wouldn't intervene directly, she thought using her reputation wouldn't hurt. After hearing this, Elizabeth remembered an elf in her ministry, the leader of the elf tribe during her time as the ruler of the hero continent. Given the elves' lifespan of 500 years, she should still be alive. Elizabeth agreed with Laing's suggestion but demanded he bring her some jelly. Laing happily agreed, saying, "No problem, it's best if you're willing." However, Elizabeth asked Laing about the ones outside and how he planned to arrange them. Laing replied that they had just said they wanted to play with Wang Kai. Meanwhile, outside, Holy Sword Alpha, little girl Annie, and Sword Saint were sitting around Wang Kai, the robot dog. President of the Sword Saint Guild Saugus Shishai told them, "In fact, with my joining, you no longer need to wade through this muddy water." Leader of the Beast Gang Jim Jian told Sword Saint, "I think you still don't know Brother Laing's plan." Holy Sword Alpha said to both of them, "Whether you two are done or not, you're just supporting characters compared to me, okay?" Upon hearing this, Sword Saint showed them the taichi sword book, saying, "I see clearly now. This is the sword manual given to me by the Brave Lord and the Demon King. Once I master it, I'll wipe out the Dark Guild for both of you. You won't be needed at all." However, little girl Annie also chimed in, saying she had a rag doll made by Brother Laing, which she couldn't use yet, but she would become stronger soon. Holy Sword Alpha laughed at the two of them and said, "You actually started a relationship with Brother Laing in front of me. Let's not talk about the close contact chopping firewood I've had with Brother Laing for the past 500 years. Isn't what Brother Laing sent out just discarded garbage? What do you have to show off? Brother Laing has only one younger brother, and that is me, Alpha, the destined sword of the brave. You all should get out of here." Upon hearing this, little girl Annie was surprised and said, "If what you say is true, then no one can compare with you. After all, Brother Laing's exclusive weapon." But Sword Saint disagreed and told Annie, "Don't listen to him. How can the sword and weapon spirit of the brave be invaded by resentment so easily? Moreover, I've seen a lot of weapons. In him, I don't see anything like the forging style of a brave man like Senior Wang Kai." Holy Sword Alpha smiled and said, "You have some ability, but I was indeed not forged by Brother Laing himself before. I fell into confusion and self-doubt, which led to the invasion of resentment. However, Brother Laing reforged me to resurrect me. So, I have now become a regular and officially a super magic weapon produced by the brave true Holy Sword Alpha." Upon hearing this, little girl Annie asked, "Wang Kai, is what he said true?" Wang Kai replied, "I don't know if this should count, because when Holy Sword Alpha split into two." Laing was really worried. He tried to fix Holy Sword Alpha with his hammer, but the situation got worse. So, to repair Holy Sword Alpha, he used Super Glue 502 that he got from the system. With the help of the glue, he managed to fix Holy Sword Alpha. Wang Kai told them, "The master used a very powerful invention to resurrect him. I even dug out the leftovers from the trash can and put them in my pocket." Holy Sword Alpha showed them the fixed mark, saying, "This is Brother Laing's forging trace." Sword Saint angrily replied, "It's useless to talk more. Since only one person can handle things for the Brave Lord and the Demon King, let's let our strength speak for itself. Thanks to the dual opportunities from the Brave Lord and the Demon King, I have already broken through to the Demon King level, so this position must be mine." Little girl Annie agreed with Sword Saint, saying, "Although my strength is far inferior to Master Sword Saint, I will try my best to fight and fulfill the responsibilities given to me by Brother Laing. I have to use the power of Raphael, my only weapon at the moment, to defeat her." Holy Sword Alpha got angry and said, "What do you mean when you two locked eyes with each other privately? Are you taking my true Holy Sword Alpha seriously? Damn it." Upon hearing this, both Annie and Sword Saint got angry and prepared to fight Holy Sword Alpha. However, Wang Kai intervened. He stopped them and said, "Listen to me." Holy Sword Alpha quickly stood in front of Wang Kai, asking for instructions. Wang Kai told them, "I'm not informing you of this meeting to determine who is better or worse." Annie questioned, "Wang Kai, didn't you say that having so many people would disturb Brother Laing's life?" Sword Saint agreed, saying, "Doesn't this mean that we can only keep one?" Wang Kai responded, "Don't disturb the Master's life is indeed the reason I secretly summoned you to this meeting, but I just want to emphasize my identity to you. For example, I am my owner's accompanying pet, so I can never do anything beyond my duty in front of my owner. But outside, where the Master doesn't go often, I can command the monsters in the entire Warcraft plains and have them isolate all intruders who might harass the Master. However, since the fierce woman arrived, the Master has been avoiding going out. I can't go to those places myself. By the way, the Master hasn't touched me for a long time." Surprised, Sword Saint asked, "Wang Kai, what should our identities be? Please clarify." Wang Kai said, "Well, I'm going too far. What I mean is that if the Master wants to experience life, he will inevitably meet all kinds of people outside, which can disrupt his desire to live peacefully. If you are selected, then serve the Master outside for me. Act with the concept of a quiet life as the premise. Clear all obstacles for the Master so that he can enjoy his life without worries. From now on, your identity is cleaners. When the Master wants to walk outside, ensure there are no obstacles and provide a smooth path. As for the benefits of serving the Master, you all understand them deeply, so I don't need to elaborate. However, remember that you can take what the Master gives you, but you cannot take what the Master has not given. Don't overstep your bounds, understand? Only I have the right to dig through the trash to make money." Everyone agreed and nodded their heads. Suddenly, the door of Laing's house opened. Wang Kai told everyone, "The Master has come out. Everyone, get in your places." Laing opened the door and asked, "What are you all doing?" They all responded cheerfully, "Just talking." Little girl Annie asked Laing, "Are you going to the elf tribe?" Laing said, "Yes, but before that, I need to go to the workshop to get some tools. Then we can set off." As Laing left to get tools from the workshop, Elizabeth approached them and thought, "The town of Bost in the east is represented by Jim Gianni, and the Juggernaut Guild in the west is represented by Saugus Zhizhai. They have all been taken under Laing's wing. So, after taking down the elf tribe in the south, this time, the next step is the kingdom of Aristotle in the north. He is establishing his own forces bit by bit, forming the 4 heavenly kings of the east, south, west, and north who are loyal to him. Ha! The classic technique of controlling people and ruling. The first time she went out to meet the descendants of Jim Jai, and then, 500 years ago in the outside world, she arranged her weapon spirit in advance to wait for the right opportunity. Today, she guided the president of the Sword Saint Guild into the game. The same goes for the father and daughter who are related to the elf tribe. When she thought about it, all the clues connected. How could there be so many coincidences? In fact, everything was planned in advance by you, Laing. Although you hide it well, I can see through you at a glance. He always pretends to be ignorant, but in reality, he is very shrewd and has already made a complete plan for his own domination of the world. So, is it possible that even this king is part of your plan? She thought. The 3 of them were really nervous seeing Elizabeth in front of them, thinking, "What does this woman mean by staring at us? I can't see through the Demon King's thoughts at all." Annie wondered, "Does Sister Elizabeth think I'm not qualified enough? What should I do?" They were so scared that they looked to Wang Kai for help. Wang Kai stepped forward and told them not to worry. I will do it. He approached Elizabeth and started preparing something from his storage, thinking, in order to deal with you, a moody and fierce woman, I will use my latest research. The three of them started cheering for Wang Kai, saying, the battle between strong opponents is a rare learning opportunity. You can do it. Suddenly, Wang Kai took out a tease stick from his back and started rolling on the ground, behaving like a cute puppy, thinking, as the saying goes, don't hit the smiling dog. However, he was wrong. Elizabeth didn't care about such things. She kicked Wang Kai so hard that he collided with the wall. Elizabeth told them, I was getting more and more angry as I thought about it. But this stupid dog came out and went crazy. Do you want to make fun of it too? Everyone fell silent, not knowing what to do. Elizabeth told them, since you are all part of Laping's plan, I will not say anything more according to the agreement. But I give you a final reminder, stay with us and be prepared to throw away your life at any time. Although you have all experienced it yourselves, you may not be so lucky next time. You have to solve everything you encounter in the future by yourselves. Don't expect me or him to come to your rescue. Everyone understood, saying, everything is subject to the arrangement of the devil. Meanwhile, Laping came out of the warehouse and asked Elizabeth, what are you talking about? I'm ready. We can go now. Laping chose a chainsaw as his new weapon. Elizabeth said, nothing, and then asked him, let's go. But what did you do? Something weird? Laping explained, doesn't Alpha want to return to his duties as a holy sword? So for future wood chopping, I made a new tool. I originally wanted to make an axe, but as I was working on it, I upgraded and made a chainsaw. By the way, Elizabeth, it will be much more convenient after you add space magic name a .com quote to my backpack. Sure enough, in a different world, magic is king. Upon hearing this, Elizabeth thought, after I was promoted to the 7-star demon god, the magic I use can finally have an effect on his forged objects. This is also the effect of the ring that he calculated. Holy Sword Alpha, upon seeing Laping's new weapon, got scared. He saw a weapon spirit and realized she was the same one who took control over him. Little girl Annie noticed and said, she is a weapon spirit. But I feel that Brother Laping's forging of her body is much more complicated than that of Alpha, right? Holy Sword Alpha angrily told Annie, what do you know? The more complicated, the better. Moreover, Brother Laping seems to be able to see only me and not the weapon spirit he created. This is my greatest advantage. Laping was excited because he heard there were many magical plants in the elf tribe. If Uncle Tobers had a relationship with Elizabeth, he might be able to bring a few back and plant them in his field. Excitedly, he told Elizabeth, everyone is ready, let's set off. But before they could leave, Elizabeth asked Laping, didn't you say that you would only take 2 people with you this time? Which 2? Laping agreed, saying, yes, because the purpose of going to the elf tribe this time is to convince them. Sword Saint approached Laping, saying, Lord Brave, please take me there. I have been to the elf tribe several times before, and I also know their current clan leader. I can definitely help. Annie also wanted to go with Laping, begging, please let me go too. Although I have no experience, my red demon eyes have awakened, and I can definitely help. Holy Sword Alpha stepped forward heroically, pushing them both aside, saying, enough. Anyway, there are 2 places. No matter what, one of them must belong to me. As the exclusive weapon of the brave, I must stay with him at all times. However, Laping stopped Holy Sword Alpha, telling him, the purpose of going to the elven tribe this time is to persuade them to form an alliance. To show our friendship, I'm not bringing any weapons with me, so I've decided to bring Sword Saint and Annie instead. After that, Elizabeth opened the portal to travel to the elf tribe. Laping told Alpha, just stay here and wait for our return. Disappointed, Holy Sword Alpha wondered, why do I feel like this again? Like an outsider, excluded, unable to integrate into Brother Laping's circle. Is my alpha too weak? No, hasn't Brother Laping already reforged me? Why? Suddenly, something started calling Alpha's name, asking him to please reply. Confused, Holy Sword Alpha asked, "Who is calling me?" Wang Kai intervened, asking Holy Sword Alpha, "Did you learn from me the way of survival?" Seeing Wang Kai, Holy Sword Alpha realized, "I understand. Brother Laping left the most precious opportunity for me. Yes, how can going out for adventure compare to studying in depth with Senior Wang Kai here? After all, this is our base camp." Wang Kai asked Holy Sword Alpha to go on patrol with him, and Holy Sword Alpha agreed. Suddenly, a notification popped up again saying, "Connection lost. Call failed." On the other hand, Laping and the others successfully reached the elf tribe. Excited, Laping asked, "Elizabeth, look, that tree is enormous, right?" However, Elizabeth noticed something suspicious, thinking such a huge elven tribe actually has no breath of life. Laping, unaware of what was going on, asked Elizabeth, "How do you think this huge tree grows? Let's go in and have a look." But before going in, Elizabeth decided to change her and Sword Saint's clothes first. When Elizabeth suddenly removed Sword Saint's clothes, she got really embarrassed. Upon hearing this, Laping wondered what she meant. As he turned his head, it was already too late. Sword Saint had already changed clothes. Laping was just 1 second too late to see something he referred to as beautiful big juicy melons. Elizabeth told Laping, "The king wants to change into a suit suitable for traveling. As for others, they are strictly prohibited from wearing clothes made by him. Otherwise, everything will be meaningless." Surprised, Laping thought, "Strange setting, but you are the devil and you have the final say. Moreover, I have to sigh again. It is so convenient to change the magic costume." He asked Elizabeth if they could leave now. Elizabeth asked Laping why he was so anxious. Laping disagreed with her, saying he just wanted to study the plants there. Meanwhile, an eye watched them. The Joker, who had captured Bria and Alif, was observing Laping and Elizabeth from his room. He thought, the representative of the brave alliance formed by the Swordmaster Guild was captured by me within only 3 days. The Swordmaster Saugus Zhizhai, who had been missing for many days, actually showed up. With so much attention, it seems they have made up their minds this time. The war between the United Army and the Dark Guild is about to break out. As for the other 3 people around her, he didn't know who they were. So, to find information about them, he checked the memories of Burrs and Alif. He saw in their memories that Burrs and Alif were enjoying their time with Laping and Elizabeth. He was really surprised to see this. However, when he saw Elizabeth's true form in Burrs and Alif's memory, he became furious, thinking, "It's been 500 years. I didn't expect you to appear here." But seeing Elizabeth happy with Laping, he wondered, "This posture is not like the arrogant you once were." So he commanded Blanchette, the general of the tribe, "Go and disperse them for me. Use all means to kill them, but leave that man alive for me. Do you understand?" Blanchette replied, "Got it. I'll do it right away." Meanwhile, Sword Saint and Annie defeated all the plant monsters. However, Sword Saint wondered, "According to my past experience, if you come here for the first time, you can get permission to enter after destroying all the trial plants. But why hasn't the 5 elements P appeared at the last level?" Little girl Annie, seeing Sword Saint deep in thought, mused, "Master Juggernaut is indeed very experienced and has been of great help to Brother Laping when he comes out to play. I can't lose. I must strive for performance in the future." Laping asked Sword Saint, "By the way, Miss Zhizhui, what guild did you create? You are so knowledgeable and as skilled in swordsmanship as the Sword Saint Guild." Sword Saint replied, "I haven't told you yet, but I am a sword master." Suddenly, someone shot arrows towards them. Sword Saint deflected them without any problem. Little girl Annie used her unique skill to find the enemy's location. After locating the enemy, Annie said, I can see it's a sneak attacker using concealment magic. Leave it to me to deal with. But Sword Saint said, it's just a little trick. You don't need to bother yourself. She then used taichi, the first style. Dragonfly touches the water to find the enemy's location. Surprised, Blanchett thought, using the sword to dispel my concealment effect. This is indeed the strongest strength of the human race.